Oh, thank you very much, Ericka. I wish I had a recording of that very nice introduction. So very kind of you. So I'm really happy to be here. I'm very appreciative of the organizers of the Universidad de Loyola and ETEA, everybody who's helped to create this event. So today, it won't be a surprise to hear that I'm going to talk about conditional cash transfers. I'm going to talk about some more recent research but I'll also focus on kind of the story of conditional cash transfers as I go along. I'm happy to take questions during the talk as well as after the talk. Oh, is this I should ask this. Let's check that it's okay, great. Okay, so I will get started. Okay, so, and I'll say more about this also in the introduction, but just for now, there's really been just an enormous increase, kind of a revolution, you might call it, in the implementation of cash transfer programs, both conditional and unconditional, across the developing world. So it's over 100 countries have implemented in the last 20 years some kind of transfer program as a strategy for combating poverty at the country level. Now, there's a large body of work that has been studying the short-run effects of these transfer programs, lots of them using RCTs, and I'll talk about some of that research, some summary articles I've mentioned here on the slide. But what I'm going to focus on in sort of the main part of the talk after the introduction is a sort of a newer type of research, which is kind of what happens when transfer programs end. This is sort of a very large question, should they end? Is there sort of an exit strategy for beneficiaries, or should these be sort of programs that sort of are perpetual? As economists, we worry about incentives, whether, if the program, you can sort of receive the program forever, then you sort of would expect people to receive the program forever. So we also want to give sort of the correct incentives for exiting the program. And so what I want to do today is start to talk about those questions in the context of some recent research that I've done, taking advantage of a big policy change. And that precisely has to do with the Mexican conditional cash transfer program, sort of the poster child, in a sense, for RCTs and development, that was unexpectedly eliminated in Mexico a couple of years ago. So the general question is, sort of what happens when transfer programs end? So, sort of critics of transfer programs might say, well, what happens is that people go back to being as poor as they were before they started getting transfers, so these programs really don't have permanent effects. That's an empirical question, right? We can study that. So when individuals stop receiving transfer programs, do they go back, in fact, to being as poor as they were before? Are they permanently better off? Do the effects disappear if benefits are no longer provided? Or in the case of conditional cash transfer programs, a question we might answer, and this is sort of exactly what we have started to look at: if children are no longer paid to attend school, do they still attend school? Okay, so, all right, so these questions we study in the context of the pioneering Mexican conditional cash transfer program, even though it was sort of the poster child of RCTs and development and the evidence kind of supporting, the effects of Progressive, when it was finally called Prospera at the end of the program. So even though sort of that all the evaluations were pretty positive, and I'll talk some more about those, there was an RCT study done at the beginning of the CCT back in 1997, which is actually before JPAL and before kind of all this sort of movement towards RCTs was done. So the policy change that we're going to study was, in fact, the sudden elimination of this very successful poster child CCT program, which occurred in mid-2019. Okay, so I'll give a little background about CCTs just to make sure we're all on kind of the same page. This was sort of a stunning policy change because it eliminated benefits to 7 million households, which was about a third of the population in Mexico. It was a well-targeted program. It had provided benefits to about 30%. That increased income by about 30% relative to pre-program income. So it was sort of a big shock. Now, what do CCTs do? Why, in a sense, why have they been so, in spite of the experiment or the policy experiment that is its elimination, there's still a program that are operating in basically 60 countries partly as a result of the Mexican results and Brazilian program as well. So CCTs, they're sort of big innovation when they started a couple of decades ago, was this idea of paying money to poor households, not just to sort of help their current poverty situation, but to invest in the future. So this idea of linking benefits to human capital. And so they're conditional because these transfers are received basically if kids go to school. In some cases, if households, keep a regular clinic health visit. And so in this way, these programs, I think there's been sort of attractive, besides the fact that they're very good sort of independent evaluation results, they're sort of politically attractive because, sort of household, you're getting these sort of two objectives for one, right? So, families that get money are better off today, but then, if kids are more likely to go to school because of these programs, then you're also reducing future poverty. So it sounds like kind of a win-win. Okay. Okay, so the research questions, the new research that I'll be talking about after I sort of talk a little more about the sort of development of CCTs and the Mexican case is what happens to children's education after a nationwide conditional cash transfer program is suddenly discontinued. So this was a program that had basically been paying millions of families to send their kids to school for 20 years. And the program was suddenly discontinued. And so my sort of specific research question is, what happens right away? Do kids re-enroll in school, after this policy change? Like they sort of gotten used to going to school, or do they drop out because they're no longer receiving this conditional payment? We're also studying effects. I'll talk less about this today, but what happens to infant health? So Progressive has had a lot of health effects as well. There's a lot of studies about impacts on health. And so one of the things that happened when Progressive was eliminated is that some of the cash that families got was linked not just to kids going to school, but also to families going to a preventative health clinic visits, particularly pregnant women. So they had to basically go sort of every month. So there's a heavy prenatal care component, and that's all of a sudden eliminated in the sense that to receive the household benefits, there are no household benefits anymore, so you don't have to go to the clinic. So that's sort of another big question. So is there, does the use of prenatal care go down? Are birth outcomes affected? And so we also, another question we study is the effects of the rollback of the program on infant mortality and birth outcomes in the year following rollback. Okay, so I'm going to concentrate more on the first question and talk a little, if there's time, about answers to the second question at the end of the talk. Okay, so before I forget, I put on the slides, I wouldn't forget the results I'll be presenting. This is based on joint work with Fernanda Marquez Padilla, who's at the Colegio de México in Mexico, Tom Bogle, who's at UC SD. And in fact, we just got a grant from NIH to study the effects of the elimination of the rollback of Progressa. And this is also joint work on health with my former PhD student, Sumin Room, who just started a postdoc at Michigan. So she's my first student that I graduated from Maryland. Okay. Okay, so let me tell a little more about the story of CCTs. So they were first pioneered in Mexico and Brazil about 25 years ago. So I'm now just going to focus on CCTs. I'm not going to talk about unconditional transfers, although we can come back to that maybe in the discussion. I'm just going to talk about CCTs. So it's been it's amazing, as somebody who was sort of fortunate to be working on one of the first programs, it's amazing to me to sort of have seen how these programs really kind of took over. First they were sort of expanded all through Latin America, and then, they spread to Europe, Africa, Asia. In fact, there have been some pilots of CCTs in the US. So once, this was a while ago, but Mayor Bloomberg, when he was mayor of New York City, came to Mexico to look at the Mexican CCT program, and actually he did a pilot of a CCT in New York, and in fact he named it after the Mexican program, and he got private funds to try it out. So basic idea is that CCTs are now all over the world. They're a very important strategy for combating poverty. Now, why is that? Why have they been so popular? And there are a lot of research on this. It's a very interesting question, but I would argue that one of the reasons they've been sort of so popular was because, in fact, there was evidence. There was a well-known RCT that was carried out at the beginning of the program, basically in the 1990s. The data were made public. So independent researchers were hired, kind of Paul Schultz, Paul Gertler, Jerry Behrman, Petra Todd, to carry out independent evaluations of Prospera's effect. Let me actually clarify that the Prospera program was originally named Progressa. That's probably the name that more people have heard of it. It then was changed to Oportunidades, and then it was changed to Prospera. So I could sort of never decide what to call it. But in this presentation, I decided to call it Prospera. But I just want to make clear that it's the original Progressa program that probably most people have heard of by that name. Okay, so why has Prospera, why has it been so influential? And I think one big reason was this well-known RCT that was, again, kind of a pioneer evaluation in development that was done back in 1997. So that experiment, basically there were 506 communities that were randomized between treatment and control, and then they were followed up basically every 6 months. So the data were made public, and so, not just are the researchers that Progressa had hired to do these independent evaluations. There have been many, many evaluations that have been done of the initial years of the Prospera program. So I have a paper with Petra Todd is a Journal of Economic Literature from 2017 that summarizes basically what we know about the effects of Prospera. There's over 100. It's got to be now, by now, one of the most studied social programs in the world for sure. So just in 2017, we summarized more than 100 studies published in kind of leading economics, political science journals. And basically, what was the story of those evaluations was they found pretty positive effects, right? So on a lot of different variables. So obviously, it's not really so obvious, but there was an effect on reducing poverty. So because of the transfers, there's an effect on reducing current poverty, but also, there was better consumption patterns. So people spent more on kids, they spent more on food, they spent more on kids' clothing. They did not spend more on, or they just didn't report it, but they did not apparently spend more on sort of more adult goods like alcohol or cigarettes or something like that. There were also, very interestingly and related to the talk, effects on education and children's health. So there were really, we searched far and wide for studies that potentially showed negative effects, and they were pretty few. So there was one that actually, this very interesting early study looking at effects on the environment, arguing that there might be effects on deforestation. But other than that, it was these results, they seemed sort of very positive. So my argument, or one of my arguments, is that had a big effect on other countries. The IDB and the World Bank also were promoting these programs, and these publications showed, that there were really pretty positive effects. So overall, the point is that these evaluation studies contributed to a scale up, not just within Mexico, because when the RCT was done, it was a very small program. It grew to cover 7 million households, but it also contributed to a scale up of new programs around the world, many of which now have kind of their own evaluation. Okay, so the sudden rollback of this program gives us sort of a unique natural experiment to study whether these positive effects that were observed, particularly on children, so whether they'll be maintained. So part of a more general question about the effects of transfer programs. Do program impacts persist after transfers end? And there are a few studies with that question that we're aware of. I cite them here, and they look mostly at pilot studies. Okay, so some of these RCTs of transfers, often RCTs, they're small, they're pilot, and those always end. Right? So the case of the Prospera, the CCT, is one of a large nationwide program that continued. Okay, so that's sort of a major difference with this study. But what other studies have done have said, okay, we have this pilot study of transfer, and what happens after our pilot ends? You still see, later on, positive impacts. If you observe positive impacts during the period of study of the program, do those effects continue even after the program ends? So that's sort of very much in the spirit of what we're doing, but we are sort of studying this at like much larger national level. So almost, one day from the next, the program disappears. Okay, so what did the program do? Conditioned monetary transfers to poor families on human capital investment. That was the innovation, this idea of a conditional transfer. So in the Mexican case, those conditions were regular school attendance. 85% of the time you had to attend school, otherwise you wouldn't get the scholarship amount that month. The Mexican program also had a transfer component that was conditional to regular health clinic visits. That was a fixed transfer per household. I'll show a schedule of the transfers in a minute. Another noteworthy aspect, the transfers are given directly to the female head of household. This also motivated a lot of studies of effects of the program on women's status. So those effects are more nuanced, I would say, than education, health, poverty effects. So the average at the height of the program was about $50 monthly. So this was about a third of baseline income. So this, significant increase in income to a large number of families. So most of the beneficiaries were in rural areas. So about 75% of beneficiaries were in kind of high poverty agricultural areas. The program was means tested. I won't say too much about that, but there have been sort of good evaluations of the targeting mechanism showing that the program was pretty good at targeting families in extreme poverty. It was, as you might imagine, sort of an attractive program, offering substantial cash transfers to these families. And so, of those who were offered the program, those who qualified, nearly everybody accepted. Okay, so that's kind of important for methodological reasons as well. We don't really have people selecting in and out of the program. Okay, so here's, does this have a light thing? No, don't worry if it does. It does? Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn this off. It's not the red dot. Okay, got it. Yeah. Got it. All right. Okay, so here, just to give you an idea of how the program worked. So this is schedule of the grants that were linked to going to school. And so the grants, so the family every month would get, or every 2 months would get, basically the sum of these payments in terms of how many kids they had in school and in which grades. So if you had a third-year-old boy, a boy in third grade, you would get 60 pesos as long as he went to school, he was enrolled in school and went to school 85% of the times in the past 2 months. Okay, so you can see that, as you expect, these grants go up with age with the grade, sort of reflecting higher opportunity costs of work for kids. One kind of interesting thing that hasn't been studied that much is the grants were higher for girls than for boys. So that was I think that was kind of I don't want to call it a mistake, but it was motivated by girls having higher dropout than boys after 6th grade in rural Mexico. And that's sort of true, but it also turns out that boys are more likely to fail grades. So when you look at sort of overall attainment, girls and boys, even in rural communities, look kind of similar. So you might kind of worry that this would create kind of a distortion. So the evidence is that doesn't seem to be the case. So maybe after all it was a good design, but I feel like the design was a bit based on only looking at enrollment versus looking at completed years of schooling. Anyway, so 2 points of the grants, they go up with grade, and they're a little higher for girls in secondary school. So partly because of the initial evaluation results, which showed an increase in so kids attending school, particularly at the secondary level. The government extended the program to high school. This happened in 2002. So another way to give some context to these numbers is this sort of 660 was very close to the minimum wage. So for somebody in their last year of high school. So there were maximum amounts. This was done to avoid, the idea that economists always worry about, that people have more kids if they can get more benefits. So there are these sort of maximum amounts on, how much you can receive. Okay, so here is just a general graph that shows kind of how the program grew over time. So this was back in 1997, 1998 was when the RCT was done. And then you can see there's a pretty big scale up over time. So the program, basically remains pretty rural. So there's the last few years of the program before its elimination, more urban areas were added, but you can see that still it was a program focused on rural areas. And the evidence I'm going to talk about today is focused on rural areas. Any questions so far? Y'all are very polite.
1,000 is one.
Yeah, so that says thousands of households.
6,000 or 6 million?
6 million.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So yeah, sorry, that's in Spanish, my graph. But yeah, so at its peak, you can see there are about 7 million household beneficiaries, and this is communities. So in 120,000 communities. So community is defined as a rural community is defined as an area with 2,500 inhabitants or less. So Mexico has thousands and thousands and thousands of small communities. So that's where most of the beneficiaries are. Okay, this just is gives you an idea of kind of the scale up of the program. So, it was really, here's sort of the early years, the first 3 years of the program, then, the next 5 years, the next 5 years. So the darker the color is, the larger the proportion of beneficiaries that were enrolled during that time. So, basic point of these maps is just to show us a nationwide program and with sort of households coming into the program all the time. Okay, so what were the education impacts of Prospera, since we're going to study what happens after the program is eliminated? So what were, in fact, the effects of the program? And these were some of the principal results that I think motivated the sort of expansion of the program within Mexico and also out. So basically what you saw was an increase in secondary school enrollment. So in Mexico, that's from 6th to 7th grade. And so what the program sort of did at the beginning was that, it was common for kids to drop out after 6th grade. So if you were sort of lucky enough that your family was offered the program while you were in 6th grade, that increased a lot the probability that you would go on to secondary school. So it didn't have huge effects on enrollment in primary school, even though there were also grants there, and that's largely because even in poor areas of Mexico in the 90s, like nearly all kids went to primary school. Okay, so there wasn't a lot of room to increase primary school enrollment. And so what you see in the initial years of the program is you see basically a big increase in kids in secondary school. Okay, so what you see in the medium run, so this is kind of like how my life has been, like 20 years ago, I evaluated kind of the short-term effects, and then the medium-term effects, and the long-term effects. Now I'm evaluating the effects of the disappearance of the program. So anyway, so the medium-term effects, so, kind of what happens over the sort of 5 to 10 years is what you, so this is not a program that takes kids who dropped out of primary school and leads them to complete college. Okay, that is not the effect of the program. The overall effect was still significant. So basically increased years of schooling by about a year. Okay, So rather than having about 6 or 7 years of schooling, this program, if you were sort of born into it and received it for a number of years, your family, that increased, and I'm going to show a graph with these results, that increased your level of schooling by about 1 year. I'm sorry, was there another question? Okay, so this is, I wanted to sort of summarize what we know about, so I talked a bit about the short-term effects and the medium-term effects of education. One question that everybody's sort of been interested in with CCTs, and it's still extremely relevant, particularly for all the other CCT programs still operating around the world, what are the long-term effects, right? Because, sort of critics of CCTs, what they might say is, so you pay families to send their kids to school. Of course, the kids go to school more, right? But if the schools are no good, then this is not going to have much of an effect on their future. So this idea that you have that they get more education and then they grow up and they get better jobs, that's sort of not going to happen. All you're really doing is just paying them to sit in a bad school for longer. Okay, so a big question is there really this intergenerational effect on kids who grow up with a program? Are their lives going to be better off because of the CCT? That's a super important policy question. So I have a recent paper that tries to answer that question using data carried out before the program was eliminated, where we try and see, okay, so kids that got this extra year of education that I was talking about, do they get better jobs? Do they work more? What is sort of the longer term effects of this program on what we call the next generation, the kids who sort of grew up in a household that got this conditional cash transfer during their youth. Okay, so this graph kind of summarizes what we find in the paper, and so let me just go over it a bit. So here what we find, and this is, when I said there weren't really differences by gender, so this is years of schooling. So the program overall, it increases, this is in percentage terms, increases completed years of schooling by about 15%. So that's basically going from 6 to 7 years of secondary school. Okay, and those effects are, they're basically the same for girls and boys, for men and women. Okay, so these are all, so this sample are people in their late 20s, basically, and they are a sample that has sort of grown up with the program relative to the comparison group. Okay, so what we sort of really want to know, what we've, at least I've been wanting to know for many years, is does this program actually help kids other than getting them more education, right? So do they get better jobs when they, go out to the workforce? And so what we found is that the story is for women, yes, right? So this program has a very large effect if you grew up with this program. The increase in the probability of you working outside of the home, so having a paid job basically, or receiving some kind of income, increases by about 40% for women in these communities. That seems enormous. Part of the reason it's so large is because pre-program, these are rural communities where very few women work outside the home. So only about 25% work outside of the home. So this represents an increase of about 10 percentage points. Okay, so it still means that only 35% of women are working outside the home, but it's a big increase as a result of Prospera. We don't see any effect on men. This is partly because men tend to be working with or without the program, so regardless of kind of what their education level is. So basically the story here is in terms of what happens to kids who grow up with the program. They all get, some more education, but the sort of effects on work and earnings that we're waiting to see or looking to see seem to happen a lot more for women than for men, as you can see by these bars. But on individual earnings, these, the increase in earnings is so large because of this big increase in the probability of women working with the program. Yeah.
This is the progresa, meaning they handing to go
Yeah.
the income of the.
Correct. So this is the counterfactual is not growing up with progressive, right? So it's not just the education effect. I'm sort of arguing that's a big part of it, but it's the effect of the whole family receiving this packet of benefits. Okay. Was that your question?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. One coming.
Something that I noticed there that is very interesting. I mean, I understand that probably a lot of these effects on women is because the baseline was very low. So the jumps are big precisely because there was so much gender inequalities pre-program. But the variance is also very wide, and it's wider for women than men. So do you have something further to say on that? Is that a construct from the data, or there is something going on also that for most of these effects, the variance is larger for women?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that there's more variance in or less constant participation, I think. So we've done a lot of robustness checks. So in these, they're pretty robust. So my co-author is very neurotic and doesn't ever want to publish, not say that, not publish anything unless it's like 100% true. And so we have done an abominable number of robustness checks, which are an updated version of the paper on the web. But so, yeah, so we're fairly confident in these results. So where we're honest, I think, well, we're honest in the whole paper, but we say it's not so clear what the story is for men, right? So that would be another sort of conclusion you might take. Well, okay, men got some more education, but what about, it doesn't look like there are any significant effects on their earnings or work. And so that, that's what we find. One reason we might find that that we can't do much with in this paper is migration. So we do have in our sample migrants within Mexico, but if you migrate to the US, you wouldn't be in our sample. So it could be that the men who migrated to the US were precisely those who sort of benefited most. That's less of a problem for the women because many fewer of them migrate. I don't think that would change the whole story because, what proportion of men migrate to, the US in our age group, maximum 8%. Right. Yeah.
Quality of skill jobs and such a penalty. Better jobs.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. In the paper, we look some more at things like formal sector, informal sector, occupation. So, and this actually kind of goes back to the big variance in earnings. On occupations, I looked at, okay, so what are the occupations where women are increasing their work? So, and it's kind of like my example about, okay, this is not taking kids and getting them into college. This is not, taking women and getting them into, high-end professional jobs, right? So you see a lot more service jobs. You see a big increase in domestic work. I mean, so even, the reason or a big reason that earnings go up so much is women are working more. It's less, in my opinion, I argue about this with my co-author, but it's less that their wage has gone up. So per hour. Okay. All right. So that's kind of my introduction to the story of the program. So now I'll move to kind of the last half to focus, okay, what happened when the program vanished in spite of all this positive evidence. All right, so the program started in 1997. In July of 2018, AMLO, López Obrador, was elected president of Mexico. In October of 2018, so after the election, AMLO said very clearly, no social programs will be canceled in my administration. Here's a newspaper headline saying that Prospera won't be canceled or any other social program. He took office in December of 2018, and then in June of 2019, the program was basically dismantled. So this headline says, so by presidential order, Prospera disappears, and the resources, the budget had already been allocated for the program for that year, will be used for education scholarships. So that's what happened. Okay, all right. So basically, this, let me say a bit more of the story. So this created, there's not a lot documented. So we've documented some, but kind of what was the process? So there was a substitute program, right? Because you had sort of this budget that was there, and that was allocated to other scholarship programs. There was a lot of confusion about, so who's going to get this new substitute program, right? So it was not the case that everybody who was a Prospera beneficiary before was automatically shifted. So they did sort of re-interviews of households to see supposedly whether they still qualified. So this was sort of a mess for a few months before kind of the substitute program got up and running. So the substitute program, which I'll talk about more at the end, was just for scholarships. So the health component, this component where you paid people according to if they went for their monthly health clinic visit, all of that sort of disappeared. Okay, it was converted to basically an education program that was much less conditional. Okay, so what do we do? So we asked a really simple question in this part of the paper, which is just to say, okay, sorry, I'm going to go back. So the program disappeared in June of 2019. So school starts in Mexico in August, September. And so we said, we're just going to look at what happens to enrollment in August, September of 2019. And we're going to compare it to enrollment in 2018. Okay, and we're going to use, for identifying a diff and diff strategy, looking at areas that had a lot of beneficiaries versus areas that had fewer beneficiaries. And I can talk about that. So the data we used for that, Mexico has great data basically, and for kind of applied micro topics. So one of this great data is the ANOE, which is a survey of occupation and employment. And it's a large quarterly labor market survey that's been carried out since 2005. It has a large sample. What's great for us is it has school attendance and years of schooling and time studied. So basically, we're going to merge administrative information on Prospera receipt at the municipality level, which is like county, to the ANOE. So we have this measure, kind of our central independent variable, Prospera intensity. Okay, so what's that? That's the proportion of households enrolled in Prospera at the time of rollback, okay, 2018, divided by the number of total households in the municipality based on the 2010 census. Okay, so this is what we would expect is that after rollback, if there's a negative effect on school enrollment, that effect should be larger in municipalities that had a lot of Prospera benefits versus municipalities that had fewer Prospera benefits. Okay, so that's here. This is the equation. which is basically the interaction is our sort of diff and diff effect of the estimate of the effect of the disappearance of the program. So rollback is, T is 2019 versus 2018, and interacted with the enrollment intensity. So basically what proportion of households in the municipality were receiving the program. So beta 1 captures the immediate effect of rollback, comparing municipalities with more and less pre-rollback prosperity intensity before and after rollback occurred. Okay, so it's a pretty straightforward diff and diff. Just check on time. Okay, so I still have about 15 minutes, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the program focused primarily in rural areas, as I showed you, and so we expect that if there are effects of the program disappearing, we expect those effects to be higher in rural areas. So we're gonna test that. We're gonna test whether the effects of rollback, we'll look at rural communities and semi-urban communities. And we have looked at urban areas, and those effects look sort of very small. I'm not going to show those today, but I'd be happy to talk about them. And so we distinguish rural from semi-urban because that's sort of a useful distinction for us, and the NOI happens to be representative at that level. So that's also sort of convenient for our analysis. Okay, so these graphs give a basic idea of what happened before and after rollback, and these are basically poor areas. So here's boys. So basically the blue is before rollback and the green is after rollback. So what you see is not much change in these sort of early years where you're starting school. But you see actually, and so this isn't controlling for anything. Basically, this is just looking at overall enrollment in poor areas comparing 2018, 2009. But what normally you expect, enrollment is sort of continuously increasing over time, for all age groups in Mexico. So it's striking to see just this, this simple graph showing that for certain age groups, the proportion enrolled in school for boys goes down. We don't really see that for girls. Maybe some small changes, but nothing that looks terribly important or big. Okay, so here's the results. So basically what we're interested in, this is the program intensity interacted with after rollback. And so this gives us the proportion, the percentage point change in the probability of attending school. And basically you can see, so this is for all areas. So this is a nationwide level. So this is negative, not statistically significant. In fact, it's not statistically significant for any groups, except for, surprisingly, maybe this group 6 to 12, finding a sort of statistically significant negative coefficient. So we're like, okay, well, let's look at rural areas, which is where we'd expect the effects to be bigger, and see what we find. Okay, so here are the results just looking at rural areas. These are basically the areas where, 70% of households in rural areas received the program for, many, many years. So what happens to enrollment in school when the program suddenly disappears? So this is in the fall after the program was rolled back. And so actually what we're seeing is no significant effects on girls, although the coefficient is negative. We're seeing a pretty large, so these are kids 6 to 18, so a 4 percentage point reduction in the probability of attending school. Then when we break it down by age group, it looks, this effect looks, it's smaller in terms of the coefficient, but less variance. Okay, so this initial result is certainly suggestive that something is happening with school enrollment related to the program. Okay, then we look at semi-urban areas. So these are semi-urban areas. I should have the definition. It's basically communities that have 2,500 inhabitants, more than 2,500 up to 10,000. And here we don't see any effects of rollback. Yeah.
Thank you. So I guess that during the time that the Progresa was working, they have any way to control that the kids show up at the school every day, fingerprints, whatever. After this program was already, disentangled,
Yep.
dismantled, pardon, what they did, they continue counting kids because what I don't know is enrollment means whatever. If there is not a real control, probably what you have is a lower bound. I mean, still kids
Yeah.
are enrolled in the school, but they are not showing up. That is my concern.
Right. So
That my prediction is that this is much, much stronger.
yeah, so first, let me just answer your first question, which was, so how was this monitored, right? Like I said earlier, to get payments, kids had to be in school 85% of the time. So teachers take attendance, and then those records would be sent to the Ministry of Social Development, and they would verify, okay, who had attended school and who had not. So I presume that teachers are still taking attendance. They're not sending the attendance records, necessarily back for the purposes of, paying the social program, although they may still be forwarding them to, to the Ministry of Education. But the other half of my answer is that this analysis comes from a household survey, right, where parents are asked about which kids are in school. Right. And so that's not, so this, my measure of enrollment and attendance here has nothing to do with progressive, right? It's asked as part of the nationwide survey. This is a survey that's in fact used to measure, it's the official survey for measuring unemployment.
Parents say the survey.
Yeah.
At the meaning of going or not.
Yeah. So, but do you think that would change before and after Prospera, or it's like the census?
I would say that
Because this is not what.
So what? Obviously, I have no idea. This is just only my intuition. Is that still the parents will continue saying and feeling, that their kids are going, although they are not doing that often. I don't know if I'm right, but.
Yeah, so I mean, we could, I think, there are sort of aggregate statistics published by the Ministry of Education on enrollment. So we could try to sort of confirm these numbers. Again, it's relying on what the teachers say about who attended school that day. But I agree. I mean, that it's based on, self-reported.
Also, because I think that is a bit shameful, no? To recognize yourself that because you are not getting the money, you are not bringing the kids to the school again. So it's not the easy answer, at least.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I guess, the only thing I would say it's a survey to measure unemployment. It's not in any way connected to, if people showed up from the Ministry of Social Development saying, I want to ask you a survey about your kids going to school, I would worry a lot more. But yeah, I can't guarantee that there isn't a bias, and it could go the other way too. It might be positive, might be negative.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so this is a falsification test because you might not believe my identification strategy. So we just pretend that the rollback was carried out a year earlier and check to see, whether if there were a significant effect here, then we would worry that we're really not capturing the effect of rollback. So we sort of repeat the exercise in the year prior to rollback. Okay, so nothing happens in terms of, the program. The program's the same in between 2017, 2018. And so we interact that year dummy with the Prospera intensity. And even in rural areas, we don't see any, we don't see any significant effects. In fact, all the coefficients except one are positive, whereas in our other results, the coefficients were generally negative and insignificant. So this is suggestive that our empirical strategy is capturing effects of the rollback. Okay, I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip this. This is just looking at different quarters. I'll just skip that. I'm surprised I haven't gotten this question yet, because usually I can't get past slide 2 without being asked about the substitute program. So what happened? Because this, as I've sort of been emphasizing, it's a big thing, such a big program to be eliminated sort of unexpectedly. So what actually happened? So the program was sort of formally dismantled by this presidential order. The health and nutrition component completely disappeared. And what happened to the funds? So they were transferred to the Ministry of Education, and they created a new program called Becas Benito Juárez. And that consisted of sort of 2 components. One was a fixed family grant that was just the same for families with kids. So every family that had kids enrolled in school below 9th grade would get 800 pesos. So that's a big change, because before it depended how many kids you had and what grades they are. And here so it's still conditional, but it's sort of a big change in the structure of benefits, and attendance isn't monitored. Okay, so you basically just show whether you have at least one child enrolled at the beginning of the school year. And the other change was that now, this is for kids below 9th grade. What about high school? So high school youth would receive an amount of 800 pesos, but actually that would go to the high school kid, right? And not to the mom. So before, like, the mom would get all of the household benefits. And now with this policy change, for high school students receive directly. So one, this is a big change, but one implication for many households, if you have, just kids under 9th grade, which is a lot of households, actually you're going to get less benefits with this program, even if you manage to enroll in it, with all the operational issues, which in fact, the sort of the research that we have suggests that there were delays and exclusions of significant proportions of Prospera beneficiaries. In a sense, this question is kind of like, what's the counterfactual? Is it complete rollback, or is it kind of a partial rollback in that some families still get some benefits? And that's what we sort of are trying to, answer with this analysis of the substitute program. And my sort of best judgment is that initially it's, sort of maybe the promise of a new program, but most families were not receiving the program by the time they had to make enrollment decisions for the fall. Okay. All right. So, so how many families did get these new benefits? And so you can see this is actually a pretty, so Prospera, this was at the moment of rollback. You can see in rural areas, 49% of the population was receiving. This is much lower in urban areas and semi-urban areas. And when you look at the Benito Juárez, so look at these high school student grants, for instance, 38% urban areas, 43% in semi-urban, 42% in rural areas. So this became pretty much a universal type of grant to high school kids. And then even, for the family grant, which is kind of the closest to being a substitute for the original Prospera program, you have a much smaller percentage of families receiving. And this is coverage in January. So this is 6 months after kids have already started school. Okay, so this is kind of when they had this program up and rolling. Okay, so I just wanted to give the story of the substitute program. One other thing we're working on, and maybe I think I'll just sort of skip over this, was saying, okay, what type of family is better off? Is there any type of family that's better off with, the becas Benito Juarez? And, if you have sort of older kids, you might be, or I'm sorry, if you have just kids like in elementary school, you might be better off. Like if you have one fourth grader, then you'll be getting more under the new program. But for most cases, you're probably getting less. It really depends. Let me just skip that because that's not that. All right, I'm going to start wrapping up. Still have a 1 minute. Oh boy. Okay. All right. So basically, we see a sort of a significant immediate reduction in school enrollment in the fall and winter of 2019 due to the rollback. Larger impacts in the rural areas where the program operated. So overall reduction of about 3 to 4 percentage points in enrollment for primary and secondary school age youth. The effects are seen primarily for boys. And this actually kind of surprising, because as I sort of said earlier, when the program was implemented, there were more effects on enrollment in secondary school, and there was really no effects on enrollment in primary school. So it's pretty surprising to see this, but actually, and this is why I sort of brought up the substitute programs, this potentially related to, in fact, lower benefits and lower coverage of substitute programs in rural areas. All right, how big are these effects? They're pretty big. So the size of the reduction is about half to 2/3 the size of the increase in enrollment in the first year of the program. So that's pretty big. So, one thing I forgot to mention, our data are all carried out. We have about a year after the program ended before COVID starts. So these results are all based on pre-COVID. To look kind of at the longer term effects of the rollback of the program, where we have the contamination of the COVID or the extra shock on top. So, I don't know how well we'll be able to do to isolate those two shocks. But I will say that this has definitely not been a great period for families in Mexico, the elimination of Prospera, and then on top of that, COVID. So why don't I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Susan. So we
Thanks for a very interesting presentation. I'm from Mexico, so it has an extra value, emotional value here. So I guess touching a bit Pablo's point, eventually, do you think you might have access to attendance data to see, effects there beyond just enrollment? And my second question is, I didn't get it right. So the program was canceled a month or two before school started, and if so, I wonder if the enrollment decision and the actual enrollment had already happened, and that might be lowering your potential effect, and maybe this could be captured in the academic year that follows. Thanks.
Yeah, so those are really good questions. So I should clarify the actual question that we're using is, asiste a la escuela. Do you attend school? Right. And so that's sort of enrollment, that's sort of attendance. So, but what we do have that, I haven't looked at yet is hours spent studying. Okay, so that might be a better indicator of attendance versus enrollment. But I don't, I don't envision anytime soon getting those sorts of records from the Minister of Education, unfortunately. But Chico. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. It's for the online, yeah. No, I just I wanted to ask you about this word surprising, because if those of us who've been inculcated with this idea that the conditions really mattered, it would really, and if you know that this program is being replaced with another program that gives you money if you stay in high school, then I would exactly expect it to have affected the primary school ages, right? So in a sense, it's almost like the high school parents may have believed that the government would have been able to roll out the Benito Juarez things and they would still get 800 pesos or something. So then there is no impact in there. I know you just said you're asking about what's happened afterwards, but in some sense, it's precisely the group that they shifted away from,
Yeah.
which is in primary school, right?
Right. Yes. So I think that's possible. It's really negative implication. So I want to be careful. But yeah, I think it's possible that's what's happening. Yes, please.
So, actually, so it sounds to me that the awareness about the benefits somehow. So, open ability sounds like it's about we go back. So what we could have change aspirations of parents or
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, it's an important question. I think that it doesn't necessarily have to be that, oh, because parents, didn't learn that schooling is good. It could be, okay, they don't have this money right anymore. And so kid has to go back to work, right? I mean, so it could just be sort of an economic effect. I mean, if you expect, the program, when it started, we wrote like some of these theory papers saying that, okay, you're subsidizing schools, so we expect more kids to go to school. And now we took away that subsidy, so we expect fewer kids to go to school. In that sense, it's not all that that's surprising. So, what could have, I'm not sure. I want to think some more about that question before I answer. But I think not necessarily, I don't think it necessarily was the answer, like saying giving more information. So because you're making a big change in households' economic circumstances, if they're getting 30% of their income and now that's suddenly taken away. So I mean, I think that even if you had an information campaign, that might not have stopped this.
do you see any changes in behaviors, outcomes, pregnancy?
Yeah, so that we haven't looked at it. That would have to react. That would have to react very fast because we're only studying the year after the program was rolled back. So, there would have to be an immediate effect, like for us to be able to observe effects on births a year later. So what we do see some, though, however, is, and actually I didn't have time to present those, but we look at effects on infant mortality because those, with the program, there were big effects within a year or two of reducing infant mortality due to infectious diseases. And actually, we're seeing within a year of some tendency towards an increase in infant mortality. And we think that we also are seeing an increase in births at home. So, so that, again, it's all very important, so that's sort of what we're seeing initially. But I think that it's too early to see what happens for teenage pregnancy.
Okay, given that my reputation about keeping the time there properly, so at least like supposed to finish it after I would have. So thank you very much, César. ¿Ah? Sí, no, o sea, I know it's very short term.
Yeah.
Very, very like
Of course.
This
right.
one. I was wondering, I don't know if you have any data or if it's.
Which is the Department of Impact Evaluation. And he's not only a very good friend of mine, but also I had the opportunity to work with him in a couple of impact evaluations, as well as properly in the design of a very large randomized control trial in Nigeria. So, and then together we had been discovering a lot of things of the country that I hope we can share with you today a little bit. But in addition to that, let me just emphasize that he also works quite a lot on human capital, so on sexual behavior, education, environment, gender issues. He funded and led the mass media educational entertainment group in DIME. And he is indeed a big guy for educational entertainment nowadays. He just hangs around with Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie and all those folks. So, and Ericka Rascón. So it's a pleasure to welcome you, Victor. All yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to Loyola, to ETEA Foundation. Beautiful city to be hanging out in a conference. I'll be talking about 5-6 randomized controlled trials we're doing in the space of human capital. And they try to make the business case for policymakers and researchers, of course, that we need to invest in innovation, something like Progresa, right, 20 years ago. That was a crazy radical idea, but then the RCTs show that they're scalable, that they're cost effective, and that they're better investments than status quo interventions. And that such innovations, in this case, are in the space of entertainment media, edutainment, the use of entertainment media with development objectives, as well as apps, right? Today, 1 out of 2 adults worldwide uses social media every day, right? Penetration rates of social media and smartphones in developing countries are growing rapidly. So this, if it works, we're looking at very cost-effective, very scalable solutions to address the many crises that are happening right now. An outline of my talk, I'll briefly talk about my sponsor, right, DIME. Then we'll discuss a couple of RCTs we're doing in Nigeria that are being conducted offline, mainly community screenings, followed by a couple of RCTs we're doing in India for social media campaigns, some ongoing work. In this ongoing work, we've been developing in the last few years open source platforms that are very useful for our RCTs, but also are great public goods for other folks to also run randomized controlled trials of social media campaigns or to use better proxies for learning for poverty status of households using smartphones. So I'll briefly talk about that. And if I have time, I'll talk about some of the policy impact work we're doing. So a word from the sponsor. I work in the Department of Development Impact Evaluation Department, DIME, which sits in the bank's research group. It's an at-scale program, right? We have over 200 impact evaluations in over 50 countries across all World Bank sectors, from health to education. I lead the entertainment education or edutainment program, a combination of working with traditional partners on the left side, governments, also traditional partner of World Bank work. But the more novelty here is that we're working with celebrities, social influencers, as well as global media firms like MTV, Discovery, and the regional equivalents like Population Foundation of India. as motivation. So a lot of studies, systematic reviews across different sectors show that information campaigns, especially with traditional formats, right, what might be effective for improving knowledge, they're not very effective in promoting behavior change, especially in the medium term and long term. They often fail to get the attention of individuals, like that billboard, right, where you saw it once and then you just stop seeing that billboard, or that they fail to reach individuals at a deeper level. You know, we're not homo economicus after all, right? We're humans. So, you know, talking to the heart is as important as talking to the mind. Or that a lot of interventions, given their clearly educational objective, could be perceived by audiences as preachy. And no one likes to be preached at. And there's a lot of research, especially with adolescents, male adolescents, that show that once a youth perceives that preachy tone, you might actually trigger boomerang effects, opposite effects. So, okay, so that's a lot of the challenges we're facing. But of course, we need scalable and cost-effective social and behavior change communications if we want to reach the SDGs. This is especially true for generalized epidemics that require targeting not a small fraction of a population, but obviously for the general population, right? I'm thinking here like HIV in many parts of the world, or violence against women, where worldwide 1 out of 3 women have experienced violence in their lives, or the learning crisis. 87% of African children are learning poor, measured as 10-year-old kids that cannot read a basic sentence. And of course, COVID is worsening a lot of these global pandemics. Now, I think when researchers, we engage policymakers, often there's that issue of like, well, I want you to evaluate my program, and that's how it is currently designed, even though that research might show that, hey, you know, maybe it's not the best intervention right now. There's space for improving it. There's a lot of, you know, inertia against adopting innovations. And I think a lot of our work is to push policymakers to incorporate innovations in their more traditional investments when possible. So let me start with the research in Nigeria. By the way, because I'm talking about 5-6 RCTs, if you don't mind providing your clarification questions while I'm talking, but the longer questions maybe towards the end. Okay, so edutainment is we believe is an effective instrument to promote behavior change. In theory, it works, right? A character can serve as a role model. A very popular show can signal that the social norm is being portrayed, right? That cool youth, basically believe in these more progressive values in a given community. We did a meta-analysis a few years ago showing that this approach was effective in developing and developed countries. Let me start with the first RCT. This is a study of the MTV Shuga drama, which is broadcasted in over 70 countries. And we studied the 3rd season, though the show focuses on HIV messaging, mostly promoting HIV testing and you know, reducing risky sexual behaviors. The 3rd season included a short storyline on domestic violence, and you see there some of the stories, right, that are happening here in the show. It's a cluster randomized controlled trial. The study is with Abhijit Banerjee and Elena La Ferrara. I'm the non-famous co-author there. We randomize across 80 communities in 80 community centers. The treatment who watched Shuga 3 hours of the 3rd season, and a controlled show which more or less was a similar format, but that lacked either positive or negative HIV and GBV messaging. We wanted to have these community screenings in order to net out the effect of the community screening of the delivery mechanism, right? And we provided no further HIV because, again, we wanted to focus on the effect of the TV drama. collected a baseline. 8 months later, we collected a follow-up survey. And in the follow-up survey, at the end, we invited them to health camps, we called them, where we gave them information where they could get tested for HIV in a piece of paper with the address of nearby HIV testing centers, which had a little code. And in that code allowed us to track to see if individuals actually went to get tested or not, an objective measure for HIV testing. We did not learn the result of their results, of their tests. We also collected urine samples to test for a common STD in the study area, chlamydia. For this study and for the other studies I'll be mentioning, it's basically an ANCOVA study when we have baseline values. You know, standard errors are at the level of randomization, all that stuff. There's baseline balance in these studies, low attrition rates, so little concerns for attrition. So the results of this CV drama is that we see an improvement in knowledge and attitudes, right? In the order of 0.13 and 0.10 standard deviations. One of the survey instruments usually are from items from the Demographic and Health Survey, the DHS, but also we added a few questions more aligned with the TV drama, such as this case of would you allow an HIV positive boy play football? That was one of the storylines, and we see an effect there. But we really cared about a behavior change, especially for the objective measures of behavior change. So we see that HIV testing doubled from 2 to 4, a rare outcome, therefore, you know, increases are larger. That's an objective measure of behavior change. Sexual concurrency, having more than one partner at a time, there was a reduction. It was halved. Self-reported chlamydia infections through the collection of the urine sample. Those were reduced by half for both men and women, although it was only statistically significant for women. When we directly ask questions on gender-based violence, we see no effects, but we also collected, we used items list techniques, right, as a way to add a privacy layer to get a more realistic, less biased maybe view, given such a taboo that GBV might represent. This techniques basically, you know, instead of saying, hey, have you engaged in violence or did your partner engage in violence directly, we randomize 2 sets of questions. The first set has 4 questions. The second has 5 questions. And it's the 5th question which has the sensitive questions, right? Like if you've engaged in violence. And there you simply ask survey respondents if how many of these items are true, right? And then you can retrieve the estimate for that sensitive question. So great results on knowledge, attitudes, and most importantly on behavior change, on self-reported and objective measures. On terms of mechanisms, we see that program immersion or program transportation, that you know you're engaged in the show, and character identification, you liking the characters, you're identifying with characters, are important drivers of these effects. These are not experimental, these are interaction coefficients. For example, an increase in 1 standard deviation, how immersed an individual was in the show, increases knowledge by 0.45 standard deviations. So that's great. Now, that study was with urban youth in Southwest Nigeria. So we went north in a more traditional setting, low literate rural area where a lot of the evidence base is quite scarce. And we wanted to see if edutainment screenings combined with the provision of smartphones preloaded with apps could make a dent on literacy, on school outcomes, impacts. So, as you can see, some of these statistics, the setting is quite challenging, where scoring 0 in the early grade reading assessment, a common early grade literacy and test, is quite common. 40% of adults lack formal education. A third of girls get married before the age of 15. So very difficult challenge. So here, what we test with Ericka Rascón, also here I'm the non-famous co-author, is a 5-day combined intervention. Treatment 1, only the community screenings. Treatment 2, in other communities, it's a clustered RCT, we gave to a third of community attendees a smartphone preloaded with these 2 apps, a gamified game, Feed the Monster, where you learn, the basics of reading. And then the other app is a digital library in the mother tongue of Hausa. There's a lot of research showing that it's better to learn first in the tongue at home that you speak and not the global language that is often taught in schools. The community screenings, well, you're seeing there, the production was provided by Discovery Channel Foundation. They have done a lot of formative research in northern Nigeria. They knew pretty much how to talk to folks. Ericka also did a lot of editing and selecting which were the best messaging to be used for our intervention and study. The events were opened by the community leaders, right, who would endorse the new norm, right, that education, especially girl education, is in line with traditional values. After the screenings, we had female NGO facilitators who would present a female role model, right, in status of power, leading these post-screening discussions. There were on average around 65 households, mom, dad, and a 6 to 9-year-old child. So they were quite packed, these places. Results were quite impressive. The targeted child, there you go. Yeah. Okay. So 0.5 standard deviations in terms of on average for literacy and numeracy, quite large effects for the target child, but also we find massive spillovers for other household members, a smartphone. But by the way, these are the results for the combined intervention, right? The 5-day intervention that combined the community screenings and the provision of smartphones. Just the community screenings improved a lot of aspirational outcomes, attitudes, and school enrollment by reduce not attending to school by 40%, but like a lot in the literature, we see no improvement in learning outcomes, right? Sadly, the supply side is so bad that even if we see an increase of 40% in school attendance, we don't see improvements in learning outcomes. But these are the results of combining both interventions. So as I was saying, there's very important spillover effects in the household where non-targeted older siblings, we see slightly smaller effects in terms of literacy and numeracy impacts, but also we see reductions in teenage pregnancies and early entrance into the labor market. We see this as evidence that a smartphone is a household asset, right? And the very good thing about smartphones is that you can pack them with many more apps, right? In our case, it was just these two apps. Thomas, who is here, he's been running a lot of the cost effectiveness, where we leverage this new methodology developed by Noam Angris and other folks that standardize the comparison of different educational outcomes, interventions in 2 types of outcomes, enrollment, access, and learning outcomes. So just restricting our cost effectiveness to the outcome of learning impacts of the main child, we see that it ranks quite well in terms of improving learning adjusted years of schooling, LACE. It ranks 5th place out of 74. So large effect sizes compared to other educational interventions. The intervention this combined intervention seems to hit a lot of the conclusions of this paper of Noam, where the intervention, in a way that these apps are adjusted to the kids' level. There's different levels of the books you could be reading. You can advance in the game conditional and you passing, the different levels. focusing on young children. And well, sorry, this is okay. It ranks well in terms of also cost effectiveness. It's in the top quartile once you consider the cost of this combined intervention. So that's great. We're planning a 4-year long-term follow-up survey towards the end of this year, where we want to know if this large effect we see here, if they continue, especially as children and their older siblings move into new life stages, right? Now, edutainment is not a silver bullet, stating the obvious, quality matters. We did a cluster randomized control trial in 150 middle schools in Mexico City, where we're evaluating an already at-scale intervention that reaches all 32 states of the country, of a program that aims to prevent addictions. And when my boss saw this show, it was during one of our workshops, she's like, oh, this is not the best quality I've seen, right? And it's also very explicit, so maybe there's going to be some boomerang effects here. But that's what the donor, in a way wanted us to evaluate. And well, she was right. And, it's always painful to say you were right, no? In this case, the boss. Even though the program usually brings kids to movie theaters, we thought, from a scalability point of view, it was better to also test bringing that production into the classrooms. So we did that as a second arm, and we find that the treatment students were more likely to consume alcohol and cigarettes than the control group. There was improvements in knowledge, but in terms of behaviors, it was the opposite effects. These are 13, 14-year-old children, so it's really bad. These adverse effects, and with the adverse effects focusing mostly on boys, and when going to the movie theater, we're exploring the mechanisms. There's some social norm story happening there, it seems. Okay, so as I was saying, half of humanity today, or of adults, check their social media every day. So the question is, does edutainment work for online populations? That's the work we're doing in India. And some of this work, especially in this open source research platforms we are developing with our partners, aim to target poor social media users and low literate, illiterate populations, which I'll describe in a minute. So the first study is on gender-based violence, or some of the statistics of the potential of social media. An average of 2.5 hours a day, being on your phone, checking out what your friends are doing or not doing. So there's a lot of space for development, really to focus in its investments, and especially for the behavior change communications. Okay, so the previous studies basically tried to make the case that content has to be persuasive, right? Edutainment could be one of those formats. Edutainment could mean, several interventions, right? It could be from TV dramas, documentaries, apps, social media campaigns. For some outcomes, like learning how to read, no matter how punchy a behavior change communication is, if you don't have a good educational tool to complement them with, then you're not going to improve learning outcomes, like the Northern Nigeria trial showed. So, for some outcomes like literacy, we need to complement these behavior change communications with apps. And to reach the target population, and that we have to make important efforts to target. Content alone is not going to work if we are not targeting our target populations. And I'll show some evidence about that. In the social media space, targeting often has the issue that optimization routines of these social media platforms and the behaviors of users usually send you to other directions than the ones you would like, reinforcing whatever you saw previously, and that could be a challenge if you want to send development campaigns their way. And of course, the importance of messengers. In terms of messengers, there's recent studies in Indonesia and India where having a messenger owning the vaccination campaign could make a big difference in terms of retweets in Twitter or in terms of COVID prevention behaviors in India. I think the case of India is very interesting because they massively send SMS messages, right, with a link to a 2.5-minute YouTube video clip where one of the co-authors, Abhijit Banerjee, is basically encouraging folks to keep social distancing, hand washing, and that study finds effects on these behaviors for those who received it, but also in treatment communities for folks who did not receive that SMS with that link to the YouTube video, similar effects, right? So important spillovers within the community and a super scalable intervention. You would agree, SMS messages with links to YouTube. Now, a little bit of background here is that social media tools are designed for often short-term objectives, such as clicks, purchases. A recent literature review of social media campaigns for social objectives finds that it's mostly these studies are mostly based on engagement measures. Again, like number of likes, fans, website activity. But researchers, policymakers care about the effect that these social media campaigns could have on knowledge, attitudes, and I think most importantly, behaviors, both self-reported and objective, and other more nuanced questions of how can we make social media campaigns more effective in terms of which formats should we be using, for which subpopulations, and for which sectors, right? These campaigns could work. And of course, the evidence base on social media is emerging. Ericka is doing a lot of this work in political space. And soon we'll be working with, could you play the video, please? Just clicking the black box. So let me show you this platform we developed with some data scientists from Barcelona that we're using now for a lot of our RCTs, but also our colleagues in the behavioral science unit EMBED of the bank have been scaling it up for a lot of COVID surveys, a partnership we have with Facebook in over 20 countries. It's kind of a cool gadget that uses Facebook Messenger chat, right? Where you could do your baseline surveys, right? Your follow-up surveys. You could have many follow-up surveys. You could also assign treatment, right? And the treatment, you could also get very credible TOT estimates because you know how many first, if they clicked a video or an ad, for how many seconds they watched it, right? So very, very credible take-up measures, objective measures, basically, of treatment adoption. Okay, I think that's fine. Thank you. Something very interesting about this social media potential of social media campaigns is that you could use that micro targeting functions of Facebook in your recruitment, right? Age and geographical location and other variables. Everyone knows how to chat by now, especially in urban areas, I guess. It's easier to collect panels because that's a difficult word, longitudinal panels, because you can leave, stop responding to a survey, and then we can always send you reminders like, hey, you forgot to finish it, right? Something that more traditional online surveys, it's much harder. As I was saying, we could do baseline follow-ups and assign different treatment in between and measure the adoption of treatment. You can monitor a lot of the statistics, how long it's taking them to fill your surveys, also for quality control of the data. Objective measures of behavior change. One is viewership, as I mentioned. The other is towards the end of the follow-up survey, we gave them links to our to websites where we assumed that we are hypothesized that the treatment would be more likely to watch the gender websites like Visiting You and Woman India, right? And you could measure that objectively. They clicked there, but also you can measure how many seconds, minutes they were away from virtual lab by clicking that website. So an objective measure, again, of online seeking behaviors in this case. At the end of the follow-up, we also provided them with the opportunity for people to add to their Facebook profile picture a banner, right? Ending violence against, I'm against, and I am for ending violence against women, an objective measure of how publicly you want to display your beliefs, right, in your Facebook community. So in the case of the study of India, there's a series of studies showing that even small dosages of edutainment can have an important effect on behaviors and reducing the incidence of violence against women. For example, our study in Nigeria of the MTV Sugar drama, but also Green in Uganda and Arias in Mexico, with less than 20 and 60 minutes, they actually have experimental evidence that shows that these interventions were done in a community setting. When you know that other community members heard the same message, right? It was effective, but when it was privately delivered to you, they find no effects, right? So evidence of social coordination, right? When receiving these messages. So social media, right? Its reach, everyone has probably many more friends in Facebook than they have in the, around them that they visit them. So there's that potential. On the other hand, maybe it's less conducive for social coordination, right? You don't know what your friends are probably doing, what they're watching, at least compared to the community screenings where you know that people like you are receiving the same message, right? So we did this study in India where 70% of youth between the ages of 18 and 34 use Facebook, have a Facebook account. We targeted 18 to 24-year-old youth living in New Delhi and 6 other cities. And we tested an edutainment campaign designed to reshape gender equality attitudes and condoning violence attitudes and promoting information-seeking behaviors and these topics. It's an RCT where we have a Facebook ad where 33,000 people clicked, 16% after reading a consent form, filled a baseline survey, and then we randomized to 3 conditions, 2 treatment, 1 control. We could have done a better job in selecting, I think, the placebo, but it was kind of a quick study we put together where treatment 1 is a drama, where through humor, you discuss these issues in an implicit way. Treatment 2 is a documentary, so very explicitly, you have some calls to action. And the placebo is a climate change drama. That the interventions last, there are short video clips, but together they add up to 27 minutes. So also low dosage intervention, which is key for social media distribution, right? People have to watch few minutes every time. We have a 1 week and a 4-month follow-up surveys. Timeline, the entertainment drama, we see increases in terms of knowledge and awareness and gender equality and in condoning violence. Well, not condoning, so all 3 in the reducing the condoning of violence against women, all going in the expected direction. These are indexes, just to, buy us more credibility, I guess, of our reporting. On average, we add these 3 indexes into a global index, and there we see a 0.25 standard deviation effect on these gender equality, gender-based violence outcomes. The documentary is less effective. We see an improvement in the willingness to share clips with Facebook friends, but no statistically effects on these other outcomes I just mentioned. But when we put them together, we still find a statistically significant effect of 0.18 standard deviations in the global index for, again, the 1 week follow-up. We see that both interventions are quite effective in terms of information-seeking behaviors. for example, the entertainment drama increased in 85% with respect to the control. The treatment is 85% more likely than the control to click on gender websites like the UN Women of India website and spend 3.5 times more in these websites than the controls. Similar numbers, slightly larger numbers for the documentary. However, 4 months later, we see that a lot of our asterisk goes away for the first intervention, and the second one remains flat, basically. And some of our coefficients are going down. Usually they're going down also in size, suggesting some time decay relationship and the importance also of reinforcing maybe such low dosage interventions online. A very interesting finding is that the documentary, the explicit call to action, triggered that the treatment group, T2, would be 25% or 7.7 percentage points more likely to add that banner of ending violence against women than the control. So that, I think, it's a really interesting result there. Now, the study I described was kind of a lab-like, right? Someone clicks an ad, then we randomize those individuals. We're not measuring a real-world social media campaign, which we now do in the second study, also in India, where you're seeing there we randomize basically at the district level, which corresponds to the health district level, as a way to also not only use our survey data through our chatbot, but also to use health facility data. And health facility data in India is of good quality. And we randomize across 3 states in northern Nigeria. And there you see the treatment and control districts. We're testing a very large intervention produced by this NGO called Malaria No More that reaches 133 million in 22 states. Their interventions are mainly advertisements. And Embed, by the way, the behavioral science unit, advised on how to improve these ads, even though this NGO is quite professional and has great content producers. I think a lot of these ads greatly benefited by bringing behavioral science into their design. The campaign by the policymaker, well, by the implementing NGO, usually uses stratification by age, gender, metro, rural, which is what Facebook allows you to target. But of course, a lot of these demographics that are easy to target through the Facebook bot may not be associated with our outcome of interest. In the study in India through formative research, we see that a major determinant of malaria risk is living in a concrete versus a non-concrete house. So we cannot be 80 districts. That's, I think, from the Sugar. Sorry, it's more than 80 districts. We randomized this study. We use this insight that we want to make sure that we have sufficient number of households living in concrete versus non-concrete dwellings. And for that, we use Facebook lookalike audience. I don't know if you guys have used this, but basically, there's no item that says what type of dwelling you live, right, in Facebook, so you cannot target directly. But if you carry out your own data collection and then you ask people, hey, can you tell me if you live or not? And then you give that list to Facebook and say, okay, now I want you to get me people that look like this group of people that declare that they live in these 2 type of dwellings through their machine learning and their very rich data sets. They give you back a group that looks alike the group that you ask them to look for. And then you can always verify, right, with the sample, and the correlations are very high. I think it was above 85, 90% for this second checkup of the household they shared with us. And then we're testing a real world campaign. So the NGO, we just basically said, you do what you usually do in the treatment areas, don't go to the control. And we just randomly pick some individuals living in these areas to, answer a bunch of questions. So that way we could see if these campaigns were effective in reaching, our target populations or not. And well, we complemented again our chatbot service with the health management information of India. We did 2 studies. The first one is what I've been, describing as the real world study of a real world social media campaign. And there we see that the ad campaign increased the use of bed nets for people living in concrete dwellings, but not for those who you care, let's say, the most, those living in non-concrete dwellings, where malaria risk is higher. The analysis of the administrative data confirms this finding, where we find that urban monthly incidents decreased, but not for rural incidents, right? So the health facility data is confirming what we find in our surveys, that it was effective for urban, it was effective for people living in concrete dwellings, but not for those living in non-concrete dwellings. So we did a second study. This time we randomized at the individual level using the remarketing tools of social media, which basically means once they fill the survey, you can contact them and continue doing additional trials. In our second trial, we varied the exposure to the same ads that we tested in the first trial, where half of individuals in our second round, I think we collected 9 or 10 follow-ups. We randomized them to receiving this in their wall, what you're seeing there, to increase the likelihood they actually saw it, right? So it's the same message. Some people were exposed to it, others weren't. The intervention were basically 6.5 advertisements per user for 2 weeks, the potential exposure. We find that the chatbot surveys show that the bednet use increased, and this time for both type of dwellings, in concrete and non-concrete. So this is suggestive evidence that the ad did work, but the issue was the targeting, a campaign that even if you target geographically the high-risk malaria states, and within them, with a more traditional targeting measures, which are easy to use, such as urban, rural, and the like, you still are not getting to those most with the highest risk of infection, those living in non-concrete households. So you need to put greater effort in targeting, and well, that's something that we're currently exploring in other settings. In terms of smart targeting, we're doing a network trial in Brazil, where it's for a peer education program, where we're randomizing 3 ways to select a peer educator. One is the traditional way that the school selects. We call the nerds, that arm. The second and the third are based on a network census we did before the baseline, where treatment 2 are those most connected, so based on network centrality measures, are the guys who end up being peer educators. We call them the central. And for treatment 3 is to the question is, hey, who are the coolest kids in your school? We try to get a sense of trendsetters and potential role models, the cool, basically, kids, and the control has no intervention. And here we're finding that, well, it depends what's the outcome of interest. The nerds are quite effective in increasing attendance to school. I'm sorry, these are high school students. So the nerds are very effective in increasing enrollment rates, right, of their group, while the network central measure groups are more effective in terms of increasing aspirations and reducing teenage pregnancies. I think treatment 2, we see a 25% reduction in teenage pregnancies. To describe that. Okay, so on the ongoing work, how many minutes do I have? Okay, good. So for ongoing work, so we saw in the Northern Nigeria trial of the movies and mobiles trial, we called it, that it worked for offline populations, right? We did community screenings. Then in treatment 2, we gave to a third of attendees the smartphones. A natural question is, would it work for offline populations? A very similar intervention. So can we mimic this intervention virtually? The potential is quite high for social media campaigns aimed at users to download these apps, right? In poor neighborhoods, in slums, basically in Africa, the cost is less than 20 cents. For general campaigns targeting the general population, the cost range between 3 and 8 cents, I think. But again, we want to target poor households, illiterate households. So right now, we're planning to do a multi-country online RCT in 3 African countries to see if a similar intervention would work. Now, we're also developing an open source platform that aims to measure reading and math skills. It's also gamified to increase adoption of this test. We're planning to use as part of this trial and other trials, and it's an open source. So after the trial, everyone is free to use it if they find it useful. Another thing we're doing right now is a module in these apps where we want to, through a short voice-based gamified survey, you're seeing it on your right side, we're trying to get a better measure of household poverty levels, right? So we basically, a child can fill it or a parent, like, how does your family cook? Click the picture, right? And you can say, well, they don't know how to read. So that's why we have the voice-based, it's reading it to them in the audio. And there are, I think right now, 8 or 9 questions, and those were selected using the Bangladesh income and expenditure survey, basically through machine learning techniques. We try to get the best predictors of these few questions that predict poverty. Okay, so in terms of, now, I think I didn't mention it, so DIME, my department, it's not only about producing research, we also try to build capacities and influence policy. So, you know, we conduct these workshops regularly where we bring policymakers, World Bank, staff, operations staff, or staff from other development agencies to expose them to the latest evidence in the sector or very promising evidence from other sectors that could be applied in these sectors. And then, you know, we also provide impact evaluation methods. And towards the end of these workshops, we ask project teams, usually there's something around 20, 25 project teams that just are starting a new development project to present in 5 slides what is the intervention they're planning to support and the impact evaluation design, and with the goal that then they go back home and they get the clearances from their bosses. So, you know, we are influencing the design of interventions based on the latest evidence, but also, you know, opening the door for potential new impact evaluations to keep sharpening these interventions. So a lot of this work continues, obviously, during the intervention and also at the dissemination stage. I'll just mention briefly a few things. For example, right now in Nigeria, with the support of the European Union, they're launching a new 5-year project in education where edutainment and edtech apps are going to be central to this new phase. And with Ericka and other researchers will be, you know, working on their potential impact, not potential, very likely impact evaluations. I don't want to scare you here. It's a process, of course, but yeah. And of course, it's not only about, you know, scaling up your own intervention. You want to read what other interventions are very promising. The teaching at the right level with community youth from Banerjee and colleagues is one of them. And some designs, you know, we're speculating is, you know, through 2x2 factorial designs, for example, to be seeing, you know, which of these interventions are most effective, what are the potential synergies. Briefly mentioned this, so the chatbot virtual lab is now being used by Embed in a partnership we have with them and Facebook Health, where we're collecting population surveys by now it's over 20 countries, I believe, about what are the main barriers for COVID vaccine adoption, doing some framing experiments. Who are you more likely to believe, to your religious leader, to your community leader, for different subpopulations of interest, healthcare workers being an important one, with a goal that these surveys and experiments can then inform the campaigns of these countries. Of course, these are very sector agnostic tools. So right now, we're also doing research in the space of hate speech and how can we combat it, as well as fake news, developing digital literacy skills, triangulating, reliable news sources, all that stuff. Some of the recommendations from the 17 countries for the COVID vaccines are mentioned here. I'll just skip that. We also do dissemination events where we invite the bosses from the World Bank, from other development agencies. We show the evidence, and then we design these forums to basically throw the question to them of like, okay, here's the evidence. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities to adopt this in mainstream investments, right? To accelerate, let's say, or to create more stories like Progresa. We're doing an event with the Hollywood Foreign Press Association in a month and a half, the guys who do the Golden Globes, and hopefully that brings greater awareness to a lot of this research. Policy takeaways. This was something I was planning to sell to donors, but I may as well just mention it here. I think that edutainment, high quality edutainment, as shown by the study in Mexico City, can be a cost-effective tool for promoting attitudinal and behavior change, including for deep-seated values such as sexual behaviors, gender norms, gender-based violence, that even small dosages, like the studies in Nigeria, Mexico, and Uganda that I briefly mentioned, where the dosage is less than 1 hour, we can find effects 6 to, I think, 6 months is the average of these other studies as well, after exposure. Of course, some of this might require some reinforcers, like the India gender study, where we see that decay in effects between 1 week and 4 months. Working with a lot of these edutainment producers has exposed me a lot about the value of formative research. I feel that sadly, a lot of the development interventions, there's no formative research or very little formative research. And if you're going to be producing an app, if you're going to be producing a TV drama that will be broadcasted to millions, usually they put a lot of attention in there, right? So they bring the best folks to do this work, but then they also do these focus groups to sharpen the message so it doesn't sound preachy. It can reach the hearts and minds of populations. So by the time it's broadcasted, the odds of it working are better. The importance of combining apps with these behavior change communications to improve outcomes such as literacy. Targeting matters, stating the obvious here. I think that micro-targeting capabilities of social media platforms should be leveraged more. Also, I think development partners need to invest more in open source public goods, right? Including off-the-shelf tools, because the current ones, again, are designed for private sector objectives, right? Clicks and purchases. So tools for testing social media campaigns like Virtual Lab or the production of a lot of these development apps. And there's very interesting models here where there's competitions, right? So Feed the Monster, for example, was the winner of a competition, the Syria app competition, I think it was called, supported by USA, NORAD, where the goal was to produce a gamified app for Syrian refugee children. And well, it's not that, the development agencies or the governments had to start playing, Zuckerberg or anything, but through a competition, you managed to get a lot of these high quality apps produced. And of course, then there's regulation that they have to be open source, so no one ends up benefiting with public resources. and to maximize, obviously, the development impacts of the intervention. And that a lot of this tools for social media research, including this measurement or targeting tools I was describing earlier, they're very sector agnostic. So in a way, it's about changing pictures, changing a bit the questions, and therefore they could be transferred to other sectors. And of course, further calibration is needed, but I think that there's a lot of potential there. And hopefully, crisis like today's pandemic and war triggers more investments into innovations. I think social media, as I was mentioning, entertainment media, apps are one such potential promise, because schools in developing countries, as the research shows, often have so many constraints that adding additional inputs might not find effects on learning outcomes, like the finding I shared with you of an increase in enrollment of 40% in northern Nigeria, having no effect on learning outcomes. And this only happened once we gave them that tool to this low literate households. And well, the importance of engaging traditional and non-traditional partners. And well, thanks to a lot of our donors who are supporting this work. Thank you.
Victor, I really enjoyed your talk. Could you say a little more about what happened in the Mexico City intervention and how large so it had the unexpected effect of increasing use of alcohol and cigarettes, but by how large were those effects? And also, I'm just curious, because you also mentioned it was scaled up nationwide. I mean, have you shared these results with whoever's scaling it up? So anyway, if you could elaborate more on that.
Oh, sorry. Sure.
Victor, a lot of things that were very interesting. So I'm going to ask a question that is extremely selfish. My apologies for that. So Facebook has a rule that you have to be 13 in order to, at least 13 in order to be part of Facebook. My IRB at UConn gives me a hard time every time I want to do any sort of intervention with kids that are under 18. How can do you have any recommendations on how the use of these chats can be implemented in a way that would allow researchers that face horrible IRBs like mine to be successful? Because I cannot just send, I will need the parental consent in order for the kid to have my IRB approval. So any words of wisdom will be highly appreciated.
Very, very interesting stuff, Victor, and thank you for organizing such an overview of so many tools. It seems to me that many of these are targeted at children to change behavior within households. And I just wonder if you have some insights or are there more detailed research on how is that channel from the children to the adults that create changes in the household level. I was intrigued, for example, by the bed nets in preventing malaria contagious. So do you have any further research into how the children channel the change in behavior into the adults? Has this been studied? I can have speculations of how it works, but do you have some details on that?
Thank you. So my answers will be quite disappointing, I think, for most of these questions. So Susan, I think sadly the vast majority of at-scale interventions, right, are not evaluated or evaluated with some decent control group. This was just one of them. These interventions usually it's foundations, state or municipal governments paying to Cinépolis, the movie theater company, for kids from schools to go to the movie theater, right? During the day when no one is using the movie theaters. Now, the content, I think, it was an international content shot in the US. They tried to make some, adaptation for the Mexican audiences by adding few Mexican celebrities as advertisements during the shows. But in general, the content was clearly very foreigner and was very explicit. Also being fair to this intervention is that a lot of these boomerang effects are very common in this age group, 13, 14-year-olds. So now we did that evaluation. We did share the results. In terms of effect sizes, my apologies, it's been a while. I haven't seen this paper. We plan this year to be closing a lot of these, publishing a lot of these working papers. I recall there were between 10 and 25% the increases in behaviors on average. It's a rare outcome, so maybe the effects were not that large, but still, right? We're talking about 13, 14-year-old children, so it's a sensitive outcome. Yeah. I mean, speculating here, I have a sense that for a lot of these RCTs, right, of large-scale interventions, usually there's an influence on the intervention, right, either in its design or its in implementation, and that probably minimizes the odds of having adverse effects. Here, in this case, the donor was very clear, like, I've been, showing this to all kids, well, in all states of the country. I want you to evaluate my program, right? And so maybe it was more like a random draw of a normal program that didn't go through the usual clearances or screening of a more traditional, RCT, donor-driven in a way. In terms, Jorge, which by the way, we met 10 years ago in a DIME workshop, I think. So we have 18 to 24-year-old youth in most of these studies, because yes, when they're underage, you need assent of the child and consent of the parent. And for some interventions, it makes a lot of sense, like HIV measures, right, to usually use the more traditional definition of youth, 15 to 24. But we were there concerned, for example, of unmasking the treatment, right, where we're like, okay, child, we need permission from your dad, and we have to tell him that it's gonna be a sex and rock and roll show, and so that already might bias the sample, right? Where more open-minded parents would allow their kids to go. So we stayed away. In the social media research for similar reasons, we just 18 upwards, right? But so no clear guidance there for sure. Juan Camilo, another disappointing answer here. These studies, the social media studies I was showing, were, I think they're the first of their kind in a way. We started with a small grant, right, expanding this trial, which was going to be a little experiment, ended up being, you know, a larger trial, and then we revamped this virtual lab, and now we're thinking expanding a lot of the trials and the research questions, right? So there's very little we can say about the mechanisms driving, but nevertheless, we did answer we asked them to answer something around 25 questions, maybe 20 questions. So there could be some mechanism stories. We explored them, and we found, I think, 0 effects. But I think putting a lot of pressure on our samples already, right? Power issues for this new generation of trials. Now that we have a little bit more of money to do this work, we are giving incentives in terms of airtime to study respondents, as well as lottery prices, right? With a goal to increase samples and introduce greater treatment variations and the study of mechanisms there. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, then we will start. My name is Juana Castro, not Juana de Castro, but, and I just received my PhD from la Universidad Autònoma de Barcelona. And today, this is the second climate change session. The good news is we will start playing a game. So I will give you the instructions, and then I will ask you to please, I don't know how many we are, I think like around 12, but I need 8 groups, like for the activity we're doing, we need 8 groups. So I would just first start with the instructions, and then we can start doing the groups. Please don't be super close to the other groups, because you will have to make some decisions independent of the other groups. Vale. And ¿tú tienes the instructions? No. ¿El PowerPoint?
¿Lo manejas tú o...?
Sí. Solo. Vale. So we will play a game that it's called the countries game. We will have 8 groups. Each group will represent a country, and the situation, the context in which, and the countries make several decisions, no? The context in which you are going to have to make decision is that all the countries share a global atmosphere, that if it's clean, then you profit from good atmospheric quality. But if it's super polluted, you will start having troubles in your country derived from climate change. And then you keep in mind, your country has to do well, like you have economic activities, right? The problem is these economic activities imply sometimes that there are emissions, but economic activities imply development for your country, and you're going to decide how much you want to mitigate climate change and how much you want to invest, like develop your country, okay? So you will make a series of decisions regarding both. We will play for several rounds, and this is the panorama. The emissions, even if you do mitigation or not, are rising. So you might be facing some losses from climate change. And we're going to represent the atmosphere like this. We will show you each round what is happening with the atmosphere you share with the other countries. So this is just a simulation of what would happen if we started in year 1. So round 1, we have the atmosphere all in green, is super clean. And from every small square there, you're going to receive a profit, like a monetary profit. These experiments are incentivized, so at the end, there will be a prize too for the winning country. Later, I will show you which is the prize. So in year 1, everybody, like all countries, will receive a lot of benefits from the atmosphere. Each square represents a 0.10 cents of euro. So there we have 100 little squares. So every country would receive in that round 10 euros from the atmosphere as a benefit because it's clean. But in year 2, if you see, like every year, the atmosphere is going to lose 40 units of quality. So by year 2, you won't receive any more. Like if nobody mitigates, this is the scenario where nobody mitigates. If nobody mitigates, in year 2, the atmospheric quality is going to be reduced, and instead of 10, you will now receive 60 units of benefit. So let's say 6 euros of benefit from the atmosphere. By year 3, if nobody mitigates, you will only receive 2 euros from benefit, and by year 4, you will start having losses. The red squares denote losses. So by year 4, if you didn't mitigate in all this time, you're going to lose. Everybody is going to lose 2 euros because we have 20 units there. And by year 5 and 6 and 7 and so on, you're going to start losing a lot. No? So the challenge here is how to develop your country and not end up in a year 10 situation where you would just have no gains at all because the climate change is going to be so bad that you're going to only to have losses, no? So bueno, this for every green cell you have a 10 cents profit, and for every red cell you have the same but in losses. And vale, you will make these decisions, and so I will give you every country will have a paper like this where you register your decisions, and you will decide, like each year every country has 10 tokens to allocate. Don't worry if you're not understanding, like following everything. We will do a practice round because it's super simple. But the decision that you have to make every round is how to allocate these 10 tokens. So you can decide to put, for example, sorry, I missed one explanation before. So you can put it in private business, developing your country, or in climate change mitigation. For every country, you invest in climate change mitigation, we already saw it, everybody will have a benefit of 10 cents of euro. And for every country that you invest, for every token you invest in your country, you will have 1 euro. And you can decide how you want to share between climate change mitigation or your private business. You can do 5 and 5. So if you do 5 in private business, you will have 5 euros plus whatever is happening with the atmosphere. If you decide to invest in your private business, everything, you will have 10 euros plus whatever is in the atmosphere. And all the combinations possible. You can also invest everything in climate change mitigation, and you will just have from gains in that round whatever the atmosphere looks like. And then you will see that this is how you will calculate your investment plus the situation of the atmosphere in the round. So this is in Spanish. This is the sheet you're going to fill every round, and you're going to say how much I want to spend in my country, how much in climate change. I will show you how the atmosphere looks like, so you can know what are your benefits or losses from the atmosphere. And finally, you're going to calculate the final earnings of the round. At the end, one country will win a prize, and we will pick one specific round, and we will say, okay, this is who is the winner in this round. Any question? We will have a practice round where more questions may arise. So we are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. So please. You're 8 countries. So we need some countries of 2 people and some of 1.
In any case, like, so one there, one there, one there, one there, so that cannot communicate.
Sí. Sorry, I didn't see you. I thought you were raising your hand. So please, yes, just try to be around the room. And two-person country?
Five. Colombia.
Very lucky.
So
We need
14 for six groups of
sí.
two and two groups of one. Very nice.
No, ya repártelos como sea para
Ok.
hacerlos más rápido.
You are Indonesia. Germany. Groups. One for me. You're going to be one. Okay, you're going to be group when you're. Sorry.
Es que no sabía que iba a haber gente online y se nos hace un lío. Igual de pronto si lo ven es medio divertido, no sé. So, okay, we have all the countries now, no?
All the country now.
So we can do a practice round. Tell me. Ajá.
Estos serían 7 euros.
Sí.
Estos serían 30 centavos.
Estos serían 30 centavos más lo que hagan todos los demás. O sea, porque esto sería...
Vale, son los 30 míos. Vale, que no entendía cómo llegaba a 8.
Porque esto yo te lo voy a mostrar siempre. O sea, tú no lo puedes saber porque depende de lo que hagan los demás. Te falta este dato. Exacto, exacto. Pero esa... Sí. So, see, in the formulary you have, if in the first row, how much you want to invest in your private country, how much you want to invest in climate change, and then the third row, you don't have that information. I will give you that information every round, okay? Because you cannot calculate. You need to know what everybody did. So I'm going to tell you how many units of atmosphere you have, and then you can calculate, ¿vale? So we can do a practice round.
Yes.
See, let's start with a practice round. So you have very small papers, the post-its. Does everybody group has post-its? So every round, you're going to write the number of your country, very important. You are, for example, the US and you're number 1, no? So you write the number of your country and how much you want to invest in climate change. From the 10 tokens, how much you want to mitigate. The other, you write it in your paper, but to me, you're going to only tell me the number of your group and how many tokens from the 10 tokens you have you want to mitigate, you want to invest in climate change mitigation. See?
So in the post-it, you write 2 numbers. Australia. So every time in every post you have a number 4, and then every time from 0 to 10 for the environment.
Vale? We will do a trial so everything is clear because it's simple.
For each.
So see, for one for investment into your country, €1, and 0.10 cents, so 10 cents for every token you invest in climate change mitigation, plus what the whole group does, no? So let's start with pon el global atmosphere ahí. Let's start with a trial round. So we have for this trial, this is how we will show you the atmosphere, no? So this atmosphere, next round, will lose 40 units of atmospheric quality every round. Mm-hmm. Yes, and you can also have losses. That's also the difference, no? You can also lose in this game. That in the public good game, normally you just don't reach a threshold. Here you can have losses. But all these conversations, let's play the game, and then we will discuss like the implications. What is different? What is the same? What is interesting? What is not interesting a lot? That we discuss. So this is the first round. The next round, 40 units of the global atmosphere are going to go out of the atmosphere without mitigation. Now I will ask every country, I will pass by, and you will tell me everybody has 10 tokens, how much of these 10 tokens you want to invest this round in climate change mitigation, and we're going to see what happens with the global atmosphere. See? So now take a paper, write your country name maybe with a circle, and the other, how much you want to spend in mitigation, and pass it to me. I will pass by. When you have it ready, do like this, and I will take it. This is the practice round. We're going to just see that we make sure everybody understands, and then we're going to go faster. Exactly. What you invest in mitigation will change the atmosphere. Sí. Exactly. Vale. When you're ready, write the little paper so I can pick it up. See, only the mitigation number. The other? Exactly, there is the difference, and you can put it here. This is the practice round, so this would be here, and then the mitigation here. And then we will go to the other rounds. Vale, which countries are missing? Aquí falta your country name, your country number, sorry.
That's not us. That's not ours.
Vale, sorry. Somebody is missing vale, va a ser por el que no tenga número. Remember to put your country name because then you cannot calculate your earnings. ¿Listos? Vale. Con Germany, 3. Y grupo 3, 4.
Muchos números.
3, 4.
Ah.
Y falta uno. Sí, no, ya.
País.
Sí.
Ah. Japan. Mitigation. Okay. So the sum of all contributions of all groups, 43.
So in this round, between all the countries, you invested 43 tokens. So we're going to take out 40. You actually invested 43.
But you also put 43.
Los devuelves más 3.
No.
Control Z.
And all of this plus 3.
Yes.
Okay.
No, pon control Z y llena 3 más. Control Z y llena solo 3.
Okay. 3, yeah.
Ajá, exactly.
Okay, this is what I was going to do.
Because you contributed more, every year it loses 40. Between all the group, you contributed 43. So actually we have to put 3 more. So the quality now is super good, no? And so we're going to fill this table. So contributions, 43.
43.
The atmosphere now has 103. And your earnings from the atmosphere would be 10.3 euros. And like this, we will play the next round. See? Like the logic is clear? Vale. If you invested, let's say you invested 2 in your country, you win 2 plus the 10.3 from the atmosphere. The atmosphere is like a common, right? Everybody wins independent. You could invest 0, but if there is 103 units in the atmosphere, you win 10.3. See? Clear for everybody? Because we had 100, it depends on when we start. We started with 100. See? That's like you can look at the numbers that we put there to do the calculation fast. But it's just because we started with 100. There's competition because, for example, let's say you invested 2 in the atmosphere and you kept 8. So you now have 8 euros plus 10.3. The other country invested 2, let's say, in their country. So they have 2 euros plus 10.3. So you have 18 and the others 12. No? So now we have richer and poorer countries, depending on how much you invest in what. It makes sense?
Put all the economic activity plus 10.3. The one who contributed all to environment, you only have
10.3. Vale?
And to know how much you have, you will use this paper, right? You have like to fill it in, like each team by himself.
For the atmosphere. What do No. This is the 10, the 10 because we're counting like there are 103 in your country. The atmosphere. You have, independent of what you did with the atmosphere, you have 7 from your country plus what I show you here. See, because here I'm showing you the sum, no? Because it's not just your investment, but the investment of the group. If you don't have any more questions, then we start with the real game. This was the practice. Any questions, aclarations? See, for this practice, no, but now on, we have, so we start now, you will start filling this from round 1, no? And calculating how much you earn each round. Well, if you filled it, it doesn't matter. You just go in the next row, see? Vale. So as the world, how do you think is climate change? Do you think we are in this kind of atmosphere or in which? Much worse, no? So we will start with an with 20. Even more. Vale.
Worse than this. More than 5.
That's what we're deciding. We will start like this. Borra eso. We will start only with 30. Okay? ¿Cómo? Expert players? Okay. For the expert players, we will start with this atmosphere. Okay? So you have 30 units of good atmospheric quality. And now you can start taking your decisions for next round. How much do you want to mitigate next round? Please put it in the paper. I will pass by, put the number of your group, and we will see. And we will do this every round, see, as fast as we can, so you don't get bored. Gracias. Puedes hacer el advertising, pero qué tal que no lo quiero. Which country is missing in their mitigation decision? A ver, perfect. Thank you. Vale. Este es 3, 7. 3.
Vale, el primero.
Ah, no. Please put in the paper only how much you want to mitigate, because otherwise we get confused, and if you put how much in your country and how much, we might get confused and put something else. Okay.
Pero aquí.
8. Pero es 5 de hecho, ¿no?
No, pero.
Sí, 8.
Pero aquí dice.
Nigeria. Pero ¿qué importa?
No, para estar seguro.
Pero esos no son los que, eso no está en orden.
Okay, so 35.
35. Okay, so please put there 35.
35.
So,
Yes, then.
no, first do it in the global atmosphere.
-5.
So we take out 40, right? You invested 35. So we are left with 5 red, no?
25.
No. Sí. You have it in the Excel. Vale.
By the way, William,
Ahora sí.
now you want to play a game?
Or money of the country, because the world is what
The planet will die in any case.
Vale, but in the meanwhile, let's take another decision. So tell us this round.
Next round. Now, it's a bottle.
Vale, and when you're ready with the next round, let me know. Don't worry. De verdad, sinceramente. Pero siempre tíralo para que no te vayas a confundir.
It's only one number.
Vale. Bueno, déjalo por descarte y ya miro quién es.
Okay,
Don,
to make my life easier, if you can make it so on the top left or right on one cycle with your group number, and in the middle, one big number with your contribution. Yes? So in the small paper, with the cycle, your group number on the top left, and in the middle, one number with your contribution, that will make my life much easier. Thank you very much.
te dicto.
No.
Es que esta. No es que esté mal, sino que esto es de la. Tendría yo que mostrarte que había en la atmósfera, ¿no? Como aquí. Como estos 25, te los muestro yo con las otras contribuciones. Entonces, en este ejemplo.
Claro, pero que esta suma no corresponde a esta situación, ¿no?
Que sería, claro, 87, ¿no?
Siete más. Ya me lo-
15, eso sería 15, ¿no?
si lo hemos entendido bien, ¿no? Sí.
O sea, de la calidad
Sí,
de
sí,
la
sí, sí. Uy, ¿qué tal yo con el ejemplo ahí mal? No hay más. Aquí.
No, pero dos más.
Somebody else is missing. Sí, había uno que no tenía número. Este.
Pero group 2 and group 3.
Who's group 2 and group 3? Vale. Sí. ¿Cómo? Sí, falta. In climate change. Sí, only investment in climate change. The others you put in your paper.
Okay, so this round contributed 27, and taking into account that like 40 are missing, gonna have climatic conditions 12.
Vale, and you can take your decision again. So you have 1.2 euros of earnings from the atmosphere. And you will take the decision again. We will give you a round to communicate in the Paris Agreement in the next round, so you can sort out if you have any ideas how not to.
It's ongoing. If you win,
Ya está. So your decisions. Anybody else ready? Colombia le está yendo mal. Ya, ¿verdad? Anybody is missing? No, no. Perdón. Sí. A ver. Sí.
Solo uno.
Vale, pues el que falte.
Vale. Very nice. You contributed 13. Make the minus 27. So,
You're losing 2 points. So now you will start subtracting from your. Pero estás teniendo en cuenta las que había ahí. Y tienen que ser rojas.
okay.
Sí. O sea, antes había 12 más.
Minus 15, climatic conditions. Yes, I'm sorry, minus 15.
Vale.
Good.
But you have to. Okay, so you lose 1.5 euros this round.
I wouldn't celebrate it. Correct.
Vale, and in this round, if you want, for before we start this round, each country can say some. ¿Qué? Bueno, pero ahí todavía faltan. O sea, ¿sí o no? Vale, no. So not this round. We're going to play another round. Please take a decision and I will pass by. ¿Por qué? Siempre se nota.
I see.
Sí.
Sí, entonces eso era menos 13. 13, aquí menos 20.
No.
No, you don't start. No. But next one.
Next round. Sorry, I was, see, one more round.
Ready?
Yeah. You will get it now. And let's see what.
Okay, so minus 20.
No, the contributions were?
The contributions were 18. Okay. And before the contributions were 15, correct? So contribution 18. That means climatic conditions minus 37.
Okay, and now you can communicate. So every country, whoever wants to start, every country will have the chance to say something. And if you want then to discuss, you have 5 minutes, okay? So anybody wants to start? Any country has something to say or not at all? Prendemos el micrófono.
Yeah.
That's what. I will.
On two. Okay. So if you are in red, will I?
Is going to say something. To our country.
Yes, I'm the new president, very idealistic. And so, and the very first round, I thought if we all invest 9, we go to 100 again, and then we can all invest more in our country. But you have caused me really to lose my crop over and over again. So this year I had to pass the power to my vice president. And she already invested a little bit more in the country, but still we're losing a lot. So please, let's talk about this.
Have something to say? Please state your country and.
Nigeria. I am badly affected by the climatic conditions because I am burning right now. No, I mean, no, I wanted to talk about the logic of the game. So for me, the logic of the game is very simple. You start with an initial allocation and you try to make marginal benefits, meaning allocating for yourself the green square, and then you win at the overall score. The problem of doing that is that you start triggering a negative trend, because initially we were like 5-5, like in a classic public good game. Of course, you see that. Yeah. So of course you have some people who start defecting in the first round. So you understand that cooperation will not be triggered, and that some people here are necessarily exploiting the other, because I was quite certain that there were some people who are going to cooperate a lot, and some other people who are going to mostly exploit the other. So I think that if we want to continue the game, people who have been exploiting the other since first period have a real interest of disclosing themselves, and afterwards stating that they are collaborating more than the other. Or otherwise, since the goal is basically to exploit the other, I will continue investing everything in my country, and I will make lose everyone in that case, because this is the point. Either we are. So I think that the only reasonable solution is that we collaborate all, we invest everything in collaborating, and what we do is basically that we count on the payoff of the quality atmosphere, because they are cumulative. So meaning that if we start cooperating together for several rounds, at the end we will make benefits that are larger than what we can gain by just playing our games of marginal cooperation. So either it's full collaboration, either I make lose everyone.
Thank you very much, Colombia. No, Nigeria had many things to say. State your country and.
We are the United States, and we want to support what Nigeria has said. I think that cumulative benefits in the long term will be better for us because we're suffering a lot of migration right now from Central American countries that are fighting against climate change. Yeah. So that's why we're going to invest in climate change also, in stopping climate change.
Thank you, Leonardo DiCaprio. Anybody else? Yes, please.
Armenia here, so from the other side of the world, but I think we're all in the same boat here. And as Nigeria, was it right? This is really a cumulative team effort. And yes, the more we put in, the more green it will. And at the end, everybody, I can think we can earn 20, 30 euros per round if we just try to. So let's do it.
Thank you, Kasparian.
Anybody else wants to say something?
We are Germany, and we don't really believe what you guys said. So we have a problem here. That's all I'm gonna say.
Troika from Germany. Please.
Hi guys, here Japan. We are surrounded by water. If you don't beat with us, we are gonna disappear in the next 6 months. So we rely on you guys, no more.
Okay, Germany sticks with their opinion, and we haven't heard from you.
Australia here. Yes, our kangaroos are suffering a lot from all this heat. The desert is terrible. Please don't listen to Germany. They are not trustworthy guys. and save our animals and come visit us soon.
I'm sorry for the koala the other year.
So, and the last one. Yes. Okay. So Indonesia calling the world. I am also like Japan, island. So maybe I'm disappearing in 6 months. So I have to say that please don't listen Germany. So we have to invest the most that we can do. So let's do it.
You want to say something at last?
Oh, no. This kind of language will not be accepted in the IPCC report. Exactly.
So now you had your chance, and now take one.
Let's see.
Vale, whenever you're ready, I'm ready to pick up your decisions. Las tiro. No, son las. See, they know. I think everybody knows. So let's see what happened after the Paris Agreement. Pues déjala ahí.
Just double check what is in this.
Pues está clarísimo. ¿Mm? Sí.
So yes, after the Paris Agreement.
How much?
Like in total the contribution? 60. Total, yes. 20. 30. Do I have a 40?
What?
Like no, like, okay. You say what you sum of contributions of all groups, 28. Very successful Paris Agreement. Actually, projected reality, yes.
28, the contributions.
So we are left.
Well, you did a little bit better.
It's better.
Pues 28 de 18.
Yeah, but now they're losing 49.
Vale, and we have even worse news to you. So we're going to add some more reality to this game, and we're going to make rich countries and poor countries from now on. So Colombia, Indonesia, Armenia, and Nigeria, from now on, you only have six tokens to invest. And Germany, US, Australia, and Japan, you have 14. Okay? So to do it with so group numbers from 1 to 4 have 14 tokens to invest every round. And from 5 to 8, you have only 6 to invest in climate change. Okay? Keep that in mind and now make your decisions. Sorry. See, we don't have French, but let's say Germany. So keep that in mind. You might, if you're a rich country, you have 14 tokens to invest between whatever you want. And if you're a poor country, you only have 6 tokens. Filippos. Cambiamos. Tú recoge. Si quieres, déjame las dos aquí.
What is it now? So, our high economy is now.
Vale, so how do you, ese cómo lo manejas? Ah, de aquí. So the contributions this round were 23, which leads you to a loss of 66. We, we have an improvised País agreement. Okay. No, sí, o sea, sí, yo creo que ya casi podemos terminar, ¿no?
Okay. Australia, farming declaration, for example.
Con el micrófono, ¿no?
Nigeria.
Okay, yeah. Basically, I was saying before that we should fully cooperate. In the round where we do 28, we actually made 8 contributions of this 28, meaning that there are 20 other contributions separated by 7 candidates, meaning that people were clearly explained that they had to cooperate. They continue exploiting the other. So you don't want to cooperate, and that means that we immediately stop cooperating and we will not cooperate anymore. And because we have 6 tokens, we will fully concentrate on local production to minimize the loss. Responsibility of the game is basically in the hands of the people who have tokens. So they choose, and from what I infer from their choice is that some of these people were initially defecting, some people who are actually a rich country, they defected in the first period, they know that their overall gains are superior than the other, so they continue defect now because they are going to win the game whatever happens. And I think that they are going to win the games possibly with a very close to 0 or even negative payoff. So okay, so now I think the game is over and it's going to collapse.
Thank you very much. I can have the role of Julian Assange. I can tell you that like one group from the 23, they gave 10. So at least like the 7 other groups, they have contributed 13 among 7. Okay, just saying. Anybody else want to have like a last words probably?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, please, rich country, please take care, take up on your responsibility. You have a lot of money. You will still gain the bottle of wine, even if you invest 10. Now my country's 2 months is flooded, 2 months is draft. 20% of the people actually migrated to the US because they couldn't take anything else. I mean, they lost all the crops and everything. And I had a lot of health issues. And so please, I think that what is the shared responsibility? I advocate for shared responsibility.
Thank you, Colombia. Nigeria want to reply.
I have only one thing to add. Think about the children. Think about them. Just for a bottle of wine or olive oil. The children and a bottle of olive oil.
Organic olive oil. Anybody else? Something meaningful, like a proposal. Let's all put 10 this round, just like to escape.
6.
Let's just put whatever anybody can do. I'm not sure that we can do the maths. 80%, like 5 and 12 and 13. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. You're gonna make a specific proposal.
Yeah, that we share the same percentage. So we have 6. I don't know. We place 40, 4, and that would be
So.
2/3, two-third of what we have.
4 and 12.
It's like, yeah.
Vale.
Okay. Okay, let's. This is like historic responsibility. Historic, what's the name? Shared responsibility. Okay. Okay, let's play. Round 7.
So you still have.
Which country are you? Germany. Okay. Forget.
So is any country already losing more than they gain? Because that's game over. If somebody is in that situation. Or not yet. See? Okay, so the total contributions this round were 22, which leads you to a loss of, see, this is minus 84, to a loss of 8.4 euros to every group.
Nice.
And I think we can stop here, no? I don't see any hope.
Think if you give them like one more round, they can.
Okay. So we can go to the. You have the statistics here, no? Vale. I forgot to paint the. See, so. See, you want to play one more round? I don't think this is going anywhere, no? This is the worst group we've ever had in the climate change game. I think because most of us are economists. I had played this with in an environmental science students, so they do much better. And and see, the nice thing of this game is that here is not super rational. At some point, it doesn't become super rational to not give, to invest in your own country, no? Because you end up like this, that you will still have more losses than you earned. Les podemos mostrar los resultados, no están conectados.
No,
Vale.
we have like some graphs showing like how big, but it's always down, so very interesting.
Sí,
Every-
sí, like normally we play other rounds, like for example, uncertainty. We had another round of uncertainty, but we don't need it because it makes everything even worse. Where we would say we're not taking out 40, but we just throw a die and we would leave it to the destiny. And normally like cooperation goes down. ¿Y me pones la presentación? ¿Por fin?
Control.
So, first maybe, do you have any reaction to the game? Now we can discuss it. What was it very similar? Germany wants to keep playing. I will give you the.
Yeah,
Sí.
regarding to the situation, Germany thinks that we have to cooperate now.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good timing. Very good timing for Germany. Any comments about the game? Like, is it very similar to something you played before, or what is different, or what happened with the cooperation? We can have some initial thoughts, and I will continue.
Yeah, just more than a comment, I have a question, which is usually doesn't happen, but
That's not allowed.
sorry. No, I was just wondering what usually happens after you allow people to talk, to
Mhm.
try and cooperate. Like, it didn't work for us,
Mhm.
but does that usually happen, or I was curious.
See, no, do you hear me right? Right? It depends. It really depends on the group. I can tell you, like, it always, like, sometimes it helps, but then when you have this figure of group that contributes always 0, you can note it, no? So if people are aware that there is one group or two groups not contributing, normally communication doesn't work, no? Because still you can have 6 groups that are doing their job. Like you say, okay, sometimes we allow for everybody says we have to contribute 5, and if they don't, we're going to check in one person, and we also put a tax on that person. But it only works when the group is actually aware that it's working, no? Otherwise, but for many, see, it's very interesting. For once, it works super good, and for others, it just worst. Like, they communicate, and then everything was going good and totally falls apart. So it really depends on the group that is playing, and if they know each other. And see, something that is very interesting also is that the framing, like, always, whoever is the US, like, you can put a frame to I can tell you group 1 or a country, no? Whoever is US behaves very badly, which is a framing effect. It's a meaning, no? Like, you're already the US, you're going to behave super bad. That's another, like, behavioral thing that happens that is very interesting, because if I just tell you group 1, you behave better. ¿Cómo? No. Ah, vale. No.
Reason USA was acting badly because he started bullying him. The other countries, but like now in person, they were like 50 years old. Yeah.
Sí, tú. Es que ya no sé, siempre llego tarde.
Pregunta. Because one thing I was wondering, I don't know if you have tried this, but we were only accounting for economic gaining, but actually with climate change, I don't know, I don't think that we should always gain €1 for the same token, because there is extra cost involved. So I don't know if you have ever thought or tried to say, okay, if we keep getting worse with the climate change, actually your investment
Would be less, like
would
0.8
less. It's
or-
not, yeah, something like that. Because actually there is a lot of loss. I mean, I was joking a little bit there, but it's true. I mean, what I invest, if I have so many losses, I can see with crop, with agricultural countries, they have, for each euros that they're investing, they're gaining less now because of climate change. That's what I was thinking.
See, I like the design is thought so that the only thing is that it's the same loss for everybody. But actually, as you were saying, the return of the private investment is one, but you were getting to the point that you were going to lose. No, that if you kept the 10 tokens, you were at some point you were going to lose it anyway. So like the losses are accounted with the atmosphere. What if I understand your point, is that you could make them different. For example, I could make poor lose more and mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. To your point, Dave. Mm-hmm.
But so you're suggesting not making more difficult, making more easy, like less incentives on economic activity. Yeah. So like relatively.
Mm-hmm. See. No, I see your point. The answer is we haven't tried it. We just have tried it like this, and it somehow, with the losses, as you can start losing a lot, it could account for that, but it could also be changed that I tell you, okay, the return for investments is less, but that what I predict that will do is that then you want to invest more in climate change, no? Which I don't know if it's realistic, no? Because the thing is, like economic development right now is highly dependent on contaminating. So there are all the incentives to keep on these investments, and the climate change, then what is nice of the game is that the poorer countries, like when we introduce inequality, they start losing a lot more, no? That is what will also happen, like the poorer countries will lose more. So I had maybe like to continue with the discussion, like this is, there are many mitigation scenarios, so what we can vary in this game that is interesting, that I think is original from this design, is that you can change the starting point. It would be very different if I tell you, okay, we start with 100 with a full atmosphere, because your efforts would have been different. So there I have scenarios with 0 contributions, with 25% of the contributions, and actually with 50% of the contributions. So if everybody invested 5, you would just keep the atmosphere. That was the proposals that some of you were doing. But if you change the starting point, it starts getting harder and harder. And once you enter the losses, it's very difficult, like psychologically, to go out. Sorry, first you had something to say, and then I.
But I think that in real life, poor country, we're gonna invest less in climate change because they think that they are not responsible of those things. So.
No, totally. There's another variable that we will talk, but we can talk now, that is historical responsibility. No, now in the Paris Agreement, let's say everybody's saying, okay, we should invest 5, but why Nigeria and Colombia, if they haven't done a lot of emissions, and if their development actually depends on like burning fossil fuels, like everybody's development right now. So it's also a very complicated negotiation, because you cannot tell, the typical example is China, no, or India, that they're putting a lot of emissions and everybody's like, oh, stop. But how come can Germany, that has been emitting for years, tell you don't develop more, no? You stay here. So there's like a debate on what who should do what, and there is this debate with poor countries. Like you cannot tell them, okay, don't develop because there's climate change. Okay, that's one of my last problems. I don't have education, I don't have food, no? So it's a debate right now.
I was more into the play. The fact that Filippo was bargaining with the olive oil. Have you done a control test without any price, so people are more altruistic? Or when there's money or a price, people go killers? You know what I mean?
We haven't done is precisely because what I think, but maybe not. That we always try to incentivize, so we make this not with olive oil, but with other price, no? So that there's like kind of an incentive to win the game, no? With real incentives. Because my thought, but maybe not, is that if I tell you there's no price, no, it's just what we think, everybody would be like 10 to mitigation, and we end up with a great atmosphere because we want to think of ourselves like good, and it might be just biased, no, without the incentive. Sí. Of this incentive you see, no.
Yeah.
True, the thing is governments have parties also, no? So it's like, okay, I'm going to give everything to climate change. That in some environmental groups, what has happened is like, even with incentives, they don't care if it's olive oil or whatever. They just put everything into environment. And it's like, okay, you're going to have a revolution in your country, like no education, no infrastructure, no? It's like really a dilemma. You can't go just there and say, okay, 10. No, your country needs some investment.
The thing is with the incentives that we had here, they were competitive, so that in the end only one country can win, even though they have a negative effort, even that is, so just as long as that is less negative than the other one, that country would win. While in real life, now that we are, I think, almost everyone in the negative, we are all fucked. So in that sense, the incentive structure,
Competitive than.
yeah, then the points here on the paper have a different incentive structure than just with one winner, which of course incentivizes different
Of course,
behavior.
the proper way to do this experiment, like in terms of like methodology, is of course it's not like only one winner. If somebody like ends up with 55, it's like 5.4 euros, right? Of course, that's true. This is like a version of the game that Juana invented like for the educational purposes. But you're absolutely right.
See, and normally would be incentivized like here, we don't believe you will fight afterwards, right? We tell the winner, or maybe yes, but in other classrooms, it just randomly picked, no? Like I don't say the winner, but I will take a random group and I will give the incentive. So it's not necessarily competitive. You could have, if you care a lot about the atmosphere, you do whatever you want, and if you're chosen, well, great, no? You're not competing for a final score. And normally if you're doing it, and especially with smaller students, we don't give the winner, because at the end they bully the winner, no? Like, you're so selfish. See, somebody, I think you were proposing, see, like if you're in red already, nobody. See, that is a.
That was my suggestion, so that I can take the olive oil myself.
But the thing is that in reality, we know how much all countries are investing in the climate change, and we can see the political thoughts about that. For example, Donald Trump. So it's not like here that like the discussion we're trying to like each other. So don't you think that you maybe do some different experiments, just all know each other how much or how many are investing? All?
See, that of course also will change. We haven't done it like to show, but because what happens with the Paris Agreement, for example, is that Germany comes and says, I'm going to reduce this amount. Then Colombia says this amount, but they never actually do. That is what happens. No, they publicly say something, but countries are not meeting their targets until this, like not even close to their targets.
No, but I'm referring that, you know, at the end, maybe it's live, but we know how much they are contributing. In this case, no. You know what I mean?
I think we have some round with open contribution.
Not today.
Not today, no. But yes, we've tried this one. And the other thing that we tried was commitment devices. Not devices, commitments. So like during the communication round, people could commit. Say, okay, let's all put 10. Let's all put 10. And some people were putting 10 and some people were putting 0. But the open one, I think we did it sometimes. But of course, there it's...
In that open one, if you say 10, normally I say why I put, no? That is not what happens in the Paris Agreement because it would be like more a commitment. I commit with 10, but then I do 7 or I do the 10. You see my point also? Pero sí, we have done it openly, and of course, cooperation goes up like the Paris Agreement agreements, no? Like it's like, okay, we're going to reduce a lot. Then next meeting, and nobody has met their targets because it's very expensive. That is what we try to put here in the game too. Like, and every time is more expensive. It's not on.
It is related with the comment of Pablo, is that when we were playing the game in this context, in an amphitheater, not in a laboratory in front of a computer, we don't have access to the decision of other in the previous round and in all previous round. So this is not, I think in the laboratory they should have access to that, because normally in the laboratory you can observe via satellite or estimation the production of every country, and therefore what they are supposed to have polluted. So was it up? The question is, in the lab, I suppose that they were informed about contribution of other in the previous round and the past.
Like here, like the one we showed, the table, like last that we had the table with the different contributions, you mean?
No, like the contribution of every participant in every round. No.
For two reasons, because you normally don't know it. No, I can't tell you, and because it might create some problems in the group. that you just contribute because you think I'm going to bully you, or I actually bully you, or things like that happen a lot.
So I suppose that you play this game without mechanism of punishment. Like there is at no point you can enforce a collective vote against someone.
This is, see, exactly, no? But this is what we're interested in, like what kind of policies can you actually put in the game? How would you do it? And how it would change the behavior, no?
Well, this kind of question is, you already have examples that are answered by strategy games. If you can put collective votes, you are going to punish a deviator and force him to behave normally. So over time, what should happen is a convergence toward people contributing the same in general.
It depends on the punishment also. I might, if it's to everybody or if it's just a random person, because these kind of things depend a lot on the group, on how much you care about shame or punishment. And I think this is, is an interesting research question with the starting point, because here we see very different patterns of behaviors depending on the starting point. If you are already in losses, you don't care about anything. Any punishment, like if you just want to save yourself. If you are in wins, you still can do something. Pero sí, of course, like, see, we want to try like nice treatments of policies that you could implement here. I liked what you said before also, what about countries colonizing others? Not colonizing, but there's something called carbon leakage. That is, okay, I don't emit, but I am Germany, I will go with my agreement, but I will do some production in Nigeria. No? So if you could account for these emissions in the game, like these are all possibilities that can happen. We just have to sort out how, and also it's expensive to do it. For now, we only have some samples with different starting point and inequality or not inequality to see the differences. Vale, so so this was to tell you the starting point really affects how much contribution you need in the game, and that's why it's very tricky to go out of the losses. And here, vale.
Yes. No, about the red starting point, this I think is like it's a very interesting thing in terms of communication. So how people will react, because this is a game, experimental game, and we cannot say like how Clinton or how like the politicians will behave. Mostly about like how people like were behaving, you know. And this I think it's very relevant in terms of how we communicate climate change. Are we close to disaster? Have we passed? Are we like already on the red part, or is it what is the horizon? I think that would be like this is the very interesting, one of the very interesting treatments to check, because if by providing like the red picture already, people are going like even worse, this means that we should communicating like politicians, policymakers, climate change as something that it's not too late already to do something, to take action.
See, and here are further considerations why climate change is like difficult to, like it's a social dilemma, of course, but why it's difficult to model like in a single experiment, because of what we were saying before, it has historical responsibility. How do you do that? You will have to put some people to compete before, or I don't know, privilege some before to create some historical responsibility, inequality that we actually can include. Also, it could include unequal losses. I could tell like Japan and Indonesia will, of course, first flood, and then I could do something with their payments that I say, okay, under this limit, you're going to drown. This should be accounted for, and it's difficult to include like everything in one design. And the uncertainty that we here played with 40, like each round, we took 40 tokens out. But that's as if we know how much, like how fast climate change is going, and we don't know. There are social tipping, like there are some natural tipping points that above a threshold, it will go very fast. And when it meets another one, it will go faster. Like this, we cannot model because we have no idea, no? And so I had prepared some slides here regarding the historical responsibility, that this is until, from the industrialization until 2019, you see that Europe has the biggest emissions, like it has created a lot of emission, it's all the red area. Then we have the US with the blue area. And then we have China and India, like very small, no? So this makes negotiations very difficult. If somebody sees this graph, if China sees this graph, says, why? Why do I have to stop emitting if that means development for my country? So it's very difficult. Here we have regarding inequality. So this is a map of inequality, and the more red or yellow is your country, the poorer, and the greener, the richest. So this brings the other super complication to climate negotiations. And regarding unequal losses, So this is some predictions of what would happen with the temperature change. And the more red it is, the harsher it will be. So you can see it's not the same for every country. So why should, I don't know, why should Argentina care a lot about the people in the Arctic? I don't know. So this makes it very complicated. And finally, what I was saying of the uncertainty, the most we have are models telling us what would happen if we grow a lot, if we have a lot of emissions, moderate or low, but with a margin of uncertainty. Like we don't really know. These are just models with emission scenarios, but we can't really know, not even the people from the IPCC, in which scenario we are right now. And see, the other thing I wanted to tell you is there's another climate change game that is typically a public good game with a mitigation threshold, no? So I say, okay, everybody has 10 tokens. We have to reach 120. And if we don't reach the mitigation point, we all die. So we all lose whatever, no? That is nice because it's very simple. But the one we presented here, we kind of like it because here the mitigation threshold doesn't depend on what people do, no? It's just fixed, 120. And it's nice to kind of add some natural, which are not natural because I don't have certainty that the emissions go like this, but that in the game we just played, the mitigation threshold changed every round depending of what you did. Vale, and see, so this has the strong assumption of the threshold, and is also binary. Climate change happens, or climate change doesn't happen in the public good game. No, you reach the threshold or not. So that is kind of the nice thing of the game you just played, and we think it has a lot of pedagogical potential. Like we've been done it in classes, and the discussion between the participants are super, like it makes them things that before they hadn't thought before, like inequality or the consequences, because you live it in the game. So I really like it as a pedagogical tool. And then as a research tool, we had to run it during the pandemic. And we ran it in Zoom with participants in Colombia, with a Google Forms where they just put the contribution. There was a moderator, just in case you're interested in running like low-cost experiments. It was done with one moderator with a Google form, and we showed, like we showed you here. It went faster, of course, because in the Google Forms they put a number, and you had it immediately in the Excel, no? And you showed them the global atmosphere and the next round. And then we paid with Visum, with something like Visum. So it was very efficient and low cost, if you're interested. And see, I think this is it. I don't know if you have any question, comment, or if you want to go and rest now and have a coffee. And another information, tomorrow at 8:30, not 8. It was supposed to be at 30. See, so 8:30, César came and said. ¿Vale? Vale. Thank you. The olive oil, claro.
All times it's gone to the USA. I think the best likely result of this experiment is not about the climate change.
It's not
about like
the USA always. Don't fight, please, with the USA. It's not their fault.
given the talks that we have had by the main speakers, I want to show actually to show to you the project that was that is embedded on this, which this paper belongs to, the one of trust, and it's about prosociality because we captured many other dimensions of prosociality, not only trust, and it's also evidence for the young researchers to tell you that the sky is the limit and the power calculations, as Pablo was saying. So this project is about overcoming empathy failures to improve prosociality. Prosociality means, or we will understand it as this concern about others, help others, including myself, in order to achieve a common good. So that's the broad definition that we use. This is a joint work with 3 good researchers in the University of Javeriana in Bogota, and Emile Bruno, who was at the University of Pennsylvania, and myself. Bruno was the director of the Peace, Conflict, and Neuroscience Lab. So behind his work, there are other amazing academics and social psychologists that have been supporting this project. Maybe it's because of the... Okay, so I usually start with this sentence most of my presentations about prosocial behavior as a desired effect. Before, it was not even a concern in economics. Now, theory shows that it's very important for development in terms of reducing inefficiencies, solve collective action problems like coordination failures and social dilemmas, and also determines integration policies successes. Integration, talking about post-conflict communities. Also, practice finds prosocial behavior highly valuable because it determines economic behavior and also improves efficiency. In this particular study, the theory behind is mainly brought from social psychology and neuroscience, and is on the role of empathy as the mechanism that explains prosocial behavior. Most of the theory behind, as I said, is from social psychology. They use survey measures and psychological measures, but still is very, when they try to implement it empirically, and that's our anchor for this study. One example of the role of empathy and prosociality in economic well-being is intragroup conflict and media interventions. The particular case for this study is communities in Colombia, in different cities around the country, are facing an inflow of non-desirable individuals. And by this, I'm talking about 2 groups, the Colombian Revolutionary Armed Forces, FARC, and I will call them during the whole presentation as ex-FARC, and the Venezuelan migrants, or migrants. There is a descriptive experimental evidence on prosociality and intragroup conflict. Also, social psychology measures alone with ex-FARC or ex-combatants in Africa, ethnic groups in Europe, and migrants in the US. There are also studies on prosociality alone towards migrants in Europe, and prosociality within groups. That means social preferences within each group, like between ex-combatants or ex-FARC and in other countries with different ethnic groups. However, little is known. These are very interesting papers, but still we don't know much about how to promote prosociality towards these groups. That means the median voter towards those groups that are considered undesirable. There are some papers on information and prosociality towards refugees in Germany. That means that we provide certain kind of information like education, or if these migrants have been doing some volunteer work, and so on. There is also some work in Latin America, recent work. We find in social psychology the role of information and labels, and how these categories will promote empathy or reduce social empathy, social psychology barriers. And recently, there is a few papers on media or entertainment interventions towards its FARC, which is the main paper that we're going to base this study on, and migrants in Colombia. For this particular last paper, they use a game, but it's champion video, and we're going to use that video in our study. And we aim to, with this video, to improve empathy, and not only towards ex-FARC, as the study of Bruno et al. Did, but also towards Venezuelan migrants. So we designed our own video with a structure and a theoretical model behind, in terms of reducing the psychological barriers and empathy failures, and is based on information and learning about the other group. So this 5-minute media intervention is very short, is made from interviews. I only will speak a bit about these videos and no more during the presentation. For the ex-FARC, it was interviews in the demobilization camp, where they interview ex-FARC, but also interview neighbors, army, public officers, volunteers. And for our Venezuelan Venezuelan migrants video, we did the same in Bogota. And we interviewed volunteers, public officers, police, anyone who was actually interacting with the migrants, and also where they shared this testimony of how this experience has been, and we added to the interviews to the migrants themselves. So we take this intervention and we look at the effect on, supposed to improve empathy, and we want to see if prosociality is also improved. In addition, we measure social biases. So from cognitive sciences, we find that there are some implicit biases that are easy to measure in the way we move our finger or our mouse when we're answering the questions. So we have these underlying cognitive processes and tons of measures, like how is the curvature of my finger, if I change my mind, the positions at the beginning, at the end, and the velocity of how I answer the questions. So we add more measures in our study for that. What is the research significance of this project? Well, before the Ukrainian crisis, Venezuela was the largest crisis in the world, in Latin America and in the world. It's now at the second one, the second largest. And in this, what we do here is we take a sample that is representative of the Colombian at the regional level. We look at the median voter, the median Colombian, and how his attitudes or his social preferences towards a Venezuelan migrant and ex-FARC. And we managed to gather 839 observations. We use internally displaced people and low-income Colombians as group comparisons. Will be our control group. And we also, we measure empathy and prosociality, mainly these three gains: altruism, trust, the dictator game, trust game, and preferences for redistribution. So we examine this effect
on both empathy and prosociality, plus, as I said, social biases or implicit biases. This panel is also connected to the World Values Survey. That is a sample of almost 2,000 individuals, and we have continuity from what they responded in this wave, and a COVID model in 2020 and 2021. So that's another branch of research that is there. So the lab, I will spend most of the time just explaining the design. So we have activities and decisions. It's with tokens. One token is approximately $2, and there are 4 activities: the dictator game, classical, the trust game. This is the same that we have been implemented, or I have been implemented in the field for ages, and this innovation of the income distribution game. It has been used in Europe with migrants and in others with other samples in the field mainly. And there are two sub-treatments or 2 kinds of variations in these games. One is with luck and merit, and I will explain that in the next slide. Also, players know the identity of the other players in terms of 3 characteristics only. So for the trust game and the dictator game, player 1, yes? Is to make it easier to understand. So we just use tokens, and participants know that each token will be $2. Because in our sample, we have all the levels of representative sample in Colombia, and some of them are low in level of education, so that's why we use the tokens. So for the decisions in the dictator game and trust game, any citizen that is part of our sample will be player 1, and they will interact with a player 2 that is randomly assigned and will have 3 characteristics. It will be low socioeconomic status. In Colombia, we have 1 to 6 stratum. So these ones are lower than 3, 1, 2, or 3. Also, incomplete or less than or equal to incomplete secondary education. And a variation that is nothing else is an internally displaced person, ex-FARC, or migrant. So we will have 4 decisions, 4 different interactions, 4 different, each player 1 will interact with 4 different people, and in both the 2 players games, no? So how about the income distribution game? I want to introduce it because it's an innovation in a sense, and it's very useful to capture inequality in investments. So we have 3 players, player 1, 2, and 3. Player 2 and 3 accept to participate in a study and will receive a show-up fee. The player 1 knows this. And in the activity 3 and activity 4, we have with luck. That means that player 2 and 3 are hired to perform a task, and they receive the same payment. In addition, one of the players is randomly chosen to receive 5 additional tokens. In the other variation, which is with merit, only player 2 is hired to perform a task and will receive the 5 token payment, and player 3 doesn't have the chance to work or perform the task and doesn't receive any payment. The player 1 knows this, and this player receives 5 tokens and decides how to reallocate the decision, the tokens that are there for player 2 and player 3, and his decision or her decision will be between 0 or 5 tokens. So, so if I'm a player 1, what I will have is for activity 3, I have to choose for player 2, if the player 2 got the 5 tokens, if I want to take some from player 2 and give to player 3. And in the merit, player 2 was hired and received a payment for his work. And then player 1 will have to decide if it's taking part of his salary or his payment, player 2 payment, to give it to player 3. So they know their characteristics, and we have 7 decisions in the activity 3, which is this combination plus the other way around. And in activity 4 is only 4 decisions. So these are the procedures. How do we do this? It's an online panel. The player one sample, we use a Qualtrics software. We assign the player one to a treatment group, and also in average they receive $20. The treatments are no video at all, a control video that is about a coffee region in Colombia, and it was the same that Bruno used in his Nature paper. The video of ex-combatants, ex-FARC, which is the same video that was designed and produced for the Nature study, and our new video, which is with migrants, that had the same structure, as I said. So these are the outcomes. In terms of measuring empathy, this is a pool that I just mentioned it there because you will know about it in the future. It will become very popular to use when we use this kind of interdisciplinary approaches. And all of them are measuring empathy directly or indirectly, emotions, which is, for example, the feeling term of empathy, dehumanization, meta-perceptions, which are related to what I think ex-FARC or migrants think about me as a Colombian. If they are a threat, if I consider them a threat, there are also hypothetical situations on hiring and malleability. That means the ability to integrate that I think they have in my community. Yes? Yes? Yes. Yes, and just that is very radical. That's why it's called blatant dehumanization. I take 3 minutes more for the. So the outcomes in terms of measuring prosociality are incentivized empirical expectations for all the activities and the decisions, our experimental decisions, questions from the World Values Survey, and we have also the pool of experimental measures validated as survey questions by the BRIC Institute on reciprocity, altruism, and empirical expectations about trust, and support for integration policies. The two main hypotheses in this study are that citizens are less prosocial towards migrants and ex-FARC. We're replicating the study of Nature because they only actually did it with a smaller sample. And here, the second one is the exposure to the intervention will improve citizens' empathy and prosociality towards both groups. The preliminary findings are all across the video, being exposed to these two videos across all actors, increased transfers to everyone in the dictator game and the trust game. So they were higher for migrants. So if I was watching the video about migrants, I was more generous towards migrants and I was trusting more to this particular group. But if I were watching ex-FARC video, I was doing that with respect to the ex-FARC group. In addition, I was also more generous with internally displaced people and the control group that was the low-income group. But the higher coefficient in terms of percentages, we're talking in a range of, for all the groups, between 10, almost 1 standard deviation to 2.5 standard deviations, which is impressive. The migrant video also improved trust towards all actors, and for the income distribution games, luck and merit, it happened the same. In the luck variation, all the player ones gave some money or some tokens to the one that didn't have it. And instead in the, well, I didn't mention it there, but in the merit one, which is against, well, not against, but it contradicts part of the evidence. the merit one, we will think that player one will leave things as they are. But the fact that the vulnerable group didn't have the chance to work, to perform the task or receive the money already gives some entitlement to player one to actually allocate, and they always allocated. In terms of the empathy measures, all of them were significantly positive. And the next steps for this is, well, how about the hidden biases? So I didn't present anything about that, but it turns out that these videos make people make decisions in a slower pace. Sorry, so that means that velocity is lower for when I am exposed to these kind of videos. They think better. There are medium-term effects. In the past, all the literature in social psychology has shown medium effects up to 4 months, and we are applying for funding already to continue this and check if actually how far we can go with these results, very strong results, and the robustness checks. So I'm going to finish with this. Emil is talking about, just to close, what Juan Camilo was saying yesterday in terms of focusing on the C frame. There are some that were trying to do that, but part of the challenge is to have medium, that are not necessarily seniors, but academics that are in the middle of medium-term careers in the middle, and have the courage enough to apply to build these projects that are not really, I mean, it's not very, there are not many incentives to publish this kind of work because it takes time, and E-frame approach papers are easier to publish, and that's what the market is asking for now. But Emil was the one who inspired us to do that, and he trusts in my capacity to lead this project after, well, when he knew that he was going to pass, and this is the one. And the younger generations, this wouldn't be possible without you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. Okay, we have Filippos as discussant.
Congratulations, Sandra. Great it's database, nice, very nice. And unfortunately, it's it's very timely. I can tell from what I know from Colombia. And unfortunately, your research about the attitudes about like immigrants and all the people that they are considered outgroups, it's very much needed in Colombia. So in this respect, it was very timely, and I'm sure it will be like full of information. Reading the report, the paper that you sent me, so I thought it was a paper, but now you told me that it was more of a general description of the project. My first reaction was that great database. I was missing a bit the theory part. So you have like so many decisions, so many data points for each individual, and I think that maybe like it is overwhelming, and probably if you would choose a theory like that, it could guide your data analysis. And thinking of your database, I was thinking that maybe Putnam's theory of like his thesis about how ethnic diversity erodes social capital might be appropriate, because you can compare. It's not only about ethnic diversity in your data set. They're not necessarily like different from different ethnicity, and then you can have like a natural control group. So they are out groups versus in group, but they're not from a different country. And given the globalized world that we're living and all the humanitarian crisis that leads to migration waves, this would be like, for me at least, I would love to read such a paper, and I think you can answer like these kind of questions. And so that would be actually great. And then you can also add about the mechanism, whether this what's the name? The intervention, behavioral intervention with the videos can actually go through empathy. I understood, if I understood correctly, that it does, no? It does affect the empathy channel. And one other thing that I was wondering is to whom. So it does affect empathy, but I guess not everybody, no? So like, what is the profile of the people for whom a video can be an effective way, like to empathize, to increase their empathy and therefore their prosociality? Because I guess it would, like, some people will also have, like, for some people, the opposite effect will hold, no? If not, I guess, like, everybody, like, the government would make like a video in the TV and the problem solved. But it might have also negative effects, or at least like null effects. And that would be like something I think that you could easily answer, and that would be like great. Apart from that, I also not missed, but I was wondering, so it's very cool about the movement of the mouse. I wasn't aware of this literature, and I was wondering how one can, what can you tell from my movement of the mouse? And that will be all from my side. But congratulations for it.
Okay, so I can answer these comments. Okay. Yes. Oh, no, don't worry. You want to see it? Okay.
No, if you could talk it.
And two main questions about, yes, I mean, that direction is very useful, like, actually, because for the Putnam theory, I mean, how to test at least some political economy theories that are already there with the control groups. I mean, we don't need to even include the treatments or anything, and already have comparisons of the interaction, how interact preferences towards the out group by the in-group members. So it's good. Thank you. Yes, it's a cost. It goes against Putnam. That's the yes. Yeah, well, I like him a lot. I actually have my master's dissertation is on social capital, so but this is good. The second one is on the empathy towards groups. These measures on empathy are survey measures, and they actually ask the participant about empathy towards Colombians, ex-combatants, migrants, internally displaced people, and a group of the police, different kinds of groups. And we have that data. Usually the more or less 10 groups are the observations, no, how do you say, the out-group categories for these answers. So we have the data, and we haven't checked yet on that. So that's, we can do it. And on the mouse tracking, as I said, what we found is that when we introduce the video, I mean, we have the coffee region video, which is a touristy video in Quindío, on this region, the coffee region. For that region and for the no video at all, we don't, well, that's the base, the control group. The movement and the velocity are very consistent with the literature in terms of all the control, any control groups that we have. But when we include the migrants and ex-combat, ex-FARC, they are slow. People are slow. Their movement is slower. The curvature is actually, the angle is larger, and that's very rich. That's like one of the papers that goes to the cognitive science literature, which is very good. Because usually those samples are very small, and they compare fruits with desserts. And I mean, they are not really about social preferences. And in order to complement the previous one, I forgot, is that the nice finding here that I didn't emphasize on was properly, is that when we mixed the methods, I mean, experimental measures with the survey measures, what we find is that the video has an a shift in the constant in terms of social preferences towards anyone. The control group, the internally displaced people, ex-FARC and ex-combatants, and when it's targeted to that particular group, they got the higher response. In the literature of social psychology, there is variations of the groups. Maybe I am more empathic towards ex-FARC, but not towards foreigners. So this problem happens in social psychology, but we just found the same direction in using the experimental incentivized games. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have time for only one question.
Sorry, probably not the best question, but I was quick to raise my hand. Thanks, thanks, Sandra. So I'm probably one of the very few people here who doesn't know anything about behavioral experimental economics, but let me ask this anyway, just forgive me if it's silly. So my worry is about Hawthorne effect, even in a context where I understand that tokens are worth real money. So, you know, in a standard dictator game or income distribution game or so on, you really don't know what you are supposed to do from the experimenter, right? But here I sit, I watch a video that tells me Venezuelan people are nice, they're like you, and so on. Then I go and play an experiment where they say, oh, this guy is Venezuelan migrant. I mean, then 2 standard deviations has to be, you know, or however, whatever impact you're finding, some of that might have been less in a real world video where you are not immediately then. So this is my worry, you see.
On that, at least we have the peace of mind that the experiment is internally valid. So we have variation between groups, the control, no video, and the other 2 videos. But yes, definitely, we try to hide the what we wanted to measure by introducing the low socioeconomic status and the low level of education in the characteristics. You're right. That will happen. Yes, that's the. I will say that if we look at the medium-term effects, and we still find a robust effect, it wouldn't matter because of the validity, the internal validity of the experiment. But yes, definitely, it's a concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
We move to the second question. Gerard.
So, yeah, I have to stand here then, so kind of, it's better than holding a microphone in my hand. I get nervous. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for kind of allowing me to present a paper, which I think fits quite well here, because now in retrospect, being one of the speakers coming kind of relatively at the end, one can kind of reflect a bit of kind of what one has seen before. And I think what we do here, we combine several elements that we've already seen. So kind of, I really like to thank Folake first to kind of really kind of give me the motivation. So I don't have to talk anything about motivation, because she really lined it out. What are the problems of education and what I'm going to talk. then Jorge for kind of presenting the PISA graph on educational attainments and kind of showing why we do this stuff in Indonesia, because Peru was last, but Indonesia came in second last. And also, I have to kind of then thank Azucena for introducing the lying game, so I don't have to explain this to you as well. So basically, I can kind of go home and don't tell you anything interesting because you know everything. And also kind of Juan Camilo for introducing the C-frame, because you will kind of see what we do probably has something to do with the C-frame as well. So it's really kind of, looking back here, I'm very happy and very lucky to kind of have these kind of diverse crowd within the experimental crowd. There is kind of this diverse crowd doing RCTs and lab in the field. And what we are doing here, we're trying to combine these things, and I hope I can kind of give you some feeling of kind of why we thought it was a good idea to combine these things here. Good. Hidden moral cost of control, field evidence from performance appraisals in the public sector. So we kind of try to keep the title as general as possible to kind of attract a very general audience, but it's basically about school teachers in Indonesia and looking how school teachers react to being observed by the community. We have to see quick. This is joint work with my co-author, concurrent co-author, Marcela Ibanez. Jan Priebe, who was at the GIGA the Global Area Studies Institute in Germany, and Devi Susanti, who was our local contract from the World Bank in Indonesia. And I kind of can't thank her enough because she was doing all the heavy political lifting that is necessary when you kind of do these type of experiments in the field, which I didn't have that much experience, but she was kind of the person, and she did this brilliantly. So it's kind of, otherwise this wouldn't have worked. Good. Motivation, I will kind of lose some words on motivation. School quality, and especially primary school quality, matters for escaping poverty. So there are kind of many meta studies and kind of saying, okay, good, we need this in order to bring people or whole countries out of poverty. However, there is not such an easy task to do because of many factors, and we are kind of concentrate on one factor, and this is absenteeism of teachers, which is still a major problem. So kind of has already been identified, even I think before Banachri Duflohana 2006, and it still kind of remains a problem. And we chose Indonesia because the Indonesian government was really concerned. So there was kind of, you could see this as a very benevolent government. So they poured a lot of money into education. And the results, as you might seen from the PISA study, were not satisfactory. So kind of, so they really kind of wanted to know what's going wrong and where we can improve things. So kind of they also chipped in funding for doing field experiments on this. So in 10.7% of the teachers are not in school in Indonesia. And in our sample, because we went to kind of rural areas where this problem is even larger, we have 23.4% of teachers, or of the time, teachers do not show up in class, which is kind of really, you can imagine, a big problem if you think schooling makes a difference for lifetime outcomes. So what can be done about this? Teachers don't show up. I mean, I don't have to tell you much because people have done this, and this was kind of one of my first RCTs I actually kind of saw being presented by Esther in Essex in 2004. So just when I kind of started my PhD, actually, she presented this paper and saying, okay, good, let's do some top-down monitoring with cameras of teachers. So okay, they don't show up. So what do? We monitor them with financial incentives. If you don't show up, then we kind of punish you. And what they find here, I mean, it's a bit smaller. I did a PDF version of this, and then it didn't come out as nicely as the HTML version, but never mind. But you see here, That was the treatment effect, that kind of schools were open, so meaning that teachers showed up in the treatment group much more often than that. So you kind of might say, okay, you can kind of say, okay, good, I mean, they have here 2 treatments. They have monitoring with financial incentives and no monitoring and no financial incentives. So kind of they're intermingling 2 things, namely the monitoring part and the financial incentives part. So for a purist lab experimentalist, where I come from, this might be kind of criticized, and we kind of gonna expand on this. But in the end, things work, things done. So kind of what is this guy standing here and telling you? What is interesting here still? However, I think there is quite something in there that has been known in the behavioral literature and has been also kind of discussed in the Duflo et al. Paper, namely that monitoring might be problematic. We are going to look at community monitoring, so we are going to have a committee that comes out from the community that will be in charge with monitoring the teachers and, in some treatments, punish them for not showing up. So kind of that's our framework. And this community-driven development really comes out of these observations that central administration, especially in Indonesia, kind of you know Indonesia stretching 1,000 miles from east to west with loads of little islands. So kind of you have central authorities really have a problem of monitoring and kind of getting the whole chain of command through with all these principal agent problems that you have. So the idea is to do this with the community, who is actually kind of the beneficiary of this public service of education. I found this, and the people who are much closer to the World Bank than I am might correct me on this. I mean, this also kind of, there is also kind of formulated some World Bank strategy under the inclusion and sustainability header that community monitoring is something that should be encouraged and kind of should be implemented when possible. And as I'm a little bit of a renegade here, kind of I always kind of say we have to be careful. That's kind of the message of this paper is going to be that we have to be sometimes a bit. So we are not the first ones as well to kind of do community monitoring. It has been done in education and health or social assistance programs, but we're kind of focusing more on the behavioral challenges that lie behind monitoring. So monitoring can have negative repercussions through the breach of, and that's hidden to make it more exciting, for the breach of trust. So kind of you say, okay, good, I mean, I give you liberty, and this is kind of the whole behavioral econ literature on reciprocity developed from this kind of saying, okay, good, I trust you, you trust me, and so that's why I kind of provide more effort than you actually kind of can monitor me. And that breaching this trust has repercussions within the job has been shown in a paper in the AAR by Filippos in 2006 already. And this might be especially problematic in relationships where trust is involved. So kind of, but these were all kind of lab studies. And here we had kind of the opportunity to kind of bring these thoughts forward to the field and say, okay, good, we are in an educational context, we are in a very high trust situation, because I mean, what is an educational context? The community entrusts their children, so probably kind of really the most precious good in terms of evolutionary outcomes to some teachers, and they hope that these teachers at best don't mistreat them, at best educate them somehow. And so we have now, when we kind of look at these bottom-up approaches, when we kind of introduce monitoring and even kind of punishment with monitoring in these bottom-up approaches, we're interfering here in this trust relationship that has been established or is established with teachers and the community. And this is where things might go wrong. Good. So what do? We use an intervention of community performance appraisals in Indonesia, And we are kind of looking at the effects of community evaluation and punishment mechanisms on generalized honesty. So kind of we are using here the Fischbacher-Folmy-Heusey framework that has been introduced to you today already, and I'll go a little bit more into it because we use a slightly different version, and reciprocity at the workplace. So while the second one is probably not so new, because we kind of know that, okay, good, reciprocity at the workplace is reduced when introducing monitoring. This has been done in lab experiment. There's also kind of some semi-field evidence on this. The mechanism on generalized honesty, kind of why should you be more honest to the general public or to some experimenter when the community actually kind of monitors you, was the thing that was actually kind of more interest of us, because this generalized honesty kind of might have really more repercussions to the community then. Because if you have teachers who kind of lie more, then not only in the workplace situation, but also in community situations, then we're going to have a problem. Is there a question or? Good. So this is what we want. So, and for this, we kind of combine now the RCT, where we kind of randomize the monitoring instruments and the punishment instruments. We combine this with incentivized lab in the field measures, where we kind of measure reciprocity towards the school and the workplace with a donation task. So kind of teachers got money for participating in the survey, and they could donate from this money directly to the school, to school materials, things that they normally do as well. So kind of they bring materials from home, and kind of so this kind of mimics this thing, and honesty in the Fischbacher-Folmy-Heusey task. And we kind of have indirect measures, which are survey and administrative measures, which we kind of use here parental education spending. Although kind of education is free, schools leveraging some, let's say, school fee, which indicates potential, and they have quite some discretion on this school fee, which kind of, I don't want to call it corruption, because I mean, corruption we talked about, it's a legal term, which is always problematic, but which kind of shows, okay, good, if parents have to bring more money to the school, or if teachers charge more money for the parents to the school, also kind of is an indication that something within the relationship, within the communities is not working. And the second is school enrollment. So kind of do more pupils enroll after the intervention or not. Background, I mean, Indonesia has 50 million pupils, students, and 4 million teachers in 250,000 schools. Unfortunately, we couldn't do this in all 250,000 schools. It has this geography that I already have mentioned, that it has the thousands of islands, 3,000 miles from east to west, and service delivery is very challenging. Primary schools in Indonesia comprise grades 1 to 6, and this is quite important for us because we were working with the Ministry of Education and Culture here. 86% of primary schools at the national level are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Finance, making it kind of probably the most coherent educational system in the world. Good. So not 250,000 schools, but 270 primary schools in 235 villages in 5 districts in 2 provinces in Indonesia. School characteristics, they all must be under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education and Culture, and they're located, and this was the important thing, which is a selected sample here, on remote areas as classified by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And there was one thing, they must not be too remote. For this there was financial constraints as well, but reachable within 8 hours from the capital of the province. So in total, we had 2,497 teachers and 2,021 participated in our lab in the field experiments. So this is good. Intervention. The intervention, as I said, was kind of done by the monitoring was done by the community, and this was done through through a service agreement between the school and the committee, and they had some kind of community scorecards, and there was one required indicator, which was teacher presence at school. So kind of this was kind of the main indicator that kind of determined your salary in the end. The committee comprised 9 members, 3 community or religious leaders, 1 parent from each grade level, and should have been gender balanced. Unfortunately, this didn't always work. And this was important. There was a grievance redress mechanism for complaints and feedback. And this is important because what you will see, and I kind of take this because I only have 5 minutes, basically none of the teachers really got punished. So kind of what you saw here is, so kind of read the results, then I'll show you now then within the background that the actual financial repercussions from the thing were basically 2% or something like this. So kind of people did things. Then we had several treatments, kind of 3, kind of a control, 4, a control treatment, business as usual, except of the service that people participated in, social accountability, so where the committee was there, just evaluated and gave feedback and points, and that's it. So there was no financial repercussions. Then there was a pay for performance community, which was the same as this, but the salary should have been reduced when they didn't show up. And there was a pay for performance camera treatment, which is exactly the same as the treatment before, just that there was another objective measure for the camera treatment with a camera, like in the Duflo paper. So basically, we just kind of added 2 steps in the middle of the Duflo et al. Paper. So there was this monthly meeting and so on. So we're kind of looking now at the donation behavior and at the dice game behavior, and this is randomization worked with this amount of teachers in 4 treatments. This is not too surprising. And here we have the results, and also don't show up that nicely, but you see here, these are donations, standardized donations. We see here that in all treatments with monitoring, even when there's no pay for performance, we kind of see that donations to the school go down. So it's not the financial repercussion that does the trick. It's really this kind of monitoring. Because you might kind of even think that the first social accountability measure, this kind of first monitoring, might be seen positively by teachers. Because, I mean, you get feedback. I mean, if you do your work, I mean, that's why I'm standing here as well. I mean, I want to get your feedback, so kind of expose myself to criticisms and things from peers or from the audience, who's kind of, so one kind of might think here that this goes up here because the teachers probably feel more valued because somebody really cares about them and comes and kind of gives them feedback and are more integrated. Good. For the lying, which is a much more noisy measure, we see similar things. So in non-parametric tests, we kind of see only that the third treatment with the financial repercussion is significant. If we do a whole bunch of econometrics here and also kind of adding fixed effects and kind of all these things that you do in order to kind of reflect your randomization thing into in the economic analysis, then these things also kind of get significant here. So the last one here. And so I kind of jump over this as I have only 2, and I can say, okay, whatever we find then here, so we can do randomization inference, taking into account the clustered randomization structure here, doesn't change the results. We can look at standard errors, accounting for spatially correlated errors, also doesn't change the results. And we have kind of hundreds of covariates and doing some lasso type estimates for causal inference, a la Bellone, Czernotzukov, and Hansen. Also these things, it survives. So our effects survive these very actually quite harsh treatments here. What I want to kind of say about the mechanisms, so kind of the main takeaway of the mechanisms, and that's where they really kind of the PDF didn't come out as the HTML, unfortunately. What we kind of say, it does not, so the monthly scores and the interactions or the financial punishment doesn't explain this. It's really kind of the pure monitoring that does the job. And also you might kind of think that this, I mean, you didn't have much of financial punishment, but a little bit, which might have introduced some inequality within the school and kind of lead to some conflicts, which also might kind of do this. So we kind of we did kind of small sample Gini measures for within school inequality. Also, those are not cannot explain or predict the decline of the morals here. What we also find in our kind of secondary measures is that school enrollment decreases by 6.3% by the time of the follow-up survey in the treated in the treated schools overall, and school-related expenditure of parents increased by 4 to 11 percentage points in treatment schools versus the control group. So kind of we also kind of see this here in reflected in outcome measures that are traditionally kind of used to do this. Good. Final remarks. Monitoring through social accountability has repercussions on the pro-social behavior of teachers and the honesty, which is kind of the more severe thing, I think, here. And there is some compensating behavior of parents through higher school expenditures. And one thing, the last remark, be careful about the social fabric when running interventions, which might be kind of one thing that in any case you are. But I think here, introducing these measures of these lab in the field measures actually kind of made the difference, because when we kind of look at survey measures that kind of just ask how happy you are with the administration, how happy you are with the user committee, they are all kind of basic. We don't have any variation here. All people say, oh, we are all very happy. I mean, this might be, and I have some slide of this, but on based on Indonesian culture, that is where agreeableness is a trait that is very much valued. So these type of measures should or could be, and this is what we advocate for, introduced more often in these type of exercises. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Okay, we have a discussion on Ericka.
Okay, I should just start by saying that it is not fair to have only 5 minutes to discuss this paper. It's a 70-page paper, which is extremely interesting, more so if you are working on education. So I very welcome this type of lab in the field experiment that informs quite a lot, really what is happening in the field. And indeed, there's very little on teachers' performance, rigorous evidence on that. It's pretty new, no more than 20, 25 years they are RCT. So it's great, the project that you have in there. Let me just focus on 3 main points. And the question is, let me start with the last question, which is, so what does this mean? Shall we stop monitoring teachers? Or how can we innovate monitoring? Because somehow we need to assess them, right? And let me just say a couple of things about the experimental design. And that is linked to the theory. I think it would be very nice to see this discussion about subjective versus objective feedback. And the reason is that you sort of mention it in the paper, like, oh, and this is because of that. And then I continue with the paper. But I think that's very interesting because that's what differentiates T2 from T3, right? And then you can even build a story, a theoretical story, by saying what sort of channels, psychological channels, you reckon are behind these, subjective and objective measures. Something that came to my mind when I was reading about T1 was about, so these assessments were created by community members, including parents, including teachers, and other community stakeholders. And then I was just wondering, so then they knew about the assessment. So then
the teachers that were involved in this, they could have passed the assessment, or they could have given some sort of information about the type of assessment that they will be facing. And then this goes back to a comment that I should have said at the beginning, but it's related to this, is why honesty is important in this type of field experiment. So I know that for lab experimentalists, honesty is very well known, but I think that you need to bring to the light in the paper why honesty is so important in teachers' evaluations. You know, how is that linked to teachers' performance? And therefore, not only on, so how that might affect children's outcomes, but also how that may affect teachers' well-being and satisfaction, right? So perhaps it's very obvious for a lab experimentalist, but I don't think that is so obvious in terms of, you know, when you talk about the field. And then I'm just gonna finalize with two other things about the experiment. This is a cluster randomized control trial. And then you differentiate in the paper between two types of populations, TKG and non-TKG. I would have expected a stratified cluster randomized control trial for doing that type of analysis, okay? And if you get a reviewer who is obsessed with this type of thing, you may want to say something about it, okay? You may want to say that you have power to do that type of analysis or not. I don't know if you have a pre-registration of the experiment. I assume you have it, but I think you need to make more salient that also in the paper, also to defend, you know, what you have in there. And I have just a couple of other suggestions about experimental design. I think that the only implementation bit that probably I would have done differently is how you follow up teachers for the follow-up. You know, you have two follow-ups. And I think that the way that I would have done it would have been, okay, contacting the schools first. And then if you don't find the teacher there because of this potential mobility that you also mentioned in your paper, then what I would have done is try to track down the teacher, you know, in the neighboring communities. But then, of course, that means that you need to prevent that at baseline, try to get mobile phones or some sort of contact details of the teachers in order to already be prepared that if they move, you are having some sort of margin to track them down into other neighboring schools. And just the last comment, I have other comments that I can pass to you, but I think your attrition bit, I would just add the typical attrition regression, which is probability of being treated on the random assignment of the treatments. I think that probably a reviewer would like just to see that for the attrition bit that you have in there, as well as potentially a balanced test between treated and non-treated using the baseline covariates. That's all from my side. Thank you. Very nice talking to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for the comments. So kind of I go through them kind of as you say. So kind of the first question is kind of basically I can summarize this as how to monitor. So kind of what is kind of, I mean, we need to monitor it in other countries like in Germany, teachers are used to be monitored in other. So the question is kind of how do we kind of create a culture of being monitored that is not perceived as something intrusive in the fabric. And this is something where we kind of definitely need much more research. So kind of this is something where I would argue, and this is what we also were discussing when we were having seen this result, is kind of, I mean, yeah, sure, we want to have a little bit more control. We want to get communities involved in this. And apparently this was not the best way, because I forgot to mention that also kind of when looking at student learning outcomes didn't change in the medium run, and also kind of attendance rates didn't change. So basically this was a failure. So I have to say so. And we kind of have at least here some indication of why this was a failure, because with all the other measures we didn't. So kind of the question is really kind of how to design this monitoring that it's not perceived as something bad. And this can be done, but definitely probably not evaluated within this kind of 2-year period. So kind of you have to establish a culture. You have also these kind of cohorts of teachers who because there was an implicit, for all teachers, there was an implicit contract. You can kind of saying, oh yeah, you don't earn so much, but you can kind of have your side business, and this was accepted. So this was not an official contract, but it was an implicit contract. And kind of changing this type, and this we're going back to Juan Camilo's talk here as well, kind of changing this type of norms is very difficult. So yeah, the subjective or the objective monitoring, yes, we are extending on that. So kind of there. And why the honesty should be interesting is probably kind of, or kind of why this is should influence student learning. That's probably not the right question. I would kind of reformulate this question a little bit. Why does our intervention kind of change generalized honesty? And there are kind of several kind of theories you might kind of have going back to this nice survey paper that Sandra has written. So kind of where you kind of look at crowding effects here that might not only kind of be concerned with direct workplace things, but that you kind of probably learn, oh, if they introduce these type of measures, actually the average teacher must be pretty bad. So I can also be bad. So if you kind of have this as a self-justification mechanism, this might kind of, this type of learning that you learn from the mechanism that something is wrong with this might explain this. Then yeah, for the technical comments, yes. So kind of, I mean, we do leap bounds. I mean, leap bound estimates, which I think is probably the most conservative, reasonable thing one can do. I mean, there are better methods out there, but we're gonna deal a little bit more econometrically with the attrition. And so, yeah, that's what it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for 3 questions.
Yeah, Gerard, this is very interesting. I think you're getting at a very important and critical issue of monitoring in particular, but then the more general idea of importing institutions into different cultural contexts in general. I think those 2 factors are here, and I think it's a very valuable paper in the sense that it should bring attention on the ethical side to people who do experiments, and you say it right there precisely in how one has to be careful. But then in the monitoring part, I wanted to ask you a little bit further, because we know from sort of like the behavioral literature in general that monitoring is a way of building reputation, and reputation is a key mechanism for building collective action to create the provision of public goods. And this is the exact example of that. And in this case, is firing back in a very undesirable way. And I wanted to hear more. Is it because this particular type of monitoring, or is it monitoring in general? Are there other ways of thinking exposed now in retrospect with you and your co-authors? Are you thinking what would be another way to do monitoring? Maybe if you involve the teachers into the design of their own monitoring, if you involve the teachers in doing monitoring for themselves without sharing it with the community. I don't know. I'm just wondering because, again, this is valuable for many reasons. It's valuable because of the ethical issues. It's valuable because it's saying, look, this intervention did not change school attendance, did not change performance, and yet did introduce these effects that are of concern. But this should not lead us to think that then monitoring is not something that may be valuable in communities to create collective action. Yeah. So I find it fascinating, but at the same time, I'm wondering, would you have tried a different way? If you were to repeat the story, would you have another type of monitoring for that?
So probably. The first way of monitoring is kind of to accustom people to monitoring. So kind of you can't do a very nice RCT here with very sharp bounds, but kind of to phase in some kind of, okay, we have some peer monitoring. Okay, good, we kind of start that the parents can give some informal feedback, not this very formal institutions that were, because it was really coming, as you might have, I didn't expand on this, but as you might have expected, this was really kind of, this was a formal institutions put up on this, so which is very bureaucratic, so which might kind of bring people in. So kind of having kind of more talks, how important it is that they come to school, and kind of smoothing this in might probably be a way forward, and kind of, designing the monitoring business. How do you want to be monitored? I mean, we tried this here a little bit with the scorecards. I didn't expand on this either because didn't have time, but parts of the scorecard were also kind of designed by the teachers on which they want to be evaluated, or so, still in a very formal way. But at least there was, that's why we thought kind of it might be kind of positive here without these financial repercussions, because they feel valued, they feel kind of integrated within the process of the community. So that's why we were also a bit surprised. We were thinking about the financial repercussion. There, things will go wrong given what Falk and others did, or what I myself did with my co-authors in the lab. Good, so we see this, but we didn't, but this smoothing in would be a way to do so.
Okay. More questions? No? Okay. We can move. Yes.
So when I saw the punishment treatments, I was just wondering why you didn't have, in addition to that, no, gain frames, no, because these guys are reacting in this way because they are loss averse very likely.
One could kind of frame this as a gain. I'm a bit, maybe. I'm a bit more skeptical on this kind of, this would be an iframe argument, I guess. There probably it works, but I'm not sure, as we kind of saw that the monitoring did the trick already with the reciprocity. I'm not so sure whether it would make things much better. So that's what I can't say, but I'm a bit skeptical.
Okay, thank you very much, Gerard.
Thank you.
We move to the last presenter, Jaromír Kovářík.
I will already suggest a lot of things. Okay, so we are going to talk about the promotion, mobile banking, and the combination of the field and nature experiment. Why? And what we try to argue about some stuff. Using local regionals as promote product that requires them. John work with Ericka and with Pablo. They can work. Okay. There is a microphone. Where is it?
Thank you. Okay, so do you hear it well? Perfect. Okay, so let me go to the paper. Okay, so why we care about this issue? Well, it's pretty well known that having access to a bank gives you extra opportunities. Okay, in particular, we know that people with people who have access to banks have more opportunities to save and get financing for whatever projects they care about. Okay, and this is one of the, and these are important things for inequality, and particularly in our case, we care about escaping poverty. Okay, so not having access to a bank account can be a barrier for that. Okay, and there is a paper. There's also papers about that. Some even experimental evidence, some nature experiments. Okay, but it's a problem. Okay, and the number here is roughly 50% of adults in developing countries having a bank account. Okay, so 50% do not have a bank account. Okay, so it's one of the goals of the World Bank and all the other organizations is to promote access to banks. That's the idea. Okay, so it's one of the priorities for economic development. Okay, well, the problem why people don't have banks, very often it's access, it's physical access. Okay, so what we are going to do is to argue in favor of, what the literature does is to argue in favor of mobile banking, or M-banking, how it's typically abbreviated. Okay, and the rise of mobile phone coverage. Okay, so landlines was a problem, again, for the same reasons, so physically inaccessible for many people. Okay, but now with mobile phones, things became much more easier and much cheaper. In fact, the numbers are big. I don't remember exactly the percentages, but almost all the world population had access to mobile phone coverage. Okay, and the prices of mobile phones actually went down considerably. Okay, and in fact, if you travel in developing countries, you see that almost everybody has a mobile phone. It's not everybody, but it's a relatively common product today. Okay, so mobile banking can be the solution to the problem of unbanked population. Okay, this is roughly some of the issues. I will skip. Okay, and we know, so according to the estimations of the World Bank, we know that this would particularly benefit the poor people. Okay, and so the socially disadvantaged. These are those typically who don't have access to banks. Okay, well, we have an example, very successful example of that, which is the M-Pesa in Kenya. Okay, however, if we look at the numbers worldwide, so if we leave Kenya, okay, worldwide, we know that this is not going on. Okay, the adoption of banking, it's much lower than the use of mobile phones. Okay, and this is much below what actually was the expectations from the private sector and from the institutions. Okay, why? Well, there's a lot of reasons. Okay, there's a lot of reasons. The one we will talk about is trust. People don't trust. Many people don't trust to have money in the mobile phone. Okay, it's not only about the poor population. If I talk with my parents, my father will never have a bank account in his mobile phone because they can see the mobile phone. Okay, so many people think like this. There are certain issues with social norms. There are certain risks, and in particular, all these issues are worse for women. Okay, the adoption rates are much worse, and there are additional risks like social roles. They are more risk averse. Okay, literacy issues in many parts of the world. Okay, and this makes the access to all the advantages of banking even worse for women. Okay, and clearly, again, this is another barrier for women's rights and economic development, especially if we take into account the evidence that women very often can be the drivers of economic development. Okay, and we have a lot of good examples from Africa, actually. Okay, so what do? We run, as I say, combination of a field and natural experiment. Okay, and what we do, we test two promotion strategy of adoption of mobile banking. Okay, we do it in Peru. We work with women and in particular poor rural area. Okay, and I'll give you details in a second. The two mechanisms where we test is the traditional marketing campaign. This is the common approach. Okay, so advertisement. I'll give you details again in a second. And what we do, we propose what we call seeded diffusion using incentivized local leaders. So we will use local people and try to make them promote the adoption of one Peruvian application. Okay, and we will pay them for that. Okay, So this is a relatively common approach now in many experiments. The CD diffusion is a very common approach in many experiments. We try to even to do that. Okay, so in that sense, we will try to promote it at the local level, community level, and so it's related to what the previous talk we had. Okay, we will work in collaboration with a state-run program there, which is called Juntos. I'll give you details again in a second. Okay, and so we have standard experiments with control treatment areas, and we collect a lot of data on that, apart from the adoption of the mobile banking. Okay, the variable I care about, or we measure, we have access to, is the take-up of the application. Okay, we will simply see who downloads the application and who does not in the area. Okay, I will not talk about use because we don't have data on that after the adoption. Okay, so I will not be talking about that. Okay, what we get, I have 30 minutes now, right? Okay, so I will skip this and I will give you the results, a little bit of suspense on the way. Okay, so there is a lot of literature on all the aspects of our experimental design. I'm not going to go through it, and let me jump to what we do. Okay, so there's lots of details I would like to do. Okay, so we work. The experiment is done in Peru. Okay, and Peru is Peru is one of the countries. So one of the countries in America with the lowest rates of financial inclusion. Okay, so it's a good plate. Okay, so our experiment was part of a country-level initiative to promote many things, among them mobile banking. The idea is to increase the financial inclusion. Okay, and we did it in a collaboration with a state-run program, which is called Juntos, which is the program, so national program for the direct support to the poor. That's the translation of the Spanish thing. Okay, this is a Peruvian conditional money transfer initiative. Okay, so they need to transfer money, so it's very useful for them that they can use bank accounts, of course. Okay, and the idea of that is combating poverty by promoting the typical things: social policy, social inclusion, local development. Okay, so it's not an NGO, but many of the goals are similar to an NGO, and it's state funded and state promoted. Okay, so it's an ongoing project. Okay, so we started to work when they've been already operating for many years. Okay, the typical targets: health services, education, nutrition, and so on and so on. And the nice thing about the program is that they work through community leaders. Okay, so all the people who are subject to the program are called users. Okay, they communicate. The program communicates with the users through the local leaders. So it's some sort of a system we will be using in our experiments. Okay, and since the objective, so given the objectives, very often they try to target children. Okay, education. Okay, as a result, most of the users are women. Okay, so that's why actually we work with women, and the users typically are poor, meaning that they live in poor areas, low security. Okay, and as a result, typically little access to formal banking. Okay, as a result of all that, they try to promote mobile banking. In particular, they operate with an application. It's called BIM. It's so everybody knows what BIM is in Peru. I don't know whether you heard about it. I did not before we started that. So this is the application we'll be using. Okay, it's managed by a private firm, but it's highly promoted by most banks. Okay, and the good thing about it is very easy. It doesn't require a smartphone. Okay, so it's important poor areas, so you can have the older phones. Okay, very easy, very secure, very cheap. Okay, and widely accepted throughout Peru. Okay, and it really works like as a bank account. Okay, you can do whatever you typically do with your mobile banking. I mean, we all have it probably here. Okay, so it's a very similar idea. Okay, you can pay with it, you can transfer money. This is a very common thing in Peru between families, and so on and so on. Okay, so it really serves as a bank account. So this is what we will be promoting. Okay, and in our experiment, we are going to use very actively the collaborators. Okay, they are called mother leaders. I will just call them leaders throughout the talk. Okay, and they are the connection between Juntos and the users, so the poor women in our case. Okay, the good thing about all these leaders is they were selected by the communities. Okay, the people have, sorry, I moved too much. They were selected. Okay, they selected based on voting, using and the promotional criteria were trust, people who have access to information, ability to mobilize, and so on and so on. Okay, in fact, we have social network data. We actually indeed see that they are more central and influential in their communities using network measures. Okay, I will not give the details, but we did this exercise too. Okay, so I'm going to use these local leaders as the seeds of the diffusion process in the communities. That's why I talk about them. Okay, so let me go to give you details of the experiment. The experiment was done in the northern Peru. Okay, back. Okay, in Piura province, we chose one district which is called Catacaos. Sorry, Catacaos. Okay, this is the population. The nice thing about the province is particularly poor population at the Peruvian level. So 47% of the people lives in 2013 below the poverty line. Okay, it has, as a result of that, it has a large amount of users or beneficiaries of the program, so 6,000 in total. Okay, distributed in different caseríos. They call it caseríos, some municipalities. I don't know what the English exactly for that. Okay, and we will working in 5 of them. Okay, and I have a map. So these are the 5 villages we will work on. Every village is a different color. I will mention it a little bit more. Okay, which is particularly important for us, 50% of the households in this area are affiliates of Juntos, meaning very poor people, very poor area. Okay, but for some reason, we don't have anything to do with that. There is a large tendency mobile phones, which is a requirement for the application, of course. Okay, so this is our areas. Okay, I have some photos on some of the houses where we operated with where we worked with the people. Okay, we simply took these areas, we divided in the control and treatment areas. So, okay, we have 3 control and 2 treatment. Okay, and the way we divided it, I get back to the map, is simply these are the control areas, these are the treatment areas. Okay, there was a natural separation between them. They are still not far. 5 minutes? Are you sure? Okay, so we have a timeline which is divided in 4 periods. So I have only 5 minutes. I have to run. I didn't realize it's so fast. Okay, we collected data initially. We started collecting data. Then we made it seeded diffusion, something I will explain in a second. Then there was a marketing campaign at the level of the whole province, completely out of our control. This is the field experiment part. This is the nature experiment part. And then there was we repeated the seeded diffusion. Okay. Why? Well, the marketing campaign went at the regional level, so it affected both control and treatment. So we want so the treated area went through all this process. So we just, so we expected the marketing campaign not to work. So to make sure that if there is no adoption during the campaign, is not due to the market saturation here, we just reconducted the treatment to see whether again people would keep adopting the product more than during the campaign. This is sort of the idea, okay? So very quickly, we have a lot of data on the people, okay? And this is our main experimental part, okay? So what did we do? We trained the local leaders. So the local leaders who connect Juntos with the users, okay? We train them to use, promote, and so on the BIM application. Okay, so this mobile bank account. Let me call it this way, okay? We paid them for every adoption and every use of the people they adopt. Okay, so the incentivization was this. Then the quantities are not large at our level, but they are pretty large at the level of the area we were. Okay, so the idea is that we had local leaders who would be the ambassadors of the application among the people, and it would be trusted. It would be from the community. Okay, this is so the end. Okay, and we simply observed how many people they adopted. We have they wrote it down, and we also observe who downloads the application. Okay, so this is our variable of interest. Okay, so I will skip most of the thing. The campaign was a very standard thing. Let me just give you a result. Okay, posters, radio ads, and these moto taxis. Very common thing in the area. Okay, so very traditional, unpersonalized marketing campaign, and then we just repeated the idea of the city diffusion. So again, we informed the leaders who we contracted to promote the application. Okay, clearly they didn't know during the marketing campaign that that we would relaunch the intervention, because they might say to the people, "Don't do it, wait for me because I will get paid for it." Okay, so they didn't know about that, of course. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. These are the results. Okay, that's all I need, 2 minutes. Okay, these are the results. So I will not give you all the additional results. Let me just stop with discuss what we have here. This is the main experimental result. Okay, black are our treatment areas. Gray are our control areas. And what we have here is the percentage of users of Juntos, the poor women, who downloaded the application. Okay, so the main result, so this is just the results. In the control areas, nothing going on. Okay, so this is what was going on before we came there. Okay, so there is no effect whatsoever in the control area. We see that our personalized seeded diffusion, incentivizing the promoters, works. Okay, better than the typical campaign, which is the typical way how banks promote this. Okay, we observe nothing during the marketing campaign. There seems to be something, but statistically different from zero. Okay, and once we relaunch our promotion strategy, again there is a rise. It's not as big as the first one, but again something is going on. Okay, meaning that this is not an artifact of coming after our thing. Okay, so these are the experimental results. Okay, I have a summary here of them, and we did some checks using the data we have on the people. What determines the adoption of the thing? Okay, we looked at economic factors. Clearly, richer and more educated people were more likely to be adopted, and we looked some network determinants. So we see that the distance in the network from the leader matters. Okay, so it means that really there is something going on through the local networks, through the local communities. And one thing we like to think is that there is an important effect of the local clustering, which is a sort of a measure of cohesion within one's network neighborhood. Okay, I'm not going to conclude anything because I don't have any time. I just showed you the results, so sorry for that. I'm happy to talk with anybody afterwards.
Thank you, Jaro. Ricardo?
Here you are. So, may I ask you sorry, get the pointer. Thanks. It's not working. Okay, then it's going to be a bit of a mess, but we can try. The issue is that I put everything in itemize with pause, so each amazing line will come on a different slide. Okay, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper, which I found really interesting. So just go to the end of the slide because each line is, I wanted to do it on my own. So besides summarize the paper, which we already know it, I would like to say that the contribution here is twofold. On one hand, we have the contribution to the literature, which is really important for scholars, for professors like us. And then we have the contribution also, which is really relevant for institutions, which is something that I appreciate a lot, maybe because I did an internship at FAO, And I think that we professors are like waiters bringing food to people that just sat down at our restaurant but didn't order anything, while in institutions, we know what we need. So here, this is something also useful for these people, which is amazing. Then going to the comments, let's go to just end of the slide. So I will suggest something. I will like say a concern and suggest also what to do. So on one hand, since as far as I understand, the treatment status varies at geographic level, is not connected to model leader per se, I would cluster standard errors, which is at the treatment variable level, at the area level. Then this might cause a problem because we have only 5 clusters, okay? But we can solve it with wild cluster bootstrapping and using web weights, because if the number of clusters is below 10 or 15, I don't remember it, then the web weights are the best as far as I know, and this is easy to implement using the stata command boot test. ML in the paper stands for model leader, so I just took the same acronym. So since model leader live in the same area and did the same training session together, as far as I understand, they might know each other. So there might be a potential violation of SUTVA, of the stable unit treatment value assumption. So they can, there could be spillover effects. But yes, we can address this, as far as I understand, because in your survey, you are using data on 5 names of friends that they gave them. So you can check whether a model leader have effect on the adoption of people in the household of these 5 names. Okay, and this might be a concern, but can be addressed easily. And then another idea, I don't know if you have data on that, if you have data on where they live exactly, you might use bordering households, so that to replace the outcome variable of adoption with the cumulation of the adoption of all the bordering households. If we believe that a model leader can have an effect on closer households, which I don't know because I didn't go to Peru, and I think you know much better than me. And then the last main comment is, as far as I understand, so the marketing campaign might have had a long-run effect, or might have had an impact if it carried out before the seed diffusion. But this is something we cannot know, right? Because we cannot, since then there was the second seed diffusion, and since the marketing campaign happened just after the first seed diffusion, we cannot know whether this is the case. So even if this is unlikely, I will just acknowledge it so that we are avoiding any referee to write it down, a referee report. Then to minor comments, I see this was a draft of the paper, so also. So it's unclear how a marketing campaign was implemented in the draft. I didn't understand if it happened in all the areas, or also in the control areas. Okay, and so then you don't have a control unit to. Okay. And then these are only details, like figure A2 is named in the text before figure A1, so that when you read it, first you have to go to figure A2. Yeah, this is why I did it. I wanna. And then because allocation of experimental arms was not random, table 2 use control variable. You can put them on the left hand side instead of right hand side, following this paper. See, this was a draft, but for me, like, it's much better to regression specification in the paper to understand exactly what's going on and what we are estimated, and I would drop the estimated coefficient associated to constant, which if is not useful for the discussion. And then we have the last slide. Then I have a general question. As far as I understand, the estimation was carried out using SUR, so why we don't test the quality of coefficients with the SU test command after them, just to determine the effect of each treatment. Then figure 1, since I printed it in black and white, I have to go back to the laptop to understand figure 1, which was the one you just showed with all the control and treatment areas. I guess you can adjust that to black and white with crosses and stars, whatever, so that it's easier for poor, it's the map, exactly. To poor guys like me that print it in black and white. So all controls, as far as I understand, are measured at T0, right? Because there was some of them could be considered bad controls because could be affected by the treatment. But as far as I understand, they're all measured at T0. And so I would highlight it in the text that no reader have this. And then in table A2, there are the last three controls where maybe the label on stata jumped, so it's not clear exactly. It's meeting the model leader at some point in time. And thank you very much.
Let me just mention, probably for everybody, can you get back, please, to the first page? No, exactly, the comment, yes, please. Just to remind me, I'm old and I don't remember anything. Short. Okay, the next one. Okay. So there is, I would say, if you had a look at the map, the separation of the area of the control and treatment, I mean, it's not a paper of Esther Duflo and company who take Kenya left, Kenya right. Okay, we had access to what we had access to. Okay, our possibilities were small area, 5 villages, and clearly they are very close. This generates a lot of econometric concerns. Okay, contamination, clustered errors, whatever. Okay, it's a concern, and probably we should discuss it better in the paper. Okay, it's a concern, but most of them work against us. So having such a clean effect in our CD diffusion 1, it's already conservative in the sense that contamination might make might the effects larger because that means something in control area and all these things with the network. So many of the things you talked about, we checked it out. I don't remember the clustering of the errors. They are clustered at the level of. We also did mother leaders. So the users of the program are assigned to one mother leader. So we also did different types. So at the level of the mother leader, at the level of the village, I think, and just everything is robust, no problem with that. And probably we should mention it in the paper. Okay, and the spillover system and all these other things. So what we did a small analysis everything I talked about was the users and adopters. That is the whole population. We did a small analysis on the mother leaders who were the promoters. Okay, and some of the things you talk about happened. Actually, they sort of competed for clients. So the closer they were in the space, the less successful they were. It was some sort of competing. But I'm talking about 18 observations. So there's nothing I can do about it. We did some things, how close people were to the. We can. Exactly. So we did a lot of exercise of this sort. We control for the space in the network. So how far you are from untreated people, how far you are from treated people if you are untreated, so on and so on. How far you are from the adopters, everything that, no problem, everything works. I mean, the result is so big, you shouldn't be concerned about not working. Okay, so if we talk about the quantification of the effect, then obviously this would be important thing. But we did honestly, everything is typically pretty robust, even quantitatively speaking, right? These things don't disappear much. Okay, and I think that's roughly these are the main concerns. Thank you for all the other comments. I'm not going to talk about the paper is large in progress. We still have to finish off.
I mean, I just want to add one thing. So we had very little monies to run this field experiment, and not always you have the monies to run a randomized control trial. So I think that 99% of the cases, you don't have the monies to run, to do an RCT. So we had the opportunity to run this in the field, and knowing that there was potential contamination, because the right way to do this is a cluster randomized control trial because it involved information and so on. It was to elicit the network, to know how close they were between each other, but how close they were also to the mother leader, right? And then that's the way how we try to net out that potential contamination. In addition to that, on purpose, we have one of the controls next to the treatments, just to measure those spillover effects that come from geographical distance, not only the network distance we are controlling for, but also the geographical distance. And then when we net out all those effects, still we have these results. But totally agree. I mean, it's what you can do when you cannot randomize, and and in addition to that, when you cannot have, you know, the number of clusters that you need for running this as a cluster randomized control trial.
Okay, we have time for one question. Sorry, Ben.
I just have two, so maybe. Yeah, so two quick questions. So so you use juntos, beneficiarios, as the your sort of population. So can they receive their transfers using the mobile app in their mobile accounts? Okay, so that was, I see, okay. And then I guess my next question is just, are you going to follow up? So if I understood the outcome was whether they downloaded the app, but are you going to follow up to see? But are you like?
It's a long story.
Okay. Let somebody else ask the question.
Thanks.
That's what you mean. So there was a problem with personal issues. And let's keep it here.
My question was, do you have an explanation for why the effect is larger in seed 1 than in seed 2?
Of course, because most people that want it already did it in seed 1. And there were people around the leaders. I mean, that's the explanation. I give it to it. Okay, I didn't test it. So, another question? Okay.
Yeah. We have until.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We have the lunch until 3:15 that we are going to have our last keynote speaker. Thank you very much.
¿Quién se la mandó? Pues Pablo, y será una versión vieja.
Pero tú la, sí.
Pablo no creo que tenga la...
Porque todo ya estaba limpio.
Diego.
Which is our last session. Last but never least, especially when it's about Chico Ferreira. Let me just tell you a bit about Chico for those that don't know him. I'm pretty sure that he's very well known, but still I'm gonna talk a little bit about him. He's the Amartya Sen Professor at LSE. He's the director of the International Inequalities Institute. And I met him when I joined the World Bank, when I was working for Peter Lanyao in the research department. And probably he doesn't know, but he will know today, that he was one of the main influences that I had that convinced me to study the PhD in the UK. He was very kind to basically all those that just finished the master, and he was always very encouraging, telling us, you're having very good ideas, you should pursue a PhD and so on. And we believed him. I'm not the only one that was struck with those comments. There were other people that followed that line because of him. So Chico is very well known because of all his work on inequality and poverty, not only in terms of very rigorous measures on inequality and poverty, but also studies that he has done, he has led on poverty and inequality of opportunities. So Chico, please, all yours. Thank you for joining us.
Bueno, thanks very much for being here, but I know it's the end of the conference and the opportunity cost is high. Thanks to Ericka for that very kind introduction, and also to Ericka and the other organizers for the invitation to be here. This last talk of the conference, I just to motivate it, you know, the reason I chose this particular topic is because if you go on the website of the conference, the first sentence after the title is, "We're better educated and healthier than 50 years ago, but how much of this human capital has been translated into better and more equal opportunities for the poor?" So I kind of took that seriously, and I thought, you know, what can we say about the role of human capital investments in combating inequality of opportunity? So this is not a particular paper, it's really more of a lecture drawing mostly on work by others, a little bit on my own work. It has these 4 parts. Really parts 1 and 2 are about this concept of inequality of opportunity, and yeah? Okay, thanks. So parts 1 and 2 are about the concept of inequality of opportunity and the policy objective that one derives from it. And then the second part shifts gear a little bit, and sections 3 and 4 are largely about policy examples and the evaluation of policy interventions, except that part 4 goes back and asks whether this really is enough to combat inequality of opportunity. So let me start with why this particular. So now I see why people are having trouble. It was moving very well before the sharing, but with the sharing, it doesn't move anymore. Okay, thank you. All right. So I'm going to tell you in a moment what I mean by inequality of opportunity, but before I do, you might think, well, why even talk about inequality of opportunity? We are all economists in this room, mostly, I think. Just inequality of income is hard enough. So I argue that there are many reasons why actually there is a lot of focus and interest now on this concept of inequality of opportunity. One is the political salience of it. Politicians and policymakers find that concept useful and attractive. So I have 2 US quotes here, 75 years apart. One is from FDR in that speech there in Arkansas, where he says, "We know that equality of individual ability has never existed and never will, but we do insist that equality of opportunity still must be sought." And yes, 75 years or something like that, 76 years later, Alan Kruger, whom we all know, when he was President Obama's chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, said the rise in inequality in the United States over the last 3 decades has reached the point that inequality in incomes is causing an unhealthy division in opportunities, and it is a threat to our economic growth. And notice that the reason he worries about the inequality is the fact that it is creating inequality of opportunity. Once I was sitting in my office in Washington quietly, and I got a call from someone who said, Gordon Brown wanted to talk to me. He was already former Prime Minister of the UK. And the reason he wanted to talk to me is he said, this is very clever, this whole inequality of opportunity idea, because even the right wing cannot be against it, right? So there's broad agreement across the political spectrum that equality of opportunity is something you want to pursue. There's philosophical support for it. Gerald Cohen, who's a famous philosopher, calls equality of opportunity the currency of egalitarian justice today. It draws on work by Rawls, Sen, Dworkin, Arnson. And there is increasing evidence that beyond politicians and philosophers, regular human beings care about equality that care more about inequalities that arise from things you don't control than inequality that are somehow the result of your effort. Yeah, I mentioned here this paper by Alexander Kapellen and Bertil Thungodden and Sorensen, but there are many other papers along the same lines where people are willing to redistribute more when they see the source of the inequality as having arisen from things you don't control, from luck. You know, earlier today we had somebody talk about the merit and luck treatments, and so it's increasing evidence that people differentiate between different sources of inequality. So how do we think about equality of opportunity in economics? It's often, this sort of economic definition is often expressed in terms of these two principles. So the principle of compensation is basically about there being two sources of inequality, two kinds of inequality, if you like. One kind of inequality arises from factors that are beyond responsibility. You know, your race, your gender, your family background, where you were born, the country you were born, how you were treated when you were a child, did your parents drink, and were they abusive to you or not? And the other outcome differences that reflect differences somehow related to your individual responsibility and effort. Of course, we understand perfectly well that individual responsibility and effort are themselves influenced by circumstances. So you'd have to net that out. Once you net that out, the principle of reward says there may be acceptable inequalities if they are related to effort and responsibility rather than to circumstances. And they don't need to be all acceptable. There are various versions of the reward principle, and there could be inequality averse reward. Let me not dwell too much on that, but the treatment in economics of these ideas owes a lot to these three people here, John Romer, Dirk van der Gaar, and Mark Fleurbet. And, you know, formally, if you look at these two ideas, actually, it's interesting, you know, in another talk, I could dwell at length on how these two are not necessarily fully compatible. Different versions of these principles are consistent or not consistent. This is not the place for that. But basically, some combination of these two will yield the following formal definition of equality of opportunity. And that is, if you agree on a set of characteristics that you can call circumstances, so if you agree on things that should be beyond individual control and which people should be compensated for, notably family background, who your parents are, were they rich, were they poor, educated, what occupation did they have, race, ethnicity, place of birth, things you don't control. You agree on that set of circumstances, then we would say equality of opportunity arises when the conditional distribution is equal across all circumstances. So there's basically no difference, right? The conditional distribution is equal to the unconditional distribution. That is to say, the conditional distribution does not vary across types, across groups of people. There could still be inequality, but all that inequality would be within that distribution. So an example of how that doesn't happen is this graph, which is a graph from an old paper of mine with Jeremy Gignoux, where we plotted the distribution of per capita household consumption in 5 countries. But instead of drawing just one cumulative distribution function, we do 3. And the partitions are mother's education of the head of the household. So this is per capita household income or consumption by the head of the household. This is the mothers with no education, mothers with primary incomplete and primary complete or more. And so for that to hold, would mean that those three graphs would lie on top of each other, yeah? And of course, if you have more and more circumstances, you divide the population into finer and finer subgroups. The subgroups that have identical circumstances, that is, that differ in no circumstance, only an effort, are called types. And any inequality between these types would be called inequality of opportunity. This example is one using per capita household consumption, but of course, inequality of opportunity begins much earlier and manifests itself in many different ways. These are brain scans of 2 3-year-olds, one who is a median 3-year-old with median cognitive skills from this work by Brian Perry, and the other is a brain scan of a 3-year-old with acute developmental gaps. So, you know, before you get to even preschool, there are already gaps. This is a particularly stark gap, but there are already gaps depending on the experience you had in utero and the experience you had in the very first few years of your life. And that continues and moves on. So this is a graph now that some of you will probably have seen before, which is from a famous paper by Chris Paxson and Norbert Schady in the Journal of Human Resources, where they looked at a set of children. These are not representative children in Ecuador. They are from a poor part of Ecuador. They're aged 3 to 5, so here's their age in months. And here is the plot of basically their vocabulary recognition score. So the test de vocabulario, no sé qué, Peabody in Espanol. And it's a measure, you know, that's normalized at 100 with respect to a reference. And they divided their sample into, you know, using these wealth asset indices, this kind of Filmer Pritchett wealth indices for the household, the poorest quarter and the richest quarter, and thereby mother's education, those with mothers least educated and mothers most educated in the sample. And what you can see is that the top group is staying around the norm, around the international norm, whereas the other group is falling behind. It's not that they're forgetting words, evidently. It's just this is normed at 100 for each age. So they're just falling further and further behind. A further gap is growing in vocabulary recognition. In these, again, before they get to school, right? When I started working on inequality, I said, if only we can fix the schools, everything will be good. But, you know, before you get to school, you know, your brains may look like this, your vocabulary recognition looks like that. And then, you know, enrollment changes dramatically. This is some work I did with Jaromír in Turkey. This is just simple school enrollment age profiles for girls and boys by mother's education. So these are the most educated mothers, middle educated mothers, and the mothers with no education. And so if you look, for example, I mean, it looks, if you just look at that like that, it looks pretty similar. But if you take 16-year-olds, right, and then you look at girls for mothers with no education in Turkey, then you've got what, just under 30% enrollment rate. Whereas that for boys at the same age from educated parents is, you know, over 90%. And obviously it is inequality. And these are not, you know, I'm not doing this by the child's ability or anything. I'm doing it, as I say, by circumstances they don't control, parental background and sex in these cases. And of course, it's not only enrollment, conditional on enrollment. There are huge gaps between groups, you know, types, groups, predetermined circumstances, also in achievement. This is reading test scores from PISA. We saw PISA already a few times during these days here. These are distributions in 5 Latin American countries by the father's occupation. And you can see these are very big gaps between low and high ranked occupations in terms of plausible values. This is PISA, so 500 is the mean in the OECD. And you can see fairly big differences there. So these are just illustrations of inequality of opportunity. Again, that definition of conditional equality, right? The distribution of X, whatever the variable of interest is, conditional on C should be the same. Then these density functions should be lying exactly on top of each other. And the fact that they're not is prima facie evidence of inequality of opportunity. So Okay, so there's inequality of opportunity. People in this literature have used it to do two things. They've used these ideas and this framework to do two things. One is to try and measure inequality of opportunity, where I've also worked. I won't tell you much about that today until the very end. I'll come back and use some measures. The other thing is to think normatively in terms of what the policy objective should be. We've talked about policies all of these 2 days here, during which, by the way, I've learned a lot. But what is the objective? I guess we were always thinking in terms of poverty reduction, I suppose. But as we know, even from the study of poverty, very different policies will be chosen if you're trying to minimize the headcount index or FGT2. Right? This is a point that Amartya Sen made very early on. So it's useful to think of what it is you're trying to do. And in this literature, what people have typically said is the following. So let me explain this graph in 1 minute. Those things I showed you before here were cumulative distribution functions, right? CDFs by type. You invert the CDF, you've got a quantile function. Quantile function just plots the income of people ranked against their rank from 0 to 1. They're the inverse of the cumulative distribution function. This is just a drawing. Suppose a society had 3 types. I don't know. People born in southern Spain, people born in men, black women, and whites, whatever you may want to call it. You've got these types, you've got the quantile functions. Clearly, that's the richest type over there. What should be the objective for someone worried about inequality of opportunity? Well, Dirk van der Gaar says it should be to make the worst type as well off as possible. Let's choose our configuration of policies so that the worst type, say the one with the lowest mean, is let's design policies to maximize mu1, which is the min of means. Maximize the min of means. John Romer had a different view. He said, well, actually, I want to maximize whoever is at the bottom of this envelope here. So if the types cross, I want somehow to take an average of them and maximize the well-being, design policies to maximize on average the well-being of these different percentiles there, which is the mean of mins. So there's a little thing like that. With Francois Bourguignon and Michael Walton some time ago, we thought, but that's all too simple. Let's introduce a few things here. So there's some dynamics. Economies are not static, okay? So there's some dynamics. Also, come on, do we really not care about inequality within a type at all? So perhaps we at least want to avoid extreme poverty, right? So, and there may be some policies we don't want to do. So we wrote this down, which is you want to choose policies from some feasible set so as to maximize the future stream, right? The present discounted value of the future stream of advantage or the most disadvantaged type, subject to a no deprivation constraint, so that's a poverty line, and to a policy acceptability constraint. So let me deconstruct that a little bit just to say what I'm thinking of here. So what we're thinking of is if you have a type, so it could be, in Brazil, I'll show you later what actually the poorest types in Brazil are, but they're probably going to be Afro-Brazilians with parents who worked in agriculture, born in the Northeast. This is the poorest group, okay? And if it stays the poorest group for the horizon of your policy, you want to design policies to maximize their growth. That's what you're doing here. You're just taking the present discounted value of their income and trying to maximize that for the lowest type. So there's a Rawlsian criterion on types. But you don't want other types to be poor. So you have a constraint that says, look, we'd like everybody's income to be at least above a minimum. You could replace this with other forms of inequality aversion within types, but I'm using an extreme aversion to poverty. So growth matters, poverty eradication must be achieved. Then you want to maximize the well-being of the poorest type. What does this mean? Well, the policy phi, the optimal policy phi has to belong to some set. That's obviously feasibility constraints on policy, budget constraints, but it's more than that. There may be ethical reasons, you may have other things that you won't worry about, like respect for individual freedoms, that you have certain policies you don't include in Capital 5. My favorite example of that is forcing poor people to marry rich people. That would be a great way to reduce inequality of opportunity. If you had, all you guys who go to Universidad Loyola, you have to marry very poor people in Córdoba. This would ensure, if you reverse the matching, that children would actually be much less unequal in the next generation. Randomized kids in the hospital, or Plato said all kids should be taken care of in orphanages. They should not be raised by families. Plato had this very clear in his head already. But we don't accept that policy prescription. We say, no, we'd like people to choose who they marry. So that's what that phi is. And this is an example that people like, but it could affect taxation, for example. Okay, so I wanted to tell you what this is, because I'll come back to it after I look at some real policies. So let's now look at some real policies. Now, in a moment, I'll come back to familiar territory and talk about early childhood development. I'll talk about CCTs. I'll talk about teacher interventions for a little bit. But let's not forget, okay, that growth does matter. I come from development economics. I'll go back to the point is they're highly correlated. So what does that mean? What's phi star? So looking for the policy constellation. Those who win the most. The first thing to think about is actually, it does matter. It's pretty first order. It's not working. Okay. Sorry. It's pretty first order. There's a big correlation between income growth of the poor and mean growth. I mean, you want it to be China more than you want to be Madagascar, okay, if you want to maximize the well-being of anyone. And for that, you do need to worry about the sort of things that Acemoglu and Robinson worry about, if you have wars and terrible institutions, or if Latin America saves, whatever, 18% of our GDP, whereas Asia saves, 34% or something. I'm making these numbers up, but they are in the below 20% and above 30% range for sure. All of that matters. In things like good institutions and openness, we don't have a recipe, right? Context matters a great deal. And I'm not going to talk much about this here, but I did want to say it just because, it's a little bit the S frame, whereas Juan Camilo, no? It's a little bit the system, the big things that are going on beyond our little nudges and little interventions, okay? But there's also variation around this mean. So at 5% or 4% annual growth, you could have 5% growth at the bottom 40%, or you could have 14% growth at the bottom 40%. So there's also deviation around that mean. It's not all about growth by any mean, otherwise we wouldn't be microeconomists sitting here, right? So there are efficient redistribution policies that hopefully can redistribute opportunity without detracting from growth a great deal. Those are the things we're looking for, things that will invest in the future, that will create opportunities that may raise growth whilst redistributing. That's efficient redistribution, as Hoff and Stiglitz named it. And I'm now going to spend a little bit of time on 3 examples that are familiar to all of you, and I'm just going to try and summarize my reading of the evidence on those. Early childhood development, some supply-side interventions in education, some demand-side interventions. Obviously, I'm not going to be comprehensive or exhaustive because I have a little time. And Ericka, you will tell me when I have 10 minutes or so? Okay, thank you. So let's start a little bit with ECD. You all know the background for this. The brain is particularly plastic, 0 to 5. There's a lot of work in economics by various people showing that interventions at that time are highly formative and have high economic returns in the long term. ECD is not a, yes?
When you say efficient policies, you're talking about efficient policies?
So I guess I'm talking about Kaldor-Hicks efficiency. Kaldor-Hicks? Yes. In the sense that it doesn't need to be Pareto, but with redistribution, with possible redistribution, so the pie grows. So the difference between Pareto and Kaldor-Hicks efficiency, to those who don't know, is Pareto efficiency is everybody needs to be, nobody can be worse off. Kaldor-Hicks means you could be worse off if you can be compensated. It's cheating because in the end, then people aren't compensated, as we know. But the concept is there should be growth and there should be redistribution. So I mean Kaldor-Hicks, but hopefully with the redistribution that comes. Okay. So, you know, ECD has multiple components. It's not just about one thing. There is the physical development component around nutrition, sensory and motor development. There's cognitive and language skills. There's social-emotional skills. There are interpersonal skills. And the magnitude of the problem, at least some time ago, already quite a bit of time ago, in this paper by Granta McGregor and others in the Lancet in a special issue on this, a bit old, but at that time they estimated there were at least 200 million children in the developing world who were failing to reach their development potential. So these are children who clearly are in low types, right? They clearly inherited circumstances that are making them very disadvantaged. And they are suffering largely from these four things: stunting, iron deficiency, iodine deficiency, or lack of cognitive and social stimulation. We know that there are interventions that are successful against this. Some of what we know is from lots of studies in rich countries, including the US. You're all familiar probably with the Perry Preschool Project in the 60s in Michigan, which did have long-term effect on things like wages and probability of being in prison and so on. So these were socioeconomically disadvantaged children in this city in Michigan, which were sent to this center, and they received this stimulation and attention in preschool, and they did a lot better than the control group over periods. In developing countries, the earliest study that I'm aware of is this Guatemala INCAP studies by people like Jerry Berman and John Hodinott and others, where nutritional supplements were given to the treatment group, whereas some less good thing, you know, some fresco, some water or something, was given to other people. And following up about 35 years later, the impact on the treatment group was, you know, reasonably sizable: 0.36, 0.28, 0.24 standard deviations in terms of schooling attainment and in terms of reading and cognition. Those are not massive numbers, but they're clearly not negligible numbers. And it's a very simple nutrition intervention. It's just, you know, some nutritional supplement that you could drink, and it made a real difference. This is generalized to lots of other studies. So here again, some not particularly new summary of ECD interventions across type, center-based interventions, mostly at home, parent, child, and parenting, or what they call in the study comprehensive interventions that span both the family and the center. The vast majority of these found significant impacts, and the impact sizes are in these ranges that you can see there. Again, this is from a paper by Gertler, Berman, Patrice Engel, various co-authors here in the Lancet. The classic study is in the developing world. You know, the Perry School of the developing world is probably the Jamaican study by Granta McGregor and others, which I'm sure is familiar to most of you. But to those who may not know, they basically took in this study a group of children that were undernourished. And they also took a group of children who were not undernourished. This was not random, but within the undernourished, they randomized the children into 4 groups: a control group, one that just received a nutritional supplement, which I believe was milk, a group that received some stimulation and a group that received both. And, you know, they created this development quotient, which is a sum of various development indicators, intellectual and motor sensory indicators, and follow them over the course of 2 years from baseline. And the impact was very substantial. And the nice thing about having this comparison group out here, which is not the control group, these were children of normal height as opposed to the stunted children, is that you see that, you know, the two interventions not only have a very significant impact difference with respect to the control group, but almost closes the gap with respect to the comparison group. Now, this is well known to everybody, and maybe the next thing is also well known to everybody, but just to say that then 20 years later, Gertler et al. Went back and found those people, or as many of them as possible, and looked at their lifetime earnings and found that this group here, the both treatment group, had lifetime incomes over these 20 years, which were almost 50% higher than that group. Okay, and here is their density functions. This is for all jobs. Here, it's just looking at non-temporary jobs. And this same group here, which is the treatment group. So this is the treatment, this is the control, this is the impact. And here, you know, in thin line here, if you can see that, that's the comparison group, suggesting that, again, that catching up that happened just in terms of intellectual and sensory development that had happened very early was manifested in terms of wages much, much later. So it's really, this is pretty impressive, right? This is actually a 50% impact on wages 20 years later from an intervention like that. So ECG is certainly not to be taken lightly. Let me move on to the second group of policies, supply side interventions. So, you know, you want more education, you want to invest in human capital. Presumably one place to start is schools. And there have been, here I'm summarizing some findings by Michael Kramer and others in this summary paper in Science some time ago, where they reviewed a whole bunch of programs, including many that Michael and his co-authors had run themselves. So, you know, extra teachers to fight absenteeism. We heard about absenteeism earlier. The Balkashi program in rural India, free uniform provision in case that would make a difference. You know, provision of textbooks, cameras with time date stamps. We also had cameras earlier today in this conference as well. I don't want to summarize all of that in detail because we don't have time. But the bottom line, or at least my understanding of the Kramer, Brannan, and Glenister interpretation is results are very mixed. Unlike ECD, where mostly you get positive results, these things are often, you know, no results or no impact. Increasing existing inputs like textbooks, or for that matter, laptops in other studies, or iPads, tend to have very limited impact. Changes in incentives and changes in pedagogical methods seem to work better. And there's some more recent work. I'm going to use here this paper by Maria Caridad Araujo and co-authors, including Pedro Carneiro and Norbert Schady, again in Ecuador, where they had a fairly complex intervention, you know, with kids moving in kindergarten across classrooms and across teachers in multiple years to identify classroom effects, but then also teacher effects. And those of you who know Raj Chetty's work on that identification problem in the US will be familiar with it. This is what they do here. And they find pretty big teacher effects of the order of 0.1 standard deviations of better teachers, okay? So this is a little bit, you know, it's more recent. When Kramer et al. Wrote this review, that paper didn't exist yet, but it does confirm this idea that it's pedagogical methods that work better. And more specifically, the reason I say it's pedagogical methods is because in this paper, Araujo and others then go on to try and find what is it about the teachers. So they have a lot of information on the teachers. They have, is the teacher tenured? Does he have 3 years of experience or less? What is the teacher's IQ? how do they do in those personality traits, ocean, openness, conscientiousness, agreeableness, blah, blah, blah. They have all of this stuff, and nothing is significant except for the very, the green tea, the rookie teacher effect, which is apparently quite common, this rookie teacher effect. And then this lagged class indicator. What is the class indicator? Well, it's full school day videos of teachers coded using some protocol or, run by these people. I don't know them. I've never read this paper. But there's the classroom assessment scoring system, okay, which they describe as, Araujo et al. Describe as a measure of a series of teacher behaviors that can be described as a responsive teaching. I'm not going to go into detail in this. I don't know anything about the detail. I just want to say it seems like it's really these pedagogical methods that make the difference. And changing teacher contracts or cleaning schools or giving uniforms and so on seems to have much less impact. Again, obviously context will matter, but that seems to be the direction of travel here. Demand-side interventions, a favorite at this conference. We've already had a lot of talk about it. I'm kind of rushing here. Let me ask Ericka, how long do I have? 23. Oh, good, I'm doing well. I can slow down. Very good. Let me tell you a joke. No. Demand-side interventions, the classic one, right? Milton Friedman talked about vouchers. Yeah. So school choice through vouchers. Poorer kids don't get to choose their schools. They go to local public schools, which are less well-funded and are worse. So let's give them vouchers. Message of this slide is the devil is in the detail, as very often. So two famous experiences with vouchers, one in Chile, where a universal program was introduced in the 1980s under the Chicago boys, very much in the Friedman inspiration. But they were given to everyone, and the evaluations, 3 different evaluations, including this very nice one here by Miguel Urquiola and Changtai Xie, is that there was limited impact on student achievement, even in communities where private schools expanded the most. And my recollection, I haven't read these papers for a while, my recollection is everybody got the vouchers, so everybody just kind of tried to upgrade. So in the end, the sorting was more or less preserved, and the money went to the private schools that just could capture it. A different experience occurred in Colombia, and I'm sure many of you here, or some of you here, will know better than me. But this is this paper by Angrist et al. In the AER. Here there was a lottery, and people were given a lottery, and probably I think they were given a lottery within the low cisben categories. We had Sandra earlier telling us about the cisben. So the lower cisben categories, there was a lottery, and you could get it. And so those people had actually relative advantage in purchasing power. They moved to better schools, and there was an impact of 0.2 standard deviations on test scores. Vouchers. Now, of course, let me spend a little bit of time on conditional cash transfers that we've talked about as well. On CCTs, I just want to say, I mean, we already had Susan's presentation, which was very comprehensive on Progresa, Oportunidades, Prospera. I just want to make a few very general points, mostly complementing or reinforcing what Susan has already told us. So first of all, let me start with a number of short-term effects. The point of this slide, this particular one, these are the CDFs of consumption, household consumption, in the control and treatment groups in 2 different countries. In Honduras, the CCT was very small. In Nicaragua, it was relatively large. Therefore, for almost any poverty line in reason here, there was a big impact in Nicaragua and very little impact in Honduras. How much money you give to people affects how much you reduce poverty. It's not terribly surprising, but it's borne out by the data. And there is, in many cases, we are in this world where there is a real short-term poverty reduction. In addition, there are behavioral changes, even in outcomes that were not particularly targeted. So, for example, in nutrition and food consumption. So in both Ecuador and Nicaragua, the treatment involved speaking to participants or TV campaigns about buying food for your children. So the angle curves, I mean, these are just food shares in the treatment and control group. And in both cases, they shifted up. And the point is, so it's not that you just give somebody money and they're moving along their angle curve because they have more money. The angle curve is also shifting. For a same income, they're buying more food. And then not in this graph, they're also buying better food, more varied food, more fruit and vegetables and so on. So there is an impact in the short term on that from CCTs as well. And if there is an impact on nutrition, which is something that was not deliberately conditioned on, there is clearly an impact on the behavior, which the cash transfers are conditioned on, which are school enrollment and attendance. So, Susan already told us about this in the Mexican case. Over here, from a systematic review that we did some years ago, we just have a summary from 27 interventions. Unconditional cash transfers also have an impact on schooling, suggesting that child schooling is a normal good, as we always thought it was. But the condition matters, and so the conditional cash transfers have a bigger impact on odds of school enrollment. 36% increase on average, which is substantial. Both are significantly different from zero, and the CCTs are significantly higher on average than the UCTs. The condition does have an impact. And, we can discuss this at length, but the economics of this are the income effect and the substitution effect, right? Both having an impact. Interestingly, and this is some work by John Malucho and Flores here, is that average impact is also, an average of heterogeneous impacts, where poorest people seem to have a bigger impact on enrollment than others. Here, the poor and the non-poor are not significantly different, but in both cases, the extreme poor do better. Here's school enrollment. Here is children being weighted. Okay, these are things that these transfers were conditioned on. So there are short-term impacts on these behaviors. And, when a number of the earlier things like these come from this Fishbein and Shadi report at the World Bank, where I also had the privilege of working with them. And in that report, kind of our bottom line was, there are all these impacts. Sadly, what we don't see is much of an impact on ultimate learning outcomes. And this comes, again, from that little paper with Baird, Osler, and Michael Woolcock. And here are 4 unconditional cash transfers, and I don't know how many, 3 unconditional cash transfers and 5 conditional cash transfers. And these are estimates of impact on test scores for reading, I believe, right? Does it say reading somewhere? I think this is reading. In any case, it's significant in 2 cases. Again, one of them is Nicaragua, but not significant in most, and not significant on average. This touches 0. You see the 0 there, almost on the confidence interval. So, yes, possibly a little impact, less than 0.1 standard deviations on learning, driven largely by Nicaragua and Malawi. So big impacts on things like income and consumption when you're poor and receive the transfers, and on enrollment and attendance, less on the learning outcomes that are actually not conditioned. Those are the short-term impacts. And before I get to the long-term outcomes, just, this is an area, CCTs are an area that have been super studied, maybe overstudied, and I'm partly, I'm guilty of that as well as others, but so we can say some other things. So here are 3 interesting things about that. And I think Susan also referred to this. Yes, there is very little effect. There's very little evidence. There is no evidence when you look at studies that do have information on whether some of the money went to alcohol and cigarettes and things like that, temptation goods. Somebody, I forget who, otherwise I would give the attribution, but somebody used to tell me that they were tired of sitting with academics and and senior policymakers over a glass of wine, discussing how if you gave money to poor people, they would drink it. Important that you're having this conversation over your glass of wine. Well, it turns out that they apparently don't drink it. In fact, if these are normal goods, you'd expect some of it to be drunk or smoked, but there's very little evidence of it. Remember that angle curve shift. It's actually being spent pretty much as it was meant to be spent. So far as we can tell, this is a paper by Dave Evans and Anna Popova. One of my favorites is this Gertler, Martinez, and Rubio Codina paper. There's evidence that some of the money is invested. And I won't read you the quote here, you can read it yourselves, but the basic story was, you know, some of the money from Progressa, people bought chicken coops and had chickens and actually invested in stuff. Later, if we have time, I'll tell you a little story about Côte d'Ivoire. I think we have a person from Côte d'Ivoire here. I'll tell you a story about how I used that in a conversation in Côte d'Ivoire, but not now. But they are not always good news. There's also some evidence of negative spillovers on non-beneficiaries. There's this quite recent paper by my former colleagues here from the bank in Restat just now, which suggests that in the Philippines, in remote villages, the price of food was driven up by conditional cash transfers, causing a significant decline in child development for non-beneficiaries who couldn't afford the food anymore. This didn't happen in most villages, it happened in remote villages. But you know, it means design matters again. It means you have to think about the context in which you're doing things. Okay, CCTs, some problems, otherwise it looks great. Is it great? Well, Susan, coming back to the topic of Susan's presentation yesterday, what are the long-term impacts? And here I'm just using a paper by Molina Milan et al. In the World Bank Research Observer. It's a long paper, there's a lot that can be said. One of the Mexico papers here is by Susan and co-authors. And they are summarizing, they're looking at all of these different countries and experiences here, and just giving you for women and men, so FM, female and male, impacts on different things. Bottom line, I mean, you know, you could spend a whole class on this, but bottom line, there are long-term impacts on higher levels of schooling, which is what you'd expect if people kept re-enrolling. You know, in the end, they'll have more years of schooling. They do have more years of schooling, almost universally. But the learning is either not tested, which is NA, or no impact. Couple of little impact here in Colombia and once again Nicaragua. Preparing for this presentation, I thought this Red de Protección Social is a lot better than a lot of the other programs. Okay, income, very little. Again, only really the famous Red de Protección Social. This is different, you know, duration ahead, but this is the point that was being made. Do these benefits last beyond when the transfer is being paid? Perhaps not so much. So then people started thinking about different things. And so the new generation of cash or asset transfers, right, are things like the TUP program, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which is these targeting the ultra poor. The famous one in BRAC was in Bangladesh, but it's also been done in a number of other countries, Peru, Honduras, India, and I forget. There's a summary here by Banerjee et al. In Science. In a moment, I'll show you a picture by this paper by my colleague Oriana Bandiera and others at LSE. What are these targeting the ultra-poor programs? They are complex, mixed methods or combined interventions. There is some cash transfer. There is mostly a big asset transfer, almost always in these cases livestock. In some cases, you know, a cow, in some cases chickens. The Honduras one was a disaster because it was chickens and they all caught some pest and died. Not good, but you know, goats, cows, whatever it may be. Some training on how to milk a cow and so on. And the cash that was being given so that the cow wouldn't be eaten straight away, but would be an investment. The idea was to shift the occupational change, to promote occupational change, to move these very poor. In Bangladesh, they were the bottom 6% of the communities, the ultra poor, to move them into activities associated with higher returns. Then there are other programs like Give Directly, which cost much less per administration and are cash-based, but instead of a conditional cash transfer every month, they're like a big lump sum, a one-off conditional transfer, right? Here, this is from that Bandiera et al. Paper. Here, just the main message is impact on a number of things: household consumption expenditure, value of household assets, cash savings, value of productive assets. Higher than control. This is an experimental difference. So this is treatment minus control. Higher during the program lasted 2 years. Thank you. Program lasted 2 years. 2 years after the end of the program, they were substantially higher, and 7 years after baseline, so 3 years after the end of the program, they are roughly stable. So there's a second half to this table, which I haven't put in here, where they test the difference between the 4 years and the 7 years result for all these different things here, and there are no statistically significant differences, which they interpret to say that from around 4 years, these gains became persistent and remained, at least until 7 years. So this is quite different from the CCT story. This is a story where these women were basically maids or casual agricultural workers. They were given this cow. They were given, some food, some cash not to eat the cow. They were given some, training on milking the cow. And by the end of the thing, they were livestock grazers like the richer women from before, and they had left poverty perhaps in a persistent way. Okay. I don't remember what this slide is about. Oh yeah. So just to end here, people who think in terms of the impact on opportunities have also looked at the impact of progressa on income by types defined by indigenous status and parental education groups, or on ECD indicators like vocabulary test scores and so on for children from different types. There's a nice study also in Restat recently using a childcare reform in Norway and looking at greater availability of childcare for children of different types. The thing about these studies is they're not looking at the poor necessarily, they're looking at these types. They're looking at people from poorer families, ethnicities that are less rich and so on. So they are looking at this transmission of advantage through circumstances. So I now come to the end. So let me take a sip of water and summarize. So the last line here says, these studies find small impacts in terms of reducing inequality of opportunity, and we have seen, lots of impacts from different kinds of programs. But the question is, if we were trying to maximize that problem I gave you earlier, if we're trying to really promote the growth of the least advantaged groups in the population, are these interventions enough, right? And so to do that, to sort of address that question, which is, what is enough? I don't know, but to address that question, let me just show you a few bits of kind of casual evidence here. These are measures of inequality, Gini coefficients, and measures of inequality of opportunity, which is basically measures of inequality between these types. If you divide the population into groups of people who are, indigenous men with parents with high education but low occupation, and then so on and so forth. 100 of these, or sometimes fewer than 100. What does it look like? Well, inequality of outcomes and inequality of opportunity are highly correlated. So this is a version of the Great Gatsby curve, right? The Great Gatsby curve of Miles Kovářík has mobility here. And this is not surprising because inequality of opportunity and mobility are themselves highly correlated. Here's mobility, here's the intergenerational elasticity. They are highly correlated. These two are highly correlated, of course, because mobility is also about the impact of your parents on you. It's their income and your income. Here, in addition to their income, I mean, sometimes we have their income. Mostly we have education, occupation, race. So it's just more circumstances, right? And these things don't change a lot. I mean, here is, Spain. Here it was easy to find Spain. Here's Spain. So for the rich countries, it's not doing that great. Too close to the US. You never want to be close to the US in this graph. But us in Latin America, I mean, we're really disastrous, right? Argentina is quite a lot better than Brazil and Guatemala, but nonetheless, we're terrible. We're very near South Africa. You don't want to be near the US, but you'd rather be near the US than South Africa. And these things don't move a lot. That's the basic point. So, and here, okay, here is the types. So I told you I was going to mention the types. Now, before I go through these types, remember Juan Camilo yesterday talked about slavery as one of the worst experiments that we've had. And Brazil was the country that last abolished slavery. It did so in 1889. Here in this paper, we divided the group in, I forget now how many, but I think it was 128 types, okay, by partitioning it by various things. And then I looked at the types that constituted the bottom 10% of the population, ranked by mean income of the type. They're all black and mixed race. All of them, father's occupation is agricultural worker, except for one. Father's education, very low in most cases. Mother's education, very low in most cases. All born in the north or northeast, except these guys that were born in richer countries, but they're in richer states, but their parents were agricultural workers. These are most likely migrants, and they are a tiny proportion of the population. Okay, so slavery is abolished in 1889, and in 1996, this is what the bottom of the Brazilian population looks like. Right? So no wonder those things don't change very much. They don't change very much because the S frame hasn't changed, right? And this is because, and I'm really getting to the end now, this is because there are enormous forces to reproduce inequality, largely operating through families. Right? So the forces for the persistence and reproduction of inequality driven by the family are enormous. They operate through genes. They operate through your direct investment in human capital. Those of you that have children spend time reading to them and helping them with their homework, and you are able to do so better than most other people in the world are able to do. There are transmissions of norms and beliefs. And then once the family is done, the family also puts you in a school. And the rich kids go to better schools. And better schools have better teachers and better peers. And they live in better neighborhoods. All of these things that are estimated separately, right, that you've seen estimated in lots of nice papers, when you add them all up, and this is only human capital, then there's physical capital, which particularly matters at the top. So if you wanted to, if you wanted to do this pretty little thing here, if you wanted to maximize the well-being of those Afro-Brazilians with uneducated parents born in the north and the northeast, the bottom of the distribution, as well as eliminating poverty, you have to fight, right, against these dramatic, powerful economic forces for the reproduction of inequality. So for public policy to counteract these forces, it needs to be massive in scale and audacity. And I know I have like 30 seconds left. I think the next slide is the last one, but I just want to refer. Yesterday, someone said, I think maybe it was Susan, I'm not sure. Someone talked about this, or someone talked about this paper by Heckman and whoever it is, you did, on Denmark. And I saw that paper presented by Heckman just recently as well, as he's been presenting it all over the place, including in London. And, he says the point, well, in Denmark, the point is providing equal access to these services still doesn't change mobility. He seems to conclude from that perhaps there's little difference between the US and Denmark in that regard. My conclusion from this, and Oriana Bandiera was in the same room and made the same point, is that actually, given all this, if you wanted to make a difference, you'd have to have much better schools for poor people. which doesn't happen anywhere. Right? So to conclude, yesterday Juan Camilo began this conference by saying that the revolution will not be nudged. And my fear is that despite very successful outcomes from a number of the policies that I've shown you, nor is it like to be ECD'd, CCT'd, or teacher trained either. Thank you very much.
Wow. I think I have listened to different versions of your inequality of opportunities presentations, and I always feel like I always learn something new, and yeah, it's just great. And thank you for, you know, having a presentation that really melts in many ways what we have been discussing during the last two days. So questions. So we'll start here.
I'm just wondering, so kind of you mentioned all these economic forces who were driving these inequalities of opportunities and the transmission over generations. But it seems to me that some of them are kind of, it's ethically not okay to interfere with them. So kind of you say, okay, we have much better schools. This is economically probably not feasible. There's no incentive, no political economy that will. And the rest kind of gene transmission, I think, is something we can't do. So kind of we will have assortative mating. We will have all this. So kind of many of the things seem to be ethically dubious to intervene. So kind of, is there anything we can do?
Victor and then Jeremy, right?
Thanks, Chico. Similarly, so despite, you know, fixing all these big issues, inequality is not going to go away, as you point out, or is highly unlikely. So then what are some potential entry points for transformational change? Are we talking about politics now? Are we talking about some sort of revolution? It seems that, you know, there's little options to bring real change. Any ideas of where these entry points for transformational change might come from? Thanks.
Yes, I had a comment to do. Because everything that you mentioned in the last slide, I know it perfectly coming from a normal environment. I even have the analysis of what are the solutions, what you have to do, and why it has to be done. But what interests me in regards of this presentation, in when you are talking about the max mean function, like providing the best outcome to the most unfavored group, from my experience, in fact, I think that probably one of the paradoxal solutions of this kind of situation is that school must be inequalitarian. You just accept that you are going to left out 75, 90%, maybe 80%, maybe 90, 95% of people. You only focus on the ones that you can obtain something from with, and and the real change must be like on long-term tendency, on 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, maybe expecting at some point that bioengineering will become real and you will be able to modify the genes of people so that they have a normal intelligence. I mean, because sometimes it's really about the inefficiency of policy is necessary because they don't have the intelligence to simply understand. So I think that the max mean function would not be a correct approach. I think it will be only on focusing on a very few minority in the normal world that has the intelligence and ability of doing university studies, and probably even separating them from the normal population so that they are not in contact with this normal population, so that they don't suffer the segregation of this normal population, or that they don't suffer the daily and permanent social pressure, which is not only about the presentation on bullying, it is also an indirect bullying that is permanent and that is sort of putting you under a coffin, or where you cannot express yourself and where you don't receive an environment that encourages you to express yourself.
Shall we do this first three and then maybe another three? So, Filippos, I see you. I see you.
Sure, thank you. No, those are excellent questions, and let me take them in the order in which they were asked. You know, yesterday I almost took out my little maxi mean thing, but I'm glad I didn't. So Gerhard, maybe I went over this too quickly, but your point is precisely the point I was making about this permissible policy set, which includes not only technical feasibility, but also social acceptability, right? And I gave the example when I was talking about forcing rich people to marry poor people. And there are other things that you are saying. I mean, what are you going to do about genes? You know, are you going to do genetic engineering? I mean, no, I would rather not. So there are things we cannot do, which also ties our hands and means that our toolkit is even more restricted to find those natural things. But it should be rightly restricted because there are freedoms and things we don't want to do. So I completely agree with that. Now, Victor's question, in some sense, is the $1 million question. And when you end up on a negative note like this, it is like I did, it is the right question to ask. Okay, so what do we do? What are the entry points? I mean, there are two numbers that I've shown here, which I think are remarkable. One is the 49% increase from the Jamaican study. And the other is, you know, the story of the ultra poor program, where you've got these 6% of these women who 7 years later are doing something else. And you know, those guys, those authors, or some other combination of those authors, have another paper in which they put this in the context of those wealth distribution dynamics models, you know, where you have a non-convexity and you have a poverty trap, and you have to get past the poverty trap. And they are arguing, look, this program got these people above the poverty trap, which in this society, I mean, obviously this is stylized, it's being able to own livestock, for which you also need to own land. So one thing these people do at some point is they buy land, these women, after some years. Now, you know, the world doesn't consist only of extremely poor villages in Bangladesh. So if we think of Latin America, if we think even of rich countries where similar situations operate, what is the equivalent to that? And so I think then you start thinking about some pretty radical ideas that have been around. You know, you have to start thinking about UBIs, you have to start thinking about this demo grants, this idea of giving 18-year-olds or 16-year-olds or whatever a substantial chunk of money to invest, which they don't have. You know, it's the cow. The cow in urban Brazil or Mexico or Spain is not a cow, it's some money. And but this is very expensive. I mean, this is very expensive for Bangladesh too. It's not done by Bangladesh. You know, BRAC has a lot of money to do that. So there you tie in with the Piketty revolution on the other side. These guys are asking for big taxes. They, I don't think, are too worried how you spend it. I say spend it this way. Let's try out some of these bigger things. I mean, the question is, what's the equivalent to the TUP program, if that is really successful? What is the equivalent of that in our societies? And I think we have to ask that question. And I think we have to prepare, you know, when I say the revolution is not going to be CCT'd, I guess I'm saying we need to try some bigger things like that. Keep doing the right things. And by the way, I don't think CCTs need to end, right? That's the other thing. You know, so unemployment insurance doesn't come to an end, it's always there. So CCTs work while they're there, they should keep going. But nonetheless, they don't have those long-term impacts, so let's do something else. So that's a little bit the direction I would go, but I mean, the honest answer is I don't know. But I think I'd like to see some bigger experiments on those things, you know, so that we can add them to our toolkit. You know, your Maxim question, I'm not entirely sure I got all of it. So maybe we can follow up later a little bit. There are two things, though, that I think were in your question, which I want to mention. One of this is that by having this growth matters thing here, it's not just that, oh, I've, you know, been able to insert an integral into the objective function. The point is that it acknowledges the fact that efficiency really matters. So you shouldn't tax completely the people who are making the economy grow. I think there's growth at the bottom. I think there's growth with the woman with her chicken coop. But there's clearly a lot of growth from people developing the vaccines against COVID or, big investments and so on. And, I emphasized earlier that you'd rather be China than Madagascar. And at a very general level, without being specific in any way, I am saying growth does matter. So if you're designing a system, for example, if you're designing North Korea, it's unlikely to do this in the long run. Some alternative to North Korea would probably be better to the bottom group in North Korea in the long run because it will involve growth. And then the other more technical answer, so that's the real, you say you don't like this Maximin. Another way of doing this, and this is well known for, I think, anyone who studies inequality, is you can, the Rawlsian is the extreme of a concave social welfare function. You can replace this with some concavity over the types. So you could include all the types and give, priority weights for the poorer types. The Maximin is just an extreme of that, and I could easily rewrite this in terms of something that's inclusive of all the types.
Yeah. So shall we do just 3 more questions? Let me just give it to Filippos first, and then Jorge.
Oh, you have Susan as well.
Sorry, and then Susan.
Okay. One of my favorite questions in the World Value Survey is the one that asks for what do you think life success is due to effort or luck? And you can see that most people that we are fortunate enough, we say effort, of course, and the poorest luck. On the other hand, I remember a story told by Ben Herman, another academic, that she published a very nice paper. He got famous on Science, and it was about antisocial punishment, about behavior. And he found himself once in the White House, and he tried to explain his results, and then he was everybody stopped him because everybody who was politicians knew about it. So it was news for us, like for the general public and academic, but for the politicians knew all about it. So in the last, in your last slide, you say you summarize everything in 10 lines. No, everything matters. So what was it? And you didn't finish your sentence. You say if we put everything together, I was expecting a per sentence. Yeah, that's that one. So genes, human capital, norms. So my question is, I guess you have presented this into conferences, including politicians. Do they know? I guess they do.
Take 2 more. So Jorge and then Susan.
Chico, I'll take you on the provocation of your, I'm here, on your thoughts here. But so let me follow up with 2 things, right? You're asking for a much more radical, maybe that's not your word, but bigger, bolder. I think that happens, depending on the country, every 4 years, every 5 years, every 6 years. And that's called voting, right? How come you took the example of Brazilians and the Afro-descendants from that particular types of family and these particular regions? I don't know if voting is mandatory in Brazil, but let's suppose that it is, as in Peru. How come, right, those who see themselves lacking the equality of opportunity do not vote in what it could be their best interest, right? That's point 1. Point 2, the reason why I asked you at the beginning about whether this is Pareto or not efficient is somebody's losing here if there were to be, all these policies, right? And those who are losing probably are the ones who are benefiting for the status quo, right? It's hard to implement policies when those who are about to lose, will have to give that up, right? And especially if they are in power or, so I think this type of presentation is certainly thought-provoking. The part that I think is missing is the agency of the people involved whose equality opportunity is not kicking in, right? Why they're not voting for something better.
Thanks, Jorge. And we have another question here. So, Susan.
Oh, thanks so much, Chico. That was, I really enjoyed that. It was an excellent ending keynote. So I have one thing I want to debate a bit with you. And if I understood correctly, I think that you were concluding that BRAC, if you're sort of looking at long-term effects, that BRAC does better than CCTs. You know, I'm not sure I agree with that because, you know, the table that you presented on BRAC was really, again, if I understood, looking at the effects on the current generation, right? So the equivalent to that for CCTs, for instance, would be kind of the Gertler paper. So you were comparing kind of, or what I thought you were comparing was the sort of the effects on the current generation for BRAC, and then on the next generation for CCTs. And so I feel like to really compare them for the next generation, you need to compare the next generation. You know, the kids that grow up in a BRAC family, what's the sort of long-term effect on? Anyway, that's my only point, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Chico?
Okay, so great questions again. Do the politicians know? So, you know, this particular slide is brand new, done last night. I haven't presented it anywhere. Some of these slides are very old, and I've presented them in lots of places. Some are completely new. This is it enough part. I mean, you can guess that the Juan Camilo Cárdenas slide was new as well. Do they know? Yeah, they know. I think people know that there's extremely low mobility. Look, I now live in a country where there's a royal family that owns, you know, massive amounts of money and land and so on. I suspect most, but this is just, I mean, I try to give a talk that had some academic content to it. What I'm about to say is pure speculation. I mean, I don't know to what extent most politicians actually even have the hope of effecting that change. I think the ones that do are, you know, the revolutionaries. I think they often end up picking up the wrong ways. But let me not speculate further. I mean, the answer is I think a lot of politicians would know this, yes. I've never told them, perhaps because I also thought they knew. So, Jorge, you know, in some sense, your question about, you know, every 5-6 years there are elections, why does nothing happen then, was answered by the second part of your question, which is that somebody is losing and they're doing something else, right? So, and this again gets into political economy of the kind that is being studied now about why, for example, I mean, I'm not sure the statistic is true, but I think I read somewhere that the median, not the mean, the median Trump voter is poorer than the median Democratic voter, which, you know, and the Trump one is proposing lower taxes than. So there are, you know, these different dimensions of identity politics that get used to distract from this. There are, you know, all sorts of things going on. I mean, that's just a much bigger. The one thing I will say is that for us, you know, I think it's, was it Keynes who said that, you know, lots of politicians are actually the slaves of some long dead economist? It was Keynes, wasn't it? We can have a little more impact than we think. And what we ought to do is show these examples. I mean, the moment, suppose you tried giving, you know, big lumps of money to poor people in some place and it worked. And 10 years later, you had a paper that said those people are now like these TUP guys and they have, well, you know, maybe somebody will pick that up. But they probably won't do it till we do it. I mean, you know, so there is something that I think we can contribute to that by experimenting on these things. And though I've never run an RCT in my life, I think these are incredibly powerful things that you guys are mostly doing. The Gertler story, I will say briefly my Côte d'Ivoire story very, very briefly, which is that, you know, one of the nice things of working for the World Bank is that occasionally you get to meet someone really important. And I got to meet the president of Côte d'Ivoire at some point because he wanted to understand Alassane Ouattara. and he wanted to understand how Brazil had managed to reduce poverty in some ways. And I told him about minimum wages, I told him about this, I told him about that, I told him about CCTs. And he said, yeah, but the CCTs thing, I know, I've heard, but we don't like those here because, you know, these are handouts. And in Africa, we believe, you know, we're still a poor continent. We need to grow our way out. Handouts won't work. And I said, yeah, that's fine. But let me tell you about this one paper with the chicken coops. And he really liked this idea that people are investing some of the money. And I got on the plane the next, I mean, he first asked me to speak to his cabinet, which wasn't on the plan, so I did that. Then I went home, and years later, I met the World Bank guys that worked there in the office who told me, you know, they launched that program. Now, I'm not claiming any causal attribution, and certainly if there is causal attribution, it's from Gertler, right? I have never told Paul this. I want to tell him, you know, because this is the example. You know, people sometimes say, "Oh, do academics have policy impact?" They can have huge policy impact without knowing it, like Paul Gertler did with that Gertler, Martinez, and Rubin Codina, right? It's not the three of them. So you know, if we do some more stuff. Maybe that can be used by politicians at some point. Susan, your question is very good. I think you have a point on comparing the right generations with the right generations. And I don't have the numbers. I suspect if we compared Brack to Gertler's effects on the current generation, the TUP would come ahead, but it's a lot more money. So, you know, they do have rate of return calculations. We'd have to do the same. Maybe they exist. I haven't seen rate of return calculations on the current income for CCTs. And maybe you're right that that should be compared. And then we'll see what the second generation impact are of those. But, you know, it will take many more years until those guys have kids. But point well taken.
Okay, so we will need to stop here. Thank you very much, Chico. So I just want to pass it to the mic to Pedro and then to Pablo just to give some farewell words. And from my side, thank you very much to all of you that stayed till now. Of course, there's still a PhD course for early career PhD students or whoever wants to stay here. It's going to be taught by Jaro on networks. And please, Pedro, all yours.
Thank you. Let's move to the last slide of Chico's presentation. No, don't leave it. The last one. The two sentences. I think it's a good illustration for ending the conference. Well, let me give you, I will give the floor to Pablo in a minute, but let me give you some institutional, but not too much, words of farewell and thank you. Thank you very much. We are very pleased. We have enjoyed a lot. Lectures, contributions, the dialogue between lecturers and contributors. It was very fruitful and brilliant conference, I think. From the opening of the conference with Juan Camilo, the I, C, and S frame to the determinants of equality of opportunities with Chico, and of course with the great lectures of Susan about progress and Víctor about edutainment and social media. I think that the conference has been has given us a very good references of the future, the present and future of interventions in development. That is what called us to this conference. It has been really interesting for us, the research community in Loyola. I told you that we came from old agribusiness school in the 60s, but we are in the first decade of the project of Universidad Loyola Andalucía, and it's time for us to consolidate the project and to give our first impact in our society and in the global development that is one of our missions. And the conference has been very important for this. you give us a lot of lights and ideas for the future. So thank you very much. Muchas gracias por haber estado, por haber venido y por haber estado presentes estos 2 días. I say it in Spanish to prove you that it's real. In English also, but more even in Spanish. So thank you very much. Come again soon. And now, Mr. Brañas.
I have this, no? So I don't need, I guess I don't need it. Let me start saying thanks, first of all, to Ericka. Thank you, Ericka. Really, muchísimas gracias. She has been working on this for the last 12 months, dealing with this, dealing with travel flights, dealing with tickets, hotels, programs, online, on-site, pandemia, January, June. So it has been really hard work. Thank you to all the participants, not only for their fantastic talks, but also for their disponibility for moving from January to June, and this and that. So let me say also thank you to César, who did it everything from Colombia, which is, you know, an extra job, because being like 7-8 hours above, it's an issue every day. Obviously, huge thanks to Lorenzo, who make it possible, who has been these 2 days, 3 days, or last week, crazy week, doing this, and to Diego, who was also behind the scenes. Obviously, I want to say thank you to all the other people who were here working, you know, making possible, from Luis in the cafeteria to Diego, the other Diego Gonzalez, or to, I don't remember the names. Sorry for them, for all this, what is the name of this girl? Alicia, who is working in the Fundación, or the brother of Diego, or Pablo Montero, who is over there, etc. So to all of you, if I miss any name, I'm really sorry for that, as I know it's horrible. Thank you to all of you for being here to talk about these important things. I just want to add a minor thing to Chico talk, probably to all talks, but I really like all the talks, but your last was like shocking, no? Because it was like the final summary about that we are a complete failure. Dealing with this, no? With these are serious things, no? And we are talking about education, which is, say, quite easy to measure, because there is, you know, there is an outcome. There are many other things that are almost impossible to measure. So we need to invent mechanism to measure something. So first, we need to believe about the mechanism, no? So yeah, we have failed. That is, for me, so clear. And there is another issue that is really, really, you know, cumbersome. And personally, for me, it's really concerning, which is we talk about developing countries continuously, the role of education, the failure of the system, programs that do not work, intervention, this and that. But the problem is that, at least in Europe, I cannot say outside Europe, education is failing massively. So the entire system is collapsing. And just to give you not a number, I mean like an idea, I would say that the number of private institutions in Spain, education, I mean primary, secondary, tertiary education, high schools, probably double in the last 10, 15 years. So also in terms of universities, no, Pedro, when I studied in a private university, I studied in Navarra, when I was, so I mean, 25 years ago, or 30, or perhaps 30 years ago, when I did my degree there, probably there were in Spain 3 private universities, 3, 4 as most. Today, 30, 40. So this is just a proof that the entire system is collapsing. And if public education fails, so you know what is going to happen with inequality. And this is real, and this is here. And we know England. So see the difference in the education in England between private and public universities. Even if you go to these, say, public universities that are competitive, the opportunities for being there are not the same by far, because the rich guys, or not the super rich, I mean the medium high, all of them, they have the tutors every Saturday morning that cost £200 per Saturday just to get access to these selective schools. So this is real. So this is the problem. So I think we need to reconsider the whole thing completely, because I think we are not going to improve for sure. And that's it. Sorry for this late speech. Everybody is tired, and just to say thank you to everybody.
Okay, so I don't have the data here, but this is a network perspective on how social cohesion in the US is decreasing because of ideological reasons. Well, why we have homophily, and there is a lot of good reasons, a lot of actually economic reasons, okay? But it's important to understand that homophily is highly criticized, okay? So the race issue, the gender issue right now, we have a lot of them, but most of the part of why people are friends with the same people actually comes from opportunities. If I live in a rich neighborhood, I meet rich people, and they are my friends, right? If I live in black neighborhood, I meet black people. So it's not that I decide that. One part of the things is preferences, so I don't want to be friends with poor guys, okay? But important part is I didn't have any other chance, okay? But there are some other very interesting economic reasons. So you can think about coordination. It's much easier for me to coordinate activities and thoughts on people who think like myself. So people from my country, people from my race, my social class, and so on and so on. Okay? Clearly social pressure, okay? You are not getting married. We don't let you to get married with that guy because he is, too short, something like that. I don't want to insult anybody, so let me say too short because I'm short. It didn't happen to me, as far as I know. Okay? However, we know relatively little. This is one topic where it is very worth investigating. We don't know that much, and there's a pretty big room for research on this topic. Okay? So, I have 10 minutes. I probably use a little bit more. I apologize for that. Let me just summarize, okay? So this is how social networks typically look like. And I focused on the measures. So there is a large number of other measures. I focus on the measures that are important from the economic and social perspective. Okay, there are others if you're interested. There are hundreds of books. Okay, what do we know about typical social, economic, financial networks? Typically, most of the people are directly or indirectly connected, giant component. Typically, the average distances are very, very short, so we can very easily access anybody in the population through the others. Okay, typically, there is a high local interconnectivity between people. So typically, social economic networks have high social cohesion and typically generate a lot of trust and cooperation. Okay. The degree distribution is typically very unequal. We typically have some very important people, and we have a lot of people who are not important. The same way like the distribution of wealth, actually. Okay, and typically people befriend or interact with people that are similar to themselves for many reasons. Okay, and well, I introduce a variety of measures of influence, prestige, and so on, and so on. Okay, let me think. Okay, I am sure there is a lot of other things you can measure in the network, and in fact, we still have new papers appearing proposing different measures of centrality, different measures of social cohesion and so on and so on, okay? In fact, there is a lot of things we don't know and we don't know how to measure. So again, this is another topic which is very interesting, okay? And typically, if you think about social processes, you can think about a new measure of some property of structure of relationships in the society. Okay, so let me take these 15 minutes I probably need for that. I will skip many things, but let me tell you, beautiful. We know how to represent and characterize networks, okay? But now let me go to the very beginning. Let me ask what a link is, what a node is. Okay, now I want to go to the data. And you saw that in the papers, I mentioned the 5 papers that are important, highly cited, and each of them refer to something a little bit different. Okay, so let me talk about problems and challenges. Okay, and if there's a solution, I will mention something. Okay, so given the population, let me fix the population. I know who the people are. I want to measure or study. Okay, what exactly is the link, or what can we talk? What can we say about that? Okay. So, well, link, it's a connection, okay? But what exactly it measures? It can be many things, okay? It can be friendship, it can be sexual relationship, okay? It can be family thing, it can be tutor, supervisor, and student, it can be collaborator, co-author, it can be colleague, neighbor, it can be so many things that we have to define that. Okay, so I would like to study the effect of networks on diffusion of, I don't know, some behavior. Well, which network I need to be able to really measure it in order not to miss some part of that. Okay? And this is crucial. Okay, this is crucial. I'm not going to talk about particular examples that much. Let me say why it's crucial. Well, because if we use 2 different definitions, we will have different networks. Okay, so we are measuring something different. The object is very different. Okay, let me just show you an example. This is the paper of Banerjee et al. Okay, this is about diffusion of microfinance. They went to India and they asked, I remember, 15 different questions. What determined 15 different networks? Okay, so I don't remember exactly everything, but they will ask from whom you would borrow money, to whom you would lend money, who is your friend, with whom you visit temple, with whom you talk every day, and so on and so on. Okay, so let me just show you. Are these networks different? And I have to have several examples to show you that they are very, very different. We are measuring something completely different. Okay, so depending on what the question you make, you are measuring something different. So you have to be very careful. Again, I have no good insight for you to what exactly to ask, but I will discuss a little bit some things to do. Okay, examples. So this is examples. This is with whom you go to the same temple. Very commonly used in the early literature on networks in economics, because going to the same church in the US was a very important thing of connectivity. This is from whom you would ask for advice. Okay, what I have here is, I don't remember exactly, from whom you would borrow this kerosene, the thing they use for cooking, and so on. And I would like to, if you look carefully at the different things, you will see a very, very different networks, okay? Less connectivity, more connectivity, different people are connected compared to other networks. So it's crucial, and it can change the results, obviously. I went the other way around. Okay, so this is the first challenge. You have to think very carefully what you want to do. Now, depending on the strength of the relationship, is the network different or not? So if you ask, who are your friends, or who are your acquaintances, or who is the best friend of yours here? Okay, does it make the network look different? And obviously it does. Okay, this is the same people. You see that the nodes are actually fixed, and this is when they were asked whether they are friends, and this is this is when they ask who are your very good friends. Okay, and clearly the network looks different, and there is actually a combination of facts. Many things happen. I think I have it. Okay, not only less links, but there is also a different homophily patterns. So there is much more homophily here than here. Okay, and there is, if I remember correctly, there is less hierarchy here than here. So many of the things actually we talk about things. Okay. Here it looks like it's it's not very cohesive society. Here it looks like very cohesive society, obviously. Okay, so we are measuring something different too. So it's not only what exactly what we try to measure, but how exactly we phrase the question. And obviously, we have to think about perceptions. People are not very good estimating things in general. We have a lot of perception biases, okay, and we have a lot of social perception biases, okay. Let me just illustrate things. This is some type of data we elicited. This is like 300 undergraduates from one paper we had before, and this is simply a very simple measure. This is the number of friends you tell me that you have minus the number of people that claim that they are your friends. Okay, so this is some sort of a measure of social overconfidence. You see there is a large heterogeneity in the people. Many people are correct. Okay, I named the people that name me. But still, the majority doesn't estimate this correctly. Okay, and the question is then, am I really measuring the correct network? Is it really your friend if you claim that if he doesn't claim that he's your friend? So on and so on, okay? So this is another thing. And here I don't have much to say. I don't know very well what to do. People are actually not very good estimating who their friends are. Okay, and we have a lot of evidence on that. So typical reciprocity, meaning the percentage of links that are reciprocated in our data, in our friendship data, it's like 50%. It means that 50% of the relationships, okay, people are not very good. So people don't estimate well, or 50% of their relationship. Okay, and this is a huge number. This is for many people, this is surprising. Okay, many other problems with the definition of the link. Okay, and these are very simple. So very nice, I can measure networks, but what am I measuring exactly? Okay, so this is roughly what do you think? What is the consequence? I mean, this is econometrics 101 in any undergrad thing. This generates a measurement error problem. Okay, so if you estimate your regression, what happens? You have a measurement error there. You have okay, and the problem is that some of these problems I mentioned actually are non-classical measurement error problems, meaning that you can overestimate your results. Okay, so you can find effects that do not exist. Okay, we know a little about that. So there is this is more methodological research, but we know very, very little about this. So there is a big room for research in all these aspects I was talking about. Okay, I wasn't exhaustive, but these things. Okay, so the question: is there a recipe for how to solve this? And the answer is, of course, not. It really depends on what you want to do. Okay, so what I mentioned here, okay, I put this as far as I know, there is no good results for that. Okay, there is a lot of projects, failed projects, just because the network didn't measure what the authors wanted to measure. Okay, but there are some things I can recommend you. Okay, some from all the work I have done so far. So clearly, you should define very well what you want the reflection to measure. Okay, so if I want to measure diffusion of COVID-19, I would like to see people who are close to each other. Right, so I don't care if you talk on if you talk on Twitter with this guy every day if you don't see each other. Right, if I want to measure information transmission, so maybe then Twitter is a good idea to study. Okay, another thing, define very well what is the boundary of your network. Who are the people you want to go there, because those who can specify things. Okay, sometimes there is a good way how to have a objective and error-free measure of relationship. Okay, Twitter, phone call, email, or frequency of emails. Sometimes this is a very good measure. Typically, these are complicated data. Okay, but this is roughly what we need. If you talk about friendship networks, I don't have a good recommendation for you. We tried a lot of things actually. Okay. Clearly, you should adapt the way you elicit the links to the objective. So this is the main recommendation I can give you. Okay, and I put this here a little bit to be creative. Okay, we tried so many things, and everything has some problems or not. So, for example, in Spain, in order to elicit good friendships, we asked people to give both surnames, because in Spain people have 2 surnames. And typically, people from class, you sometimes don't know the second one. If you know the second one, it means that you know each other at least better than if you only know one of them. Okay, but this is very culture specific. You cannot use this in the US. Okay, maybe you can in the US you can think about the middle name. Okay, typically do not ask who is your friend. Why? Because this is a very subjective thing. Okay, so what friend exactly means is very subjective, and it generates some of the cognitive issues, stuff like that. Okay, so sometimes it's much better to ask, okay, during the last weekend, whom did you see from the class? Okay, then these are friends because they meet together away from the school, for example. Okay, again, very specific thing depending on one applications. Okay, sometimes, so very often we use this coordination device. We pay people for telling them their friends, but we only pay them for the number of for the friends that reciprocates the naming. Okay, so you seriously have to think, who will name me? Okay, and typically you only can think about people who you know very well. Okay, and I'm sure you can think about many other smart things. So if you're creative, you can come up with different interesting things. I definitely would be happy to hear actually what what other people do. Let me now reverse the problem. So now, given the definition, imagine that you know perfectly what you want to measure. What about the population? What if we have missing nodes? Okay, so this is one of my line of research, so I'll talk to you about it. Why do I care about it? Well, if I want to the network of a class, you can be sure that someone will be missing. If you want a village network, it's virtually impossible to serve everybody in the village. Okay, and now if you want some big regions, what we typically do is sample people. Okay, this is the cumulative distributions of the fraction of. So this is the survey of the literature in economics on networks, and this is the fraction. This is the cumulative distribution of sampling rate of the papers. You will see that virtually no one has the whole population. Typically, we use samples, and most of the papers have a very low fraction of the population. So we only have a sample. Okay, is it a problem? It's a very serious problem. The network looks very different. This is just an example. Okay, so I have people. I only observe the red ones. This is what I observe. Okay, so I have observed one part of the network. The network is clearly very different, and I will not explain this. And actually, what happens is that if you now estimate something on your network, and the network has missing data, missing part of the population, this is the characterization of what you estimate with the sample network. Okay, even in the simplest possible scenario, very simple linear relationship with one regressor. What do we observe here is that it depends on the covariance and variance, and this can be smaller or larger than 1. It depends on the relationship. It means that you don't only have attenuation effect, which is not that serious. It means that your estimates will be conservative. You can have actually even sign switching if this is negative, and you can accept effects that don't exist. You can have what we call expansion effect. Okay, this is what we call the non-classical measurement error problem, and this is a big issue in econometrics. Okay, so here I directly can tell you this is a non-classical one, so it's not a classical thing. Okay, can we do something? Let me not walk you through the things. We can. If the sample is random, there is a nice paper by Arun Chandrasekhar and Lewis, whom I don't know, and they actually have a very simple procedure, 2 procedures, how to correct for the network for the missing parts, simply using the sampling rate. Okay, or you can actually estimate a network formation model, and there is actually a very nice book recently came out about estimation of this. Okay, and we have a work on the cases where the sampling is not random. Okay, in our paper we simply show that nothing of this works. If the sampling is not random, none of these procedures work, and we actually propose. Okay, so actually this is what I have here. So if the sampling is non-random, if we have a non-representative population, all this literature doesn't work. None of them. We don't know any that would work properly. So we actually propose to use post-stratification weighting. Okay, and let me not to introduce it again what's going on, but this is a very simple idea. Post-stratification weighting on individuals. What you do, you give more weight of people that are undersampled, less weight to people who are oversampled. So we just adapt it to the network thing, but instead of weighting people, we weight on links, triangles, and so on and so on. Okay, so it's a simple adaptation to that. And we actually have a lot of work where we show that actually it So this is some network effects we were estimating using the raw sample. These are the biases that are huge, the blue ones. And we actually show that, I have it here, that if the so if we have non-random missing, the random corrections don't work, and ours is here. You will not see anything because we actually eliminate the biases. So I will, let me skip it. I will tell you in this case, if we have sample networks, do we have a recite? Yes, in some cases. Okay? And again, I don't want to take too much time from you. Okay? Ideally, so here it's perfect, ideally. Do we have a recite? Well, let me start with sampling all the population. Typically, it's unfeasible, economically and timely. Okay, so if impossible, do random sampling. And we have a lot of things how to correct for your network effects. Okay, if you cannot do this, okay, well, we actually propose you a recipe how to work with non-representative sampling. Okay, but it's post-stratification weighting. It means that we weight on variables. It means that you need some information on the whole population. But it's always easier to know the fraction of women in the village, the fraction of highly educated and non-educated people than the networks. And typically this data are available in the case. But then if you don't have in this information well, I don't have any recipe. But there are some papers that do some very specific things. So some people are actually working already on that. So again, you can overcome most of the problems here with missing data. This is not that problematic here. Okay, the problem is more with the definition of the thing. Okay, last thing, I'm not going to explain it, but I would like to point out one very important thing, the problem with the network data you will have. The networks are typically as endogenous as the variables you are analyzing. What it means, endogeneity problems in econometrics. Okay, so you estimate some behavior on the network, and your estimates are actually biased and typically inconsistent. Why? Because the two variables are determined endogenously. Okay, not one implies the other one, but they co-evolve together. So it generates a lot of problems. I prepared a lot of things here to talk about. I'm not going to go through it, but so the problem, which is the problem? So this is just an example of peer effects, because you are actually estimating your behavior in function of the behavior of your neighbors. So very typical estimation in things. So this is exactly peer effects or network effects. Okay, here you have my behavior, the behavior of my neighbors. Where is it? Here it is. If I write this in matrix notation, you will see perfectly. I am regressing this vector on this vector. I cannot do that. Okay, we have a lot of problems, and I'm not going to. So we have three problems. Refraction problem. The estimated effect is not well defined, mathematically speaking, so you cannot actually do it. Second, homophily. People look similarly, not because they influence each other, but because they were similar from the very beginning. So you can estimate network effects, but there are no network effects. People are just similar. Okay, so you're estimating something different. Second, people who are close to each other in the space are typically subject to unobserved common shocks. So again, you estimate positive peer effects, but it's not because people influence each other, but they were influenced by something different. Okay, so all this prevents you from being able to estimate network effects very well. Okay, so you might estimate correctly that there is a beautiful network effect, but there isn't any because it was given by different processes. Okay, is it a serious issue? And let me just show you one example. Diffusion of obesity. Okay, so this is the very first paper I mentioned, very famous paper that shows that there was an epidemic, diffusion of obesity in the people. Clearly, people don't infect each other with obesity, but what they do, they infect each other with behaviors, habits, and so on and so on. Right? So this is what they do. And what they find is that there is a network effect. So you not only influence, so if you're obese today, your friends will be obese next year with certain probability. That's what they do. But they also observe that if you're obese today, not only your friends will be obese in 1 year with certain probability, but also friends of your friends. And in fact, it goes all the way to the degree of 3 here. Okay, then it's not start to be insignificant. So this was this very influential paper, very big effect. Okay, it was a big mess about this. Okay, beautiful explanation of the obesity epidemics in the US. Okay, as I told you, the paper has, I don't remember, 10,000 citations today. Okay, but then there were two guys. Okay, but what they did, they look at simple numbers. They didn't control for many things. Okay, the typical problems I mentioned before. So they came two guys, economists actually. Okay, and I will skip many of these things. The Cohen, Cole, and Fletcher, and they said, look, there are some strange things in the data, in your data. So what they did, they took a different data and made an estimation and started to control for things that we typically do in econometrics. Okay, I should probably mention that the original paper, James Fowler is a political scientist, and Nicholas Christakis is a medical doctor. Okay, they actually know a lot about econometrics, but they are not econometricians. So these two guys are econometricians, and they just revised the paper with different data. Okay, and their argument is, look, you should introduce these two things you did not. So the original estimation was like this. Okay, my weight in period t plus 1 in function of the weight of my friends in t plus 1 in the past one, and my in the past one. Okay, and they said, look, you should control for time trends. Okay, and you should control for contextual variables, common shocks. Maybe we both live in a neighborhood when there is a new pizza open and very cheap and very good one, but low quality, and we get late. So what they did, they used different data and re-estimated. So this is the Christakis-Fowler, and this is their effect. Okay, they re-estimated the effect with different data, the same thing. The same estimate, actually. Okay, there's no difference here. But they start to control for time trends and fixed effects, contextual fixed effects. Okay, what do we observe? Reduction if the effect, additional reduction, and actually this is not significant. Okay, so the conclusion is beautiful. In the society, in the data, it looks as if people influence each other. But in fact, what you observe is change of the things at the global level in the society. What exactly? Well, we don't know, but typically from the 70s to the 2000s, the original data, the acceptance of obesity increased. So it didn't look that bad to be obese, for example. So change of the social norm. Second, radical increase of the American society, much more money to buy things. Okay? And in fact, the decrease of the quality of the food in the US too. And this affected everybody. So in the estimation, people look as if they influence each other, but what actually happened is that they were subject to the same common conditions. Okay, so this influential paper seems actually now highly discussed, and we can actually doubt a lot about whether there is some contagion of obesity or not. Okay, and simply by doing a little bit good econometrics and taking into account things about which we think a lot in economics, and especially in econometrics, we can actually change things. Is it important? Well, this is crucially important, okay, because the policy targeting obesity will be very different depending on whether this contagion effect exists or not. So it's a very important thing. Okay, so what can you do? In fact, we know a lot about this actually. So here, I don't have a perfect recite, but we have a lot of different strategies to treat all these endogenous issues in social networks. Okay, I'm not going to walk through it, but typically, experiments, you can design things, typically instrumental variables, and actually Bramole et al. And the Georgi et al. Have two papers that actually you can use directly using instruments using the network. So in this case, so Chikshenk and Lungfei Li, they propose a very nice paper when you estimate simultaneously both the network formation and the behavior, all the network effects. Okay, very often if you have time structure, we can see causalities. And typically you can estimate the direction of the link. If I claim I'm your friend and you don't claim you're my friend, so it's very likely that I will be infected by you, but you will not be infected by me because you don't care about me, myself. So we can exploit these differences. So there is a lot that you can do. So in this case, no problem. You actually will have a lot of things. Okay, let me just conclude. Okay, 3 slides, but very, very short. So I would like to argue that, look, the networks are very important. They give you a picture of the system, and we have a large amount of work on that. So I really recommend you to have a look at some things if you're interested. So whatever you work in, whatever your field, there is some, I'm sure there are applications on network, okay? However, we have a lot of problems with network data. So empirically speaking, this is challenging. Okay, I'm not going to repeat again. Okay, I have another argument for why this is important, actually why this is, as I told you, if you look at Econometrica, the last 10 issues, I'm sure in every issue, there will be one paper on networks. Okay, it's a really hot topic. And in fact, 80% of them will be some econometrics. Because this is so problematic that now, whenever you have a good idea, you are pretty well published. Okay, well, that's it. If you're interested in the topic, we have several books in economics. These are I would say these are the 4 books in economics. This is the best textbook. This is a little bit more technical. Okay, this is a little bit more game theory. This is an encyclopedia of the literature, existing literature. If you're interested, you're dead. If we talk about development economics, probably this would be the best one for you. Okay, there's several nice chapters about development, applications, econometrics in that direction. Okay, so there is a lot of things to read now. So the topic is pretty developed. Or you can go to some lighter reading. Okay, so this is a very nice book by Damon. It's much more easily readable. Okay, you have a book, Mark Newman. It's more from more sociological perspective. This is a nice book about how networks influence the creativity of many of famous people you knew, painters, philosophers, and so on and so on. You have a very recent book I already mentioned about the network econometrics, okay? And you have some easy reading, actually, some cases, which is very nice. Okay? Well, tomorrow at 10, I was instructed to repeat that. So tomorrow, Lorenzo will give the course. Okay, so network 2, what we call network 2. Okay, and what we will do, he will show you actually how to directly work with the data. Okay, so condition on that we have the right population, the right definition of the link, we have the data, and now network analysis. Okay, so Lorenzo will work with R and will show you some basic things you can do with network data. Okay, because it's a little bit different than working with standard data. Okay, that's all from my part. So, questions, comments? Okay, I'll try to give the slides to Lorenzo so he can send it to you. If you're not interested, you can throw it, but no problem. Feel free to contact me if someone is interested. This is my email. Very happy to interact. Problem, and or refer you to literature or papers, no problem. Okay, even theory, which I didn't cover, actually, so whatever you need. Okay? So thank you for being here with me in the afternoon. I don't understand it, but thank you.
Now, the first part in R, are you familiar with R? Just to have an idea. Okay, some of you, but not many. Okay, so the first command that I'm gonna run is just to clean the console. You don't need to do that because you have it cleaned, okay? You should open R and then just file new document. If you have window, it may be different, your R a little bit. So the first thing we need to do is to load the directory, the working directory. The way I do it is MISC, change working directory, okay? And then you select where you have the files. Okay, MISC, change working directory. But in window,
and I can't find anything that says cambia.
No, this is in English. The one. Ah, yours. Okay. Then you can use set wd, which is in the command line. We open parentheses, and then within the parentheses, you write down here the working directory in quotes. No? We run a line in R. You select the line, Control R, a window, Command R if you have a Mac. But it's important to set the working directory of other, be able to load the files, package that are in that folder. Working. Do you have the code empiricalnetwork.r?
You send it, right?
Yes, I think so.
In the zip package. Right?
Exactly. So if you open it, it should give you the code I'm gonna use. So in case you get lost, you just have the code, everything there, okay? But this is first step, which is setting the working directory, is not there. But as I said, in the R, automatically you go to MISC, change working directory, or actually Command D, if you have the last version in Mac. I guess in Windows, it should be Control D. Yes, if you press Control D in Windows, do you get the window to select the folder? Okay, I'm gonna move on. So I assume you have now set the working directory. Now the first stage is that all the network analysis that we are gonna do, so we are gonna compute degree. Jaro probably already explained what is the degree in a network. It's just if you have a friendship network, the degree is just the number of friends. If you are talking about a co-authorship networks, in a co-authorship networks, the nodes are authors, and there will be a link between them if they wrote an article together. Okay, that's a co-authorship network. The network, the empirical network, real one that we are going to use today, it's actually a co-authorship network that I use in my PhD dissertation. We are going to use just 1 year because it's very large network. And so what we are going to compute is degree. Recall in the co-authorship network is going to be just the number of co-authors in that particular period. Then we are going to also compute the clustering coefficient. I guess Jar already talked about that also yesterday. And the clustering essentially is going to measure the probability that your co-authors are also co-authors among themselves. Okay? So all these variables are already programmed in R, in a package called iGraph. I told you to install the package, so we save a little bit of time. Now we load the package, which to load the package, we need to write down library, okay? The function library is essentially gonna open any package you have installed in R. The one the main one we are gonna use today is iGraph. So I'm gonna load the package, select the line, command enter if you are in Mac, command Control R if you are in Windows. Okay, I've already loaded the package here. Again, you should have this script file with all the files that Lorenzo Estepa sent you. So in case you are lost, you just open that file and at least try to understand the different functions that we are gonna use, okay? Library is gonna load the package, that's the function. Now, we are gonna load two packages, one that I programmed, the GenNet W, you should have that file, okay, already. And to load a particular function that someone created, we use the source, okay? Source is gonna load other script created in R. I'm gonna load the function GenNet, which is a function to create a network. And then I'm gonna load another program. This one was programmed by my supervisor, Marco van der Leij, which is AnalyzeNet. That one is useful to compute the statistics, global statistics about the network, the average degree in the network, the size of the giant component, okay? So, and GenNet is
like do files, right?
exactly the equivalent in Stata would be do file. So we are loading this do file here scripts, okay, to the system. So now we can use all the functions that are programmed in AnalyzeNet and that are programmed in GetNet. Once you load them, I ran already these two lines. Okay, I just ran these two lines. So the functions are already in R and I can call now those functions. That's why we use library to load package, source to load a do file, and a script that you created or someone that you know. The first function that we are gonna use is to plot a very simple network, okay? This function is inside the iGraph package. And the function, so first I'm gonna give a name to the network. I'm gonna give the name G. And here in R, instead of the equal, we use the lower and minus, yes. Actually, you can use also equals sometimes. And then we use the function make underscore undirected underscore graph. So we are gonna create an undirected network. What is an undirected network? It's like the co-authorship. If I work with Lorenzo in a paper and we publish together, the link is reciprocal. Yes? Now, if we are talking about a network of calls, he may call me, that's a link from him to me. That's a directed network, okay? And directed will be like friendship. If we are friends, up to some point, it should be mutual, okay? The trade network is a directed network because Spain can export some goods to France, but not necessarily Spain is importing from France. That's a directed network. The one we are going to create here is undirected. So the link is mutual, like in the co-authorship network. So the way we create links is we set within the parentheses, we are going to say, let's establish a link between 1 and 2, 3, 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 8, 5, 8, 6, 7. Okay, this is just to illustrate a very simple network. Late in a pitch, we are going to work with a real network. Okay, so I just run this line and I've created that network. It's called G. Now I can check the different vertex with the command line VG. Okay, VG, give me the different vertices that I have. That one is not in the script file. So with VG, you can print G or the name of the network that you used. You can print the different vertices of the network G. If you want to print the edges, the connection between the nodes, you write E in capital letter, and then within parentheses, the name of the network. You select it, Control R in Windows, Command Enter, and we can see that there is a link between 1 and 2, another link between 3 and 4, 3, 5, 4, 5, and so on. Okay, with EG. This is just to print it. Now we can plot it with the command line to plot the function is just plot. We use the function plot. Then the first argument in that function has to be the name of the network. We wrote G has the network, okay? We write down here G. Here the vertex size is just the bigger you have the number here, the higher is the number. Here is 40. The bigger is gonna be the node size. Yes. Edge color is just the color that you want to put to the link, Here I selected black. And edge width is the width of the edge. The higher the number, the wider will be the edge.
What is the meaning of, sorry, I lost it. Of the numbers are the both, no, the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4.
Exactly. Well, in this is not the co-authorship network, but it would be like from 1 to 8 individuals here, let's say.
And does it matter the spaces between, because I see that sometimes there are comma and spaces, sometimes there is no space.
Comma and space where, here you mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah.
And why do you repeat 1, 2, 3? It's because
yeah, 1, 2. This is just to, if you write together 1, 2, it's gonna create a link between 1 and 2. Yeah. So here it's creating a link between 1, 2, then a link between 3 and 4, and a link between 3 and 5. Okay.
So you're making.
Exactly. This one I'm making it. We are gonna see how to load a network. Well, how to load data. That has in each column the name of the ID of the individuals and how to create a network from that. Okay. But this is just creating a network from nothing.
Okay.
Without data. I think because I'm sharing the screen, you cannot really see the numbers, but in your computer, you should be able to see the numbers of the node. Did you manage to plot this network? Yes? Okay. So here you cannot see the numbers, but this one is number 4. Okay, number 4. The question that I'm asking in the computer lab is about that node. The first question is to compute manually the degree. Recall the degree is just the number, in this case, let's say it's a friendship network, number of friends. This is number 4. How many friends that he or she has. 1, 2, 3, 4 is going to be the degree of node 4. Okay? The second question is about the clustering. The clustering, well, I don't have a whiteboard here to show you the formula, but in the numerator, what we are going to do to compute the clustering, we call it's a kind of probability that the friends of 4 are also friends among each other. Let's look first at the friends of 4. There are 4 friends. And now let's count how many links do they have between them. 3 has a link with 5. 1. 5 has a link with, I cannot even see it here. 8. Okay? 2 links. Now that's the numerator in the clustering coefficient of that node 4. The denominator is the total number of possible links among the neighbors, the friends of 4. Yes? So let's count about the possibility. There should another link that there could be is between 3 and that one, 6. 3 and 6, 5 and 6. So that's another 2. And not that one, 8 and 6. Another one is 8 and 3. And in total, there are 6 possible links among the neighbors. Then the clustering coefficient of 4 is 2 over 6, 1/3. Okay, 1/3 is the clustering coefficient. That's we have done it manually. How can we do it in the computer? Because I mean, this is a trivial network, but real networks are extremely large, impossible to do it manually. So if you want to compute the degree of a particular node, we use the function degree, okay? Function degree. The first argument in that function is the network. In general, actually, any function that we use from the iGraph package, the first argument tends to be the name of the network. Degree of the vertex that we want to obtain is 4. That's the second argument. And we write V equals 4 of network G. We select the line, Control R, and you can see the degree is 4, what we just obtained manually. Yes? Now, how can we compute the clustering coefficient of a particular node using another function from a graph, which is called transitivity? Okay, this one here, transitivity. Yes, again, the first argument of that function is the name of the network, G. Then we want to compute the clustering coefficient of a particular node. That's why we write in the second argument, type equal to local. So this is telling to R that from the function transitivity, you want to compute the local, which is specific to a particular node. If you want to get the clustering coefficient of the whole network, you would write global. Okay, and how can you guess this? You can write in the console help of the function transitivity, because we forget things. And here you will get an explanation of the different argument in that function, transitivity, in R, you see? You could also have another argument, weights. Here we don't have a weighted networks, so that's why we don't use that argument. But typing in the console help the name of the function will give you all the potential arguments and all the potential options for each different argument within that particular function. Okay? So we type local because we are interested in the clustering coefficient of a particular node. And then which node? That's the third argument. We set V equal to 4, vertex 4. We select the line, Control R, 1/3, 0.33. Okay, now another useful function that this one was programmed by my supervisor is the network.stats. This one is gonna give us different statistics about the network that we just manually created in R. Network.stats. To use this network is crucial to load this package, analyze net. Otherwise, you will get an error. If you get an error when you call that function, it's because you didn't load that package, because that function is inside that particular package. So we are used network stat, and we want to compute the distance. When you have a very large network, computing the distance between all the different nodes may take some time. You are going to see later with the Kovářík network. Okay, so we see here the average degree in the network is 2, the giant component. Let me go back to the plot. The giant component in a network, this is a network with 2 components. The giant component is the component, 2 components, the one with the highest number of nodes. This is the giant component. What is the size of the giant component? The number of nodes in the giant component, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the size of the giant component.
What is the difference between?
You see here, size 6. Yes.
You mentioned nodes, but you mentioned vertices?
The same, sorry.
The same. Okay.
Yeah. Isolate nodes, it gives you the number of nodes without link. Here everyone has a link, so number of isolate nodes is 0. It gives you the global clustering coefficient 0.5, which is relatively high relative to a random network, where the clustering coefficient is extremely low. The degree correlation and the distance, the average distance within the giant component. You also get the diameter, which is the diameter here would be the distance between the 2 nodes that are farthest away, which is this one, well, this one, and let's say number 3, and that one is number 1. Number 1, right? 1, 2, 3 is the diameter, the distance between them. The average, to compute the average distance, you would compute the distance between all the nodes and then divide simply by the number of nodes. Okay, so network.stats to compute different statistics about the network. So now we move to a real network. Okay, so we have done exercise number 1, computing manually. We did it in the computer, but now we are gonna go to a larger network. So this is a network of co-authorship relation between economists. Each node here is an economist, is an author who has published either in 2010 or 2011. So if you publish in those years, you are gonna be in the sample. This network, because actually we use all the publications in the ECOLIT, which includes over 1,000 journals, different journals. First thing we are gonna do is to import the data where the network, well, where the different variables are, okay? But before that, I'm gonna load the package source get net w. This is a function that I program to compute from that particular data a network. But actually, the only condition you need to use this function to create the network is that you need to have 2 columns, one column, the ID of one author, the other column, the ID of the co-author. That's with that format. I mean, if you are talking about country, it will be country, the importer, the exported. With that, you can use this function also to load that kind of network. At the end, the function that we are gonna use it can be applied to almost any network. I've used it to compute centrality measures of countries to see which is the most central country in exporting cereals, which is now very popular because let's say Ukraine is among the main exporters of cereals. We are now working on a project where we compute the different centrality and evaluate if you remove this link, how the network is going to be affected. Okay, so it can also be applied. I also apply to compute the synchronization of business cycle among countries, although my main application is on Kovářík. But in general, the function that we are going to use here, which is graph.affiliation list, okay, can be applied to any data with the format that I mentioned. The two columns, in one column, the ID 1, in the second column, ID 2, connecting these countries, authors, or whatever you have, okay? If it's friend 1 with friend 2. In each column.
How can one read that those two columns? I mean, you say one column for one author, another column for another author. IDs, you mentioned IDs, but you mentioned affiliation. What is in the cell? What do you put in the cell? The ID, the number of papers?
Here is just the ID.
The ID.
So how can I just imported, yeah, I'm gonna go to that. First, importing the data file. You should have loaded this package, source getNet. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. I'm gonna import the file with the function read.csv because the format of the data file is CSV. Okay, I just imported. How can I have a look at the different variables included in that file? With the command names, and within parentheses, data. So here I have, because in papers, you can have in economics up to 7 authors, I have 7 different columns, okay? So each row here is gonna be a paper. Actually, yeah, I can print it here. This is printing the data. To print the data, you just write down the name of the file. I wrote data, okay, data equal to my network file. So to print it, I just write in the console data, which is the name that I put to that file, and it's gonna print all the different rows. Okay, so here there is a link, there is gonna be a link between this author 2004 and this author. There will be a link between them. These are sole authors.
Okay.
This is a 3-author paper.
Okay.
Okay, and then, well, if you have countries, you will have country I, country J in 2 columns. It depends on the format of the data. But actually, the function is quite generalist in the sense that you only need to have in each column, in each row, let's say, the links among the different individuals.
So if I want in the previous example, it should be friendship, right?
Yeah.
Friendship. The line would be instead of paper.
You would have a line 1, 2, then 3, 4. Yeah. In each row would be a link.
Link of friendship.
But actually here with 7 columns, we are creating multiple links at the same time. So in a 3-author paper, it's gonna create the function that I'm gonna call now is in this 3-author paper is gonna create a link between these 2 individuals, these 2 and these 2. Yeah. But I would say you can use this one to almost any kind of data. You just need the links in a row, the links that you want to connect between the different authors. What is the name of the function? Graph.affiliation list. That function, as I said, is in the package that I created, GenNetW. Okay, so I use that. I'm gonna call it GG because recall before we call it G, so we don't overlap the 2 networks. I just changed the name, GG, and graph.affiliation list, and then just the name of the data. We could then add attributes like number of papers, affiliation, whatever we want. We could do that later. So the first thing we are going to do is just to have a look at the number of authors that publish in economics in 2010 and 2011 in these 2 years. Which function can we use? This one is from the iGraph package, gorder. Gorder, and then the name of the network is going to give you the number of different nodes. 80,931 different authors. Okay? As I said before, you could plot all these vertex with the VGG. There are many, almost all of them are omitted. Okay? You could compute the different links. Because there are so many that it's not going to show you all the vertices. But if you are interested in the links, let's say in the links, you write down E in capital letter GG. Let's say we are interested in the links of author 8871. There is an edge between, sorry, this is the link number 80,871, which is between these two authors. But this is just to print, okay? It's not useful to compute anything. Then the next exercise was well, make a guess of the value of the following statistic for the large co-authorship network. What is your guess about the average degree in this co-authorship network with over 80,000 authors?
The average degree?
In the network, which is on average the number of co-authors in economics in these 2 years.
3, 4.
3, 4? 2, 3, between 2 and 3. That one is closer. We don't collaborate much in economics. It is around 2, but actually it is around 2 because I'm using year 2010. If you go to year 1970, it's 1 point, is very small, 1.2, 1.3. So the number of co-authorship paper has increased substantially over time. Yes?
So actually, can you change the year?
Yeah, but in the general data that I cannot share because it was so large, you can select the year to create the links. So here I just gave you 2 years, 2010 and 2011. You select you create, so you load the whole database, and then you load from that database, you can use the function subset of that data and select years. Okay? And in that way, you will do it by years. Okay, maximum degree, what is your estimation about the maximum degree? The author who has the largest number of co-authors in these 2 years. What would you say if you look at the top researchers?
In 2 years.
Yeah, so we are computing the degree in 2 years.
I would say 5.
5? 10? If you look at the Nobel Prize winner, how many papers do they publish per year? And how many co-authors do they have? So here is like the maximum degree in the network.
The maximum, you're asking for
Yeah,
the maximum,
here
not
we have the data of essentially everyone who has published in economics, either in 2010 or 2011. They are gonna be here, so that the Nobel Prize winner will be there. Yeah, it's a large number. The total clustering coefficient will give you some, in a sense, the probability that co-authors are also co-authors among themselves. One guess.
100.
It is between 0 and 1, okay? Or well, if you don't normalize between 0 and 100, but it is like a probability, okay, from 0 to 1. 1 would be if all the co-authors of the author are also co-authors among themselves. Okay, the next exercise was compute these statistics in R for the large network, the real one that we are using just one command line, and compare your answer to your guesses. Recall there is a function already programmed, okay, by Marco van der Ley, the network.stats. It's gonna give us all these statistics that I just asked you. Network.stats, then the name of the networks, and because I want to look at the average distance as well, I'm gonna write compute.distance true, because I want to compute the distances. If you don't write that one, it's not gonna give you the average distance in the network, okay? Intuitively, the higher is the average distance, let's say, the more difficult is to reach another author in that particular network. Okay, with the network stat, we got the statistics already for degree. The average degree is to have 2 co-authors. Okay, in 2 years, it's just 2 different co-authors. In economics, using the publication of 2010, 2011. If you go to the 70s, 80s, it's actually close to 1. It's very small. The giant component, it's around 27% in these 2 years. It includes the giant component over 20 different thousand authors. 27% of the authors are in the giant component. The second largest component, you can see, is very small relative to the giant. It's just 58, the second largest component. The number of solo authors who published and who didn't have any link in these 2 years, but they published, is 33,460.
So those are sole
author. Yeah, it's 17% of them, much lower than in the 70s. In the 70s, actually, the majority were sole author papers.
What is the
clustering coefficient? We see it's very large. So in economics, we tend to observe the following characteristics so far. The giant component has been increasing over time. Well, that one I cannot show you here because we are just looking at a particular period, but the giant component has been increasing over time. At the same time, the clustering coefficient is quite high. You can see here, this is much higher than if links are formed, let's say, randomly. Clustering coefficient high, so co-authors of a particular author tend to be co-authors among themselves. This is a measure of, they use it in sociology to measure trust, the trust among the different authors or peer pressure. But actually in a recent paper, we show that it's detrimental for productivity. Higher clustering tend to be negatively associated with future output. And what we find is actually that higher degree, the more co-authors you have, tend to be positively associated with future research output. Clustering negatively. The intuition is that if you have a high clustering, it means that most of your co-authors are co-authors among themselves, and essentially you are getting almost the same kind of information. Yeah. We also have a look at a strength. A strength is the number of times you work with the same individual. And we see that strength is negatively associated with output, the same intuition. You just work with the same individual, then your base ideas you publish at first, And then the second, third ideas don't tend to be as good. What we found in a recent paper where we look at the gender differences in the co-authorship network is that women tend to have the following network characteristics: lower degree, higher clustering, and higher strength than men. So they tend to have network characteristics that are negatively associated to future output. And we estimated that these network characteristics, the gender differences, sorry, in network characteristics, tend to explain 20% of the gender difference in research output. So networks are important in our profession, at least. The second question was about computing the maximum degree. The function in R to compute the maximum is simply max. So I'm gonna compute the max of what? Of the degree, so I use the degree of which network, GG. So let's have a look at the max of that network, 41. Okay, there is one individual in the network with 41 different co-authors in 2 years. And we are gonna have a look at who are these authors in a bit. Okay, any questions so far? All good? Yeah. So we have done now exercise number 3 from the computer lab. Oof, I only have, do you have a Mac? Any of you?
You are running.
You? I'm running, maybe because I'm sharing the screen, it requires more battery and I forgot the charger.
¿No tenéis ninguno más?
¿Un cargador? Thank you. So we have done exercise number 3. We are gonna go now to number 4 and we are gonna compute very important network measures, which are centrality measures. Okay, thank you. Perfect. One moment.
¿Y se te ha ido también la pantalla?
No, a mí no. Ahí, a ver. No enseña. It's not showing what I put it. Yes? No, but I don't have that screen anymore. Okay, I see. I need to mirror, yeah. Now. Okay, so we are in exercise number 4. Degree clustering are clear, right? 2 important network measure. Degree, many different co-authors tend to be associated with different sources of information. More information tend to be related with higher future research output. The clustering the other way around, because your co-authors are also connected among themselves. Let's say it's more like a club. You just receive the same kind of information. Now we are gonna look at other network measures, centrality measures. First one is degree centrality, which is just simply the degree number of co-authors of an author. Then we are gonna look at closeness. Did Jar explain these centralities yesterday a bit? The closeness is just what we are gonna do is to see how close is one particular author to all the other authors in the network. Normally, what we do, because this centrality cannot be computed in the whole networks, because when the components are disconnected, you cannot compute the distance between them. We compute the centrality measures in the giant component, in the largest component. Okay, this closeness, betweenness, and the eigenvector centrality. These are the 3 different centrality measures that we are gonna use. Closeness reflects the distance between a particular author and all the other authors in the network. In fact, that's how it's computed. It's gonna look at the distance between you in the co-authorship network, and Pablo, then between you and me, and all the other authors in the network. This for each individual. And then you divide by the number of authors and you get the normalized, the inverse of that distance is the closeness. So the higher is your distance, the lower is gonna be your closeness centrality. And you can just normalize it by multiplying by n number of authors minus 1. Okay, so closeness centrality is gonna measure how close a particular author is to all the other authors in the network. The other centrality that we are gonna compute, betweenness centrality, is a measure of, they call it brokerage power. Okay, in the previous network that I show you, let me plot it again. Plot G. Do you know what is the shortest path between two nodes? The smallest distance between them, okay? The smallest distance between 4 and that one is in number 1. 7. 4 and 7 is 2. That's the shortest path, okay? The betweenness, so if we want to compute the betweenness of number 4, and in the numerator, what we are gonna have is, let's say we are gonna have the number of shortest path within this giant component that goes through 4. So essentially, we can clearly observe in this simple network that 4 has a high betweenness centrality, because these two nodes, to reach these 3 nodes, has to pass through 4. Okay, that would be the numerator if we want to compute the betweenness for node number 4. In the denominator, we would have all the different shortest paths between a pair of nodes. So essentially, betweenness is reflecting how important is this author in connecting the other authors in the network. Clearly, we observe that this author is redundant. Is not playing almost any. The centrality, the betweenness centrality of these nodes on the periphery is gonna be very low. You can see no shortest path go through this node. And clearly we can observe that many different shortest paths, for example, between this node and that one has to go through 4. Between this one and these two has to go through 4. The highest betweenness clearly is gonna be for node number 4. And this is associated with brokerage power. So in terms of co-authorship network, this individual is getting information from, let's say, one group of authors here, let's say in a particular field, behavioral economics, and maybe this one is from methodology econometrics. So this author 4 is getting information to different kind of information. So it's also related in terms of co-authorship with the diversity, with the potential diversity of the knowledge that that particular author 4 can acquire from the co-authors. And actually, we observe that among the different centralities that we are going to compute, closeness betweenness eigenvector, this one is the one that is most correlated with future research output. Okay? And the intuition is because it capturing the importance of one author in connecting the other co-authors, and therefore this author is exposed to different kind of information, a potentially more diverse source of knowledge. And this translates into better publications in the future. Yes? Then the third network centrality that we are going to compute is the eigenvector centrality. And it's an algorithm that has been used by Google to rank the page. So the page rank algorithm is actually an extended version of the eigenvector centrality. And the idea here is that if you look at the Facebook network, okay, and there is an individual with 300 friends, but if most of these 300 friends, they are relatively unpopular, almost no one knows them, then the centrality of that particular individual is going to be low. But if the friends are very popular, let's say there is another individual with 300 friends, but among these 300 friends, there is Barack Obama, very popular, among the most central, let's say, player in the Facebook network, then that individual is going to have a higher, much higher eigenvector centrality. Instead of co-authorship, if there is a link between, let's say, an author and Daron Acemoglu, then that author is going to have a very high eigenvector centrality, because at the same time, Acemoglu is one of the most central players in the co-authorship network. Yeah, you see the intuition behind that eigenvector? Okay, now we are going to compute it. So we are now in exercise number 4. Use the article published in Economics now in just 1 year. So because these centrality measures, if you are looking at 5 years, it will take time to compute them. So now we are going to look just at 1 year. And we are going to use a different way to create the network, a different function. Okay, that function is programmed in iGraph. It's not the one that I programmed. So I load the package, we already have it, the iGraph. I'm gonna also load the GTools package. Okay, GTools, which is gonna allow me then to plot the network.
You have to load every time you want.
No, not every time, just once in a session. Then I'm gonna load the attributes, which is gonna include information about the number of papers of the author and many other variables. Those attributes are in the file netwk 2010. I use again read.csv. We can have a look at the different variables in that data file. We are going to have the author ID is the first column. The second column is the name of the author. Okay, here I'm plotting the data for author number 7, Atlan Rowe. Author number 8, sorry. The name is Atlan Rowe, that's the second variable. The university is unknown. And the number of papers is just 1. The gender is unknown. Well, sorry, in the new database is male. Okay, Rowe, Atlan, male. That's the attribute database that I just loaded with the function read.csv. Now I'm gonna load the ages. And here, when we are gonna use this function from iGraph, graph.data.frame, it's very important that you have all your links in just 2 columns. So the previous function that I showed you, you could even have 7 columns. So it was actually at the article level. In that sense, it is easier to use because that's how you get the data. You get the data, and in each row, you have up to 7 potential different authors, the way you get the data. But when we use the function programmed by iGraph, you need to have the data just in 2 columns. You need to reshape the data. Actually, normally I do that operation in Stata first, but with a reshape of the panel, you can get it in 2 columns. But as I said before, the previous function, you could have it, is more general because you don't need to do the reshaping or anything. It's easier to use. But that one is just to illustrate a different example of how to create a network from data. Okay, the one that I created is easier to use, to implement. This one, the one program in iGraph, you need to have just 2 columns. So I loaded the ages, which is in the file ages 2010. And now I need to combine the 2 columns. So you see column 1, we can print, let's say, row number 6. In row number 6, we have a link between author 6 and author 112,060, the ID. This is the ID of the second author. You see, but this is the format. If there is a 3-author paper, you would need to have in a different row the link between 6 and the 3rd author. Yes? In another row. You don't need that with the function graph affiliation list that I program. But the one available in iGraph, we need to have 2 columns. Now, we need to combine the 2 columns. How we do it in R? With the function cbind. Thank you. The function cbind, what it's gonna do is just combine these 2 columns, and I'm gonna call it all links, because essentially combining them, I'm gonna have all links. You can see that we have now 2 columns, and each row reflects the links between the 2 authors. This is the format that the iGraph function needs to have. Once you have that format, now you can call the iGraph function graph.data.frame. Okay, so this is a function within the iGraph package that allows you to compute a network. I'm gonna call it here G as the previous one. I'm gonna add the attribute. That's why I'm gonna add to each node the attribute that we just loaded. Number of papers, gender, university, if it's known and cleaned, and so on. Directed, I write false. Why? Because this is an undirected network. If we work together, we have a mutual, in a paper and we publish it, we have a mutual link, directed. That's why undirected network, sorry. That's why directed is equal to false. If you are talking about countries and trade, it will be a directed, and you would write directed true. Okay, so now we have the network. And let's start computing the network centralities. Is any of you doing the exercises? Yes? So write a program in R that extracts the largest component. So that's the first thing we are gonna use. We are gonna do. Extract the largest component, and then we need to print the top 10s of the agents, of the authors, in the largest component in terms of the following centrality measure: degree, closeness, betweenness, and eigenvector. Note that all centrality measures are already incorporated in the iGraph package. Look at the code in function network.stats in programanalyze.r to see how to extract the largest component of a graph. Which centrality measure seems best to you? Okay, so here to try to find the function to extract the largest component, you can, as I said in the statement, open the file analyzed netwr. Okay, and here you can have a look at the different function programmed there and try to find the one to obtain the giant component. The files, I shared it already, but you don't have it. Yes, it's you should have it in the file empiricalnetwork.r. In that function, you should have what I'm doing, all the codes. So the function to extract the largest component that we are going to use, because recall decentrality measure like closeness, betweenness, they are only well defined in each component. Normally, we select the largest component. How can we extract the largest component? With the function that Marco programmed, get.giant.component, quite intuitive. Then within parentheses, we write down the name of the network. I'm gonna call the giant component GC. Recall that now we are not in the whole network, but now we are gonna just look at the largest component in the network of co-authorship in 2010. So now I run this line and I extracted the giant component. Then first we need to compute degree centrality. That one you should already know, which is the function to compute degree. Come on, we have used it twice. Which is the function to compute degree? It's called degree. Okay, so we just write, let's call it the variable that we want to define, dec. Dec is gonna have, it's the variable that is gonna have the degree of all the nodes in the giant component. So we write dec lower minus degree, because it's the function that compute the degree centrality, which is simply the number of co-authors of each different author in the giant component. And now recall that I told you to plot just the top 10. So to plot the top 10, we need to order those in the degree. How we order it? With the function order. We want to order the degree that we have called it dec. So first argument dec, and the way we want to order it is decreasing from the top to the bottom. So we say decreasing equal to true. So O, the variable O, is gonna have the order. Okay? Now I need to order two variables, degree on one side, and on the other, I need to order to select the ID of the author. To order the degree is simply variable, the name of the variable, dec, and then within a square bracket, the one that includes the order, O. Okay, and I call it this one, the dec O. Okay, that one already have the order of the degree. But now to plot it nicely, I'm gonna implement the order to the degree. Sorry, to the vertex. I wanna order the name of the vertex. The name of the different vertex are included in the attribute ID. Okay, so let me go back. Let me first tell you what is an attribute. So here I'm calling V for vertex. I'm gonna print all the vertex of the network G. And then if you wanna print a particular variable, here I'm printing the gender. I select the name of the variable that includes the gender, which is female. So that's why I write $, and then the attributes, female. That's giving me all the gender of all these authors. Okay, if you want to look at the gender of, let's say, node 67, I write here in a square bracket 67, and that's going to give me the gender of the node in the position 67.
One is male.
Exactly. One is female, 0 is male.
And then A is that
Unknown. It could because the way we estimate it is from the first name, of the author. NA is when it is unknown, or because that particular name has different gender depending on the country. Okay, you can also know who is the author in 67 position by plotting VG67. Isa Badi, Isa Inc. Okay. With the VG, you can print. This is a way to check the data also. VG67 is going to give you, because I added the attribute, has an attribute, the name, is going to give me the name when I write 67. This is.
name, the attribute.
Yeah, here I don't need the name because I already, instead of adding the ID, I added directly name. You see, that's why I don't need to use the attribute name. Because when I use the graph.data.frame and has an argument attribute, it's put into each vertex a name. And then now when I print it, it's giving me directly the name of the vertex instead of the ID, instead of the number. Sorry, names. But how can you check the different attributes? Recall by printing names ATTR. This is gonna give you all the attributes that we have. Okay? So if you wanna, we can check the papers of node 67, VG67, and now let's check how many publications. NAM papers, 1 paper in 2010. Okay? This is just to illustrate how you can check the attributes of a particular node. If you don't select 67, it's gonna give you the number of papers of everyone. You can see here there are some guys who publish 16 papers in a year, 18. If you wanna see the identity, we see that that author is in position. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 81. So we can check who is that one by writing VG 781. Jesus Lopez Rodriguez is the guy who published 18 papers here. Okay, this is just a way to have a look at the data. Now, I just said that because what I'm doing in this function here is ordering the name of the author according to the degree with this command line.
But those are the number of papers published from a certain author with another author.
No, this is the total. I added as an attribute total number of publication of the author. In just 1 year, okay? So this Jesus Lopez Rodriguez in 2010 published 18 different articles.
Okay, so that column is number of.
So here, I just printed the attribute papers for all the network. So I just use this line, VG, and I'm printing attribute number papers. And then I just selected the guy who, because for curiosity, who just published 18 papers on that year. You see?
Yeah, but
So I print VG $ non-papers. I'm printing the number of papers of all the notes. It's not gonna give me all the notes, but it has printed a lot. You see? And then if you want a particular individual or note, if you know the name, you write the name in a square brackets. If you don't, then you will have to look at by position.
what I mean is, in that particular year, the column at the right and at the left, what does it mean?
This one here?
No, the one with 18 papers.
This one means that the author in position, this is, so you can see this is number 99775. That's for this one who has no papers. This is 76, 77, 8, 79, 80, 81. That's why I wrote here to check the name of the author who published 18. I put here 81, and it's Jesus Lopez Rodriguez. That individual published 18 papers. You see? So this is giving you the position, okay? The one on the left. Any question? No? Well, so we are gonna order the IDs. Now we combine, and we just wanna print the first 10 row. To print the first 10 row, we put in the variable IDO. The variable IDO has the ID of the author ordered already, and I just want to print the top 10. So I'm gonna select the first 10 row. How do I select the first 10 row? One, these two dots. I don't recall the name in English of these two dots. Okay, and then 10. And that's gonna select the first 10 rows. For degree, the one that have in order the degree, because we wanna see the name and the degree on the second column, we do the same. We just want to select the 10 rows. And here we have the individuals with the top degree centrality, the first 10, and the top 10 authors. We see, well, if you work a little bit on macro, Philippe Aguillon would be familiar, 20 different co-authors in a year. Ji Kun Huang is the top one, 28 different co-authors. And Daron Acemoglu is here with a degree centrality of 15 different co-authors in just 1 year, 2010. Oh, clear? Any question? No? Then we move to the Daron has 15 different co-authors. Maybe he even collaborated with the same co-author more times, but he has 15 different co-authors. Yeah. So yeah, this column shows the different co-authors. Now let's look at the closeness centrality. How a particular author, the distance of a particular author to all the other authors in the network. The higher the distance, the lower is going to be the closeness centrality. An individual who is very close, central, would have a high closeness centrality. An individual who is close, I mean, to all the other authors in the network, that would have a high closeness centrality. The function, very easy to recall. You are interested in the closeness centrality, the function is just called closeness. So we use closeness, is going to be the function. The name that I'm using is closec. Function closeness. Of which network? The giant component. That's the first argument. Recall the name of the network. Giant component GC. I'm interested in computing the closeness of all the vertex in the giant component. So I select all the vertex here. Actually, you don't need that if you are interested in all the vertices, in all the nodes, in computing the closeness for all the nodes, because by default, it's gonna do it. But if you're interested just in the closeness of node 4, you need to write down v equals 4. But actually, this one that I wrote here is the default of the second argument. You could even ignore it. Mode, because it's undirected, we use all. If you have a directed network, which is in that case, looking at trade between countries, you could distinguish between a node that goes from Spain to France, let's say exports. That one, if you're interested in the export, we will write down out. If we are interested in the closeness centrality of Spain in exporting goods, out. And if you're in the import, you will write down instead of all, in that argument. Here, it is an undirected mutual link. We write down all. Normalize, yes, let's normalize it so we have it between 0 and 1. True. Normalize true, Command R. And then we apply the same function as before. Let's order the closeness in decreasing from the top, from the highest to the lowest. That's the second line. Let's apply the order to the closeness and to the ID to print it nicely. The same, this is exactly the same as what we did before in degree, and then we print it, and these are the top 10 in terms of closeness. ID. So we get nicely the names. Actually, you can print it already with the IDO. If you just print IDO, you will get it, but it's a bit of a mess. That's why we then combine the two variables together with the function cbind. Function cbind is just combining, let's say, two variables. IDO. So we just computed the closeness centrality. Now let's compute the betweenness centrality, which is useful when you want to see how important is an individual to connect the other individuals in the network. Here it's in terms of co-authorship, in terms of intellectual collaboration. If you have trade, it would be the importance of a country, let's say, in connecting the other countries in trading a particular good. For example, the betweenness centrality of Ukraine in terms of cereals is very high because it plays a very, it's essentially exporting a lot to Africa, Europe, America. So it's like the farm.
For the data, for that example, if we are talking about exports and import, the data should have been stored in different CSV, right? Different files.
Yeah, you would be importing the file with imports.
Okay.
But actually, you only need or the imports or the export. Because at the end, Spain exports some goods, let's say fruit to France, but that's the import of France from Spain. So you could get the same information from either the imports or the export file.
Yeah, but you will need, normally you compute in different files. You store it in different
Exactly.
files
You would have to, and you focus normally on just one network, the import network or the export network, because then you can, with the in and out, you can do the calculations for both. So in that one, closeness, you would have to in based on imports, out based on export. Here we don't have that because the link is mutual. That's why we use all. Okay, so now we go to the betweenness centrality, a measure of the brokerage power of the author. Again, the function, the name is simply the name of the centrality. So very easy to recall these centrality measures. It's programmed already in the iGraph. First argument, again, the name of the network. Second, the vertices. Directly is false because we are using an undirected network, and we normalize it. So we just computed the betweenness centrality for all the different nodes in the network. Now we order the betweenness centrality and we print it. Okay. And here you see David Mackenzie is the most central in that year. Okay. We are just looking at 2010. One thing is that in economics, the publications tend to be quite noisy. For maybe the author who published 18 in 2010, then just published 2 in 2011, because there is an important lag in the publication process. And then the number 10 is Mariano Bosch with 0.32. So these are relatively very high centrality. They play a very important role in connecting the other nodes in the giant component, in connecting the other authors in the giant component. And finally, for the eigenvector, which is this one is a bit different to the other. What is the function? EV from eigenvector and then cent from centrality. EV cent. Okay. The function to compute the eigenvector centrality is just EV cent. And then name of the network, and important, from all the output of this function, we only want the eigenvector centrality. That's why we need to select $vector. We just want the vector with the centrality. Command enter. Then we order and print it. And here you have the authors with the highest eigenvector centrality. Dallas Bartrow is the most central player in terms of eigenvector centrality. Any question about these different centrality measures? As I said, you can apply this function to any kind of network. Countries in terms of trade, criminal network, whatever you would like to examine. Okay. As I said before, when we are talking about research output, the betweenness is the one that is most correlated with future research output, betweenness centrality. The eigenvector, we didn't find actually any correlation at all with future output. Degree and betweenness were among the most important variables. Other importance variables highly correlated with your future output is the output of your co-authors in the past. So it's kind of peer effect measure. Okay, so now we go to the last exercise, which is we are going to plot the network of Esther Duflo. Okay, the Nobel Prize winner, Esther Duflo.
approach that importance about the different measure that is related to your
Exactly. In the context of co-authorship, I'm talking. Instead of trade, eigenvector tend to be, let's say, it's the eigenvector centrality is highly correlated with the price ratio of the goods. But in terms of co-authorship, the eigenvector, what we found is that it doesn't play an important role. It's not even predicting, helping to predict, to forecast future output. Is not correlated with the future output. It's very small, the correlation. Betweenness and degree, positively, clustering and strength, negatively correlated with future output. As I said before, women tend to have this kind of network, lower degree, higher clustering and higher strength that are detrimental for their research output. And now we are trying to explore why is that? Is it discrimination driven by social norms, or is it preferences? So that's what we are trying to disentangle in the lab. But we don't have results so far, but it's a work in progress. So we are now in number 5, which is plot the co-authorship network up to neighborhood 2. What is the neighborhood 2? Neighborhood 1 is the co-authors of the flow. Neighborhood 2 is co-authors do flow. Okay. Yeah, co-authors. Okay. When we say neighborhood of order 2, we are looking at the co-authors of Esther Duflo. Neighborhood 3 will be co-authors of Esther Duflo, and so on. But because neighborhood 3 is going to be already a huge network, we are just going to focus up to neighborhood 2. We are going to plot Duflo, co-authors of Duflo, co-authors. Okay, the way we do it, we can do it. We are going to use again 2 different files, one with the names, that's why it's called network. And this is a network of 10 years. So we are going to look at the links of Duflo, all the different co-authors and co-author of Duflo in 10 years, from 2000 to 2009, okay? 2 different data sets, one that include the ages for that period, 2000 to 2009, that's this data file, and another file that includes the attributes, and among them, the name of the author, because I want to pick Duflo. From all the network, from all the data, I want to pick Duflo just by typing the name. So that's why I'm loading the name as an attribute. So attribute, ATTR, read.csv as an attribute, and adding the names, which are in this file. In that file, you're going to have the ID of the author in one column, the name of the author in other column. And if I recall well, there are also other variables as an attribute. Yeah, the university, again, the gender, and so on. Number of papers as well. We have loaded in this data ATTR different characteristics of the author. That data file doesn't have the links, okay? Just the ID of the author, number of papers, gender, university ID, and so on. Now I load the links, which again, because we are gonna use the function in iGraph, need to be in 2 columns. Each row has to be the link between 2 authors, and just 2 columns. I wrote the links in the database edges 0009, and I combine both of them with the function cbind, and I'm gonna call it all links. All links of what? If we print the variables in data, we see the first column is gonna be the author ID 1, second column, the author ID 2. So this is what I want to combine, these 2 variables. I combine them by selecting from the database data variable auth, which is the ID of the first author. And I'm gonna select from, I'm gonna combine it with the second column, which is defined as data $auth2. Yes? Is it clear? So I'm combining here these two columns, auth and auth2. How we call those columns? The name of the file, data $auth, is gonna give me this one, this column. The name of the file, data $auth2, is gonna give me this column. Then with the cbind function, I combine it together in a data frame.
Are combining just data of the
Yeah, because I need to have that kind of format, this format, for the function of the iGraph, which is programmed in the iGraph. So now I have all the links, and I use the function graph.data.frame. All links as a first argument, because it's the data that includes in two columns all the links between the authors. It's an undirected, and I'm gonna add it the attribute. I'm gonna add it to, it's very important that all the nodes in all links must appear in this database as well, the database with the attribute. Otherwise, you will get an error. It will say that one data has a different size from the other data. The links will have a different size from the attribute data. So all the nodes, all the authors, including in all links, should appear in attribute, even if they are missing attributes. Okay? Then I ran that line. I got the network. So the exercise just to plot it, right? But before doing a general plot that we can already do it with the function plot, I'm gonna define the width of the edges of the co-authors of the flow, the width of the edges, according to the number of times they work together. Yes? And that's included as a variable in the data file called data. Is the third column, the strength. The strength, third column here, that variables is telling me the number of times that author 1 and author 2, well, or depending on the ID, let's print it. Sorry, let's print the data. Okay, so here these two authors work 10 times together in 10 years. Yes? That's in the third variable, the strength. They work in this decade. They publish 10 different papers together. So I'm gonna add to each age an attribute. How can I add an attribute to the edge? First, calling the edges. How I call the edges? With capital E. Yes? Recall, to call the vertices, the authors, you would use the capital V. You remember that? V for the vertices, E for edges. I want to add to the edges, to the links, a weight according to the number of times they work together. So I call edges, E, G, and then I'm gonna call it weights. This is a name I'm putting. You could put here whatever you would like. I'm gonna add an attribute. How can I add an attribute to the edges? With the dollar. I'm gonna define an attribute for the edges, weight, which is given by the strength of the collaboration, the number of times they work together in this decade. Okay, so now each edge is gonna have a weight according to the strength. I can simplify the network to remove potential duplicates. To remove potential duplicates of links, we use the function simplify G. Let's add as an attribute to the vertices. This function is very useful, adding attributes to vertices or edges. Here, I've just explained how to add attributes to the edges, to the links. The attribute we just added, which is going to be the weight of the link, number of times they work together. Now I'm going to add as an attribute to the vertices the degree. How we do it? We call it V, again V, because we are interested in all the vertices, all the nodes in the network. Simplify. G1 is the simplified network. And I'm going to call that attribute dect. $dect is how I call it. And that attribute is going to be the degree of the node. So I use the function degree G1. I can print the attribute for a particular node for all the network just by copying the name VG1 $dect. It's going to give me the whole. You can select particular individuals. And let's say nodes in position 45 has 0 degree. Okay. And the ID is 74. And names. Auth name. We can get the auth name with auth name as E. Well, that one is not very well defined, the author.
The database was made automatically.
Well, it requires a lot of author disambiguation as well, because sometimes you see that you have this kind of problem. SE. Yeah, here we don't know the first name. The problem is that if you see Smith J, then you have Smith James, Smith Jean, or you cannot really identify that one, that publication. Okay, so as I told you, we're interested in plotting neighborhood 2. Okay, new function. How can I select neighbors up to order 2, which are Duflo is going to be Duflo, co-authors of Duflo, co-authors, co-author, with the function neighborhood. It's programmed also in iGraph package, neighborhood. I'm going to call it this NEI2. So NEI2 is going to include all the co-authors, co-authors, and Duflo. Neighborhood 2 of the network G1. How I say that I'm interested in the neighborhood of order 2, in the second argument, you need to write 2. If you just write 1, you are looking at the neighborhood of order 1, which is just the co-authors of Duflo, right? 2. Then I'm interested only on getting the neighborhood of order 2 because we want to plot the network of Duflo. I'm going to select the node Duflo E, who is Esther Duflo. Okay, there is no other author with Duflo has a surname and an E. The mode, actually, we can ignore it because it's an undirected network. And from the function neighborhood, I'm only interested in getting the ID of co-authors, and co-author. Then, because I'm only interested in that information is contained in the first output provided, printed by neighborhood. That's why I write here 2 square brackets and 1. Yes? I run that line. Now I have all the neighbors up to order 2. I have neighbors of Duflo, who are all of them here. Now I want to plot a network of just Duflo, co-authors, co-author. So I need to extract from the general network a subnetwork, let's say. that include Duflo, co-authors of Duflo, co-authors of Duflo. Which function can I use to subtract from the main network that? I'm gonna use induced.subgraph, which is also in the iGraph package program. Induced.subgraph is gonna extract from the general network. The first argument is the general network, in this case G1, and then what you wanna extract from it, all the authors who are in the neighborhood of Duflo up to order 2. We define them with name2 before. Yes, are you following? Okay, so with this command line, we have now a network of just the co-authors, and Duflo. All of them are here. I printed with the attribute auth name. VGTI, which is my new subgraph from the total co-authorship network from 2000 to 2009. And I'm plotting here only for Duflo, up to order 2, co-author of Duflo, and Duflo. All of them are here. Philippe Aguillon, Acemoglu, Banerjee.
They are any order, but they order in
Yeah, the way it's print the name, it's in alphabetic in this subgraph.
So always R plot show you the results in four columns, right?
Well, it depends on your screen as well. If you have like this, if your screen is larger, it's gonna print more variables.
Okay, but like that.
Yeah, so here the first well, this is because it's ordered, because let me print it. If we just print the vertices, the first one is 1098, who is Acemoglu.
Okay,
right?
And the brackets, it says
so this is the position. The first 2, 3, 4, 14 is gonna be this one. Yeah. And the 14, note 14 in position 14 would be, the name is Besley TG.
Yeah.
You see? And the ID is 23,085. So now a good function to plot a network, here I have so many attributes and arguments, is tk plot. That's a better function than the other to plot real data and real network, let's say. tk plot. Now, what I'm doing here in these 3 lines is putting colors. So I'm saying that 39, who is 39, is gonna be Duflo. The one in 39 position is Duflo. Yes? 37 is Diamond. 38, 39 is Duflo. So to know 39, I'm gonna select the colors. I'm gonna add an attribute to the vertex, the color. I'm gonna add the color. And the color I'm gonna select deep sky blue. So it's gonna be like dark blue for Duflo. To the co-authors of Duflo, I'm gonna add a different colors. It's gonna be yellow. Okay, so the co-authors of Duflo are in yellow. How I select the vertex who are co-authors of Duflo, and this is quite useful function. I write down all the vertices, V of the subgraph GTI, which is the network containing co-authors, and the author. And I'm gonna select name in a square bracket. If we write name of 39, who is Duflo, this is selecting, this part here is selecting the co-authors of Duflo, the neighbors of Duflo with the function name. Okay? Essentially, I'm adding the color yellow to the co-authors of Duflo. To add a different column to the co-authors, I'm gonna use name, the function name from neighbors, and then the neighbors of Duflo. You see the intuition? Okay. I'm gonna add dark olive green to the co-authors. Now here I'm selecting the layout. The standard one is this one. So if you ever want to plot a network, I would suggest you a real network. I would suggest you to use this layout, which is actually the default. Vertex size, here you can put a size depending on how large you want to be the node. Maybe you want to have the vertex size depending on publications. Then you would write down here V, G, $num papers. Yeah, and the size of the vertex is going to depend on the number of publications. Well, let's keep it like 8. H arrow size, you could put it depending on H arrow size, just the arrow, 0.5. H color, dark blue, the color of the edges of the links. H width, I'm gonna select the H width depending on the strength of the collaboration. Recall that before we added this, has the strength, the number of time they work together. That's gonna be define the width of the H. Here I divide it by 3, otherwise the link with Banerjee, for example, will be quite wide. And then the other is about different label, the font. And here we have the network of Duflo. Okay, here is Esther Duflo. Recall the yellow one are the co-authors. I printed the name of them with this function here. That's how you can print the names with this part here, vertex label. Okay. With that part, I'm just plotting the names of neighbors and Duflo, not neighbors, because otherwise it's a little bit messy. Okay. You can move the node as you want. This is Deaton here. You can see the strong link with Banerjee. Here, there is another strong link between these two. And I think that's essentially all. Any question? So Duflo in that period has 19 different co-authors. You count the number of yellow nodes, it should be 19. And if I recall well, 21 papers published.
In 1 year?
No, this is a decade.
A decade. What about co-authors?
Who?
Co-authors of co-authors?
The papers or?
No.
The size, right? $141 co-authors. Yeah. Well, I think that's all. Thank you for your attention. And if you have any question about the codes, you can write me emails and I'm happy to help you anytime you are gonna work with networks.
Thank you.